people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out, because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it,
that's
man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
Yeah, I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetter's platform, Sarnetter announces the winner? Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. Go ahead, show it, bro. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Mic check, mic check. Am I here? We're clear. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me check the room and see how everybody's doing. With a mic check. Okay, there we go. Press 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Let's see. We got harassed it for your culture. Harassed it for your culture. Okay, we got Angela Gates. Peace and love, Angela Gates. Jody. Jody. We have Bella. Robert. Okay, you can all hear me. Okay, let me check. Tehuti Matt Ray said somebody put a not Tehuti Matt Ray. A couple Tehutis in here. Wait a minute. Shout out to all the Tehutis that are on the losing track. Tehuti Matt Ray Cyrus, and then another Tehuti. Somebody said Tehuti. Somebody said there was somebody put the cash up in here. Okay. Shout out to Tehuti Heka Kepara. A lot of Tehutis in here today. Shout out to Nefer Kepara, who was in here today. Shout out to Anu. Says I can't read it too small. Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, the magical twice. Let me blow it up so I can see. Get my eyes ready and prepared. What does it say here? Uncle Jasaneb, to the magical twice and thrice great Tehuti Amhotep Ra. Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, to the moderators. Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, to the, I think it says chat. Wonderful. Okay, beautiful. How am I looking, everybody? We just I just upgraded to a free 4K. The magical free 4K should be showing a little more clearer now, and actually shows a bigger space now. Everything's looking okay. Should be clear. Okay, Hotep, everyone, all the Tehutis. Let me decipher which Tehutis. Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. Okay, that's one. And the other Tehuti is Tehuti Ika Kepara. Okay, wonderful. I've deciphered them. Shout out to both Tehutis. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Jamie X. Appreciate you. You've been around from the beginnings. Shout out to you. Hey, everybody. It's going to be a beautiful podcast today. It's going to be maybe a little uneasy and scary. Maybe a little scary today. I see some questions that came in. Let me see the support. Let me go ahead and pull up the Gmail and see the questions and the support that has come in to the Tehuti podcast. And then we'll go ahead and get right started with the affirmation, the Anki and Ma'at affirmation. Okay, here we go. I see a couple in. Sharika, if you're in the room, yours says pending. I don't know why it says pending. It's odd, but you can check your PayPal. Everybody else looks good, but Sharika says pending. Okay, wonderful. Let's go ahead and start with the affirmation and get this beautiful podcast started the way it's supposed to be. Hope everybody's ready. Okay, that's much better. I'm in the screen fully. This is great. This new 4K thing is great. Shout out to Robert Rays. Robert Rays being frank. RPM. Stranger. Stranger. Get your... First, let me read what it says. Before I say anything to this brother. Hold on. SABA got me thinking about rocking a top hat. I don't think I can pull it off, though. Rock a top hat. Put a top hat on. Put your fatigue gear on and a gun in the waist, and I bet nobody will say anything to you about wearing a top hat. Rock the gun in the waist, rock your artillery, rock your fatigue, and put a top hat on, and see if you can pull it off. Shout out to everybody. Nuru says Hotep Ma'at. That's a nice name. Interesting name, Nuru. Shout out to Nuru. Kemet 101 says peace of mind. The podcast, hit the like button. Everybody, support the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to be talking about that in the next break after I answer this question. I see some people are not supporting on a consistent basis because they say, well, a couple months ago or a week ago, I supported big. So everybody else is supporting, so that'll carry me through. Imagine if Tehuti thought that. A couple classes ago, I dropped the bomb. So this class, I'm just going to sit here like this. No, it's about consistency. Support it because I believe I come consistent every class. And this one's going to be, I had to stop one of the answers. I had to stop one of the answers. I call the overdose. So here we go, everybody. Peace to T-Bull. Peace to T-Bull. Shout out to T-Bull. Send your consistent support, everybody, because I do consistent classes. I'll be talking about it in the panel. But for now, before we do any of that, we're going to talk about the beautiful affirmation. We're going to actually be talking to our inner self. So let's go ahead and turn this down. And let's do the affirmation, everyone. And they put it on the screen. Ooh, it's nice and about 110 degrees. I think they got 105 degrees out here today. So it's about 110 in here. Okay, affirmations on the screen. Let's get started. We will start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki en ma'at un en es. Nin tet aset en ma'at. Min hapapeth en ma'at. Per en hu kiui per ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, everybody, to the beautiful Tehuti podcast. All those who are in the room, all those who are watching that are not in the chat, peace and love to you. We're about to get started. And before we start, press a 9 if you Press a 9 if you are new in the room. Press a 9 if you're new in the room. If you're new in the room, meaning that you've maybe been here just 1 or 2 weeks before, or maybe today's your latest day. Press a 9 if you're new in the room. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, let's get started. We got, look, back to back with the double M's. Back to back with Melkia, Wamangu, Hotep throwing in hearts and roses and a looks like a butterfly all in red. It's a little small on my screen. And then back to back with the other M, which is Ma'at, daughter of Ray, peace and love, SABA, and family. Okay, Tehuti Matt Ross Cyrus is going hype in the room. He's excited today. I don't know. He's excited today. He's all over the chat. All right. We have who's this? Oh yes, shout out to Kitasi. Peace to Kitasi. I want to say Takashi. To Kitasi. A little small on the screen, but I'll make it out. Let's get started, everybody. You ready? Here we go. We're gonna get started. Let me take that off the screen there. Everybody can hear me. We'll do a 9 check if you can hear me, and then we're going to get right into starting with this beautiful Tehuti pod class. Let's get started. Hope everyone can hear me. Pretty good. Okay. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9. We got a bunch of 9s from Mr. Excited Brother. We got 9s from Tehuti Matt Raw, 9909. We got 9 from Eric G. Oh, Eric G, contact me tomorrow. I was looking over your question. I know you said there's an option of answering it personally or in the pod class. I've tried to find a way to answer that in the public pod class without certain topics are very strange for me to even me to dance around without the silly AIs picking things up, especially when it comes to current events. I have to speak of them in code. It's a silly world we're in. I want to speak. Contact me tomorrow. We'll speak about it, and I try to find a way to dance around certain things, but that one's a little difficult. Contact me, good brother. All right, good. Everybody's can hear me. Can hear me. All right, here we go. Let's get started in the Tehuti podcast. So first, I want to give a shout out to the brother who asked the question. I'm going to put this in the screen one more time. I did this last week. Oh, I don't see his question. Where is his question? Who's this? Oh, this is it. Yeah. Let me put this. Let me just go ahead and start the class off with this, so I don't want anybody to think that they are left out or anything. I announced this actually last week. Oh no, that's Black Sun. Black Sun, I'll get to. Black Sun too. Yes, Black Sun. They put him in the room. And who's this? This is that's Primordial Thought. There was a brother who asked a question, and it was a bunch of things in the question. I don't seem to see it right now, but it was a brother that asked about ejaculation. He wanted to know if the material were real, and he asked another question. It was like 3 questions in one, and it was only $20 that was sent. So I told the brother to contact me. I for some reason don't have his I don't have him here. I don't know why. I don't have him here. That's strange. But brother, if you're listening, you know who you are. He sent about ejaculation. He asked if the material real, and he asked 3 questions, 2 questions and one one-on-one, and he only sent 20. So I want the brother to contact me directly. You can contact me here and sort out which one you want me to do, because for the one-on-one, I can't. One-on-ones are pretty much canceled for now. There's only a couple people I'm still doing one-on-ones. If it just take up too much time, some people have already prepaid me, but it just takes up too much time. I can't do one-on-ones for anything under 150 now, so it's just too much time with everything that's going on. But I want the brother to contact me. Contact me, brother, right here at here it is, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and go ahead and tell me if you want to do the one-on-one ejaculation, which I'm not really doing one-on-ones anymore. I can work something out with you though, because you did ask before I shut down the one-on-ones. If you want me to answer one of those questions, are the material real or the other one? I don't have it in front of me. I just wanted to say that. Also, I wanted to put this out here for the good brother Black Sun. Black Sun, who sent this question here. And I want to give him a shout out, put him in the room, and let him know that Black Sun, if you could also email me for your question. I need clarity on this question for sure, because I don't quite even understand the wording. So let me go ahead and put it in the room just so everybody know I do not ignore anybody. I do have a large set of questions to answer that come in. I have to do it in a particular type of order. So Black Sun said, more sovereignty were they in Kemet? I don't know what this means. I don't know where the sentence ends. More sovereignty were they in Kemet? I don't know what that sentence means. So maybe contact me directly. Tell me if you're asking something specifically about the sovereignty of Moors, which would be a separate question for were Moors after they were called Moors in ancient Egypt or current Egypt. Depends. So we will message me and we'll clarify that. So I wanted to get that out the way. Shout out to everybody that sent me the question. Also, a brother named Bijan Pharaoh. I got your question in last week. Late. I don't think I'll be getting to that today. I don't know. Depends how long these questions go, but we'll definitely be. If I don't, we'll definitely be beginning the next week with that. So I wanted to get that out the way, and let's go ahead and get started with the Tehuti podcast. Peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years. I started off breaking the matrix with people since I was a young man. After I had a major biological imperative switch that took place inside of my neurological makeup, which was when I was much younger, I was threatened. I had to set a wager to debate a pastor, or I would get put out of the house, put out of my living situation, because my mother was not with the fact that I was really questioning everything at that time in the house, and my brothers started questioning, and it was causing major disruption. And so to settle it, a wager was set that I had to debate my pastor, her pastor, and she was the judge. And if I lost the debate, I would have to leave the house. It was an agreement, and I had no problem with that. I was fine with that. But that set my biological imperative to merge my neurons with the knowledge and information that I'm studying and that which I live is directly connected with my survival, which did something very different to my brain. It wasn't just a study for me. It was know this or be on the streets. Much different than studying for a debate on YouTube. YouTube didn't even exist at the time. So after that, I debated him, and he ended up getting thrown out of the house by my mother. She threw him out because she said it was embarrassing that this young teenage boy was just riddling up this 47-year-old pastor. And from that point, I continued to move on with knowledge. Ended up teaching my mother, teaching everyone in the area. The next day, the pastor actually put out a notarized restraining order against myself and churches. So I am no longer allowed within the vicinity of particular churches. There was a restraining order against Tehuti, or my name back then. I actually have a Hebrew name, but my name back then, I am not allowed. Well, I was actually born with two names, but then there's a whole other story. But my name back then, I'm not allowed around churches, or I will get arrested. There's a restraining order against me and churches. One of the last times I went to a church, I was actually picked up in the air and thrown out physically. So they are not playing around with me. So that was a very important time in my life where I decided that this was about survival. I needed to do this for survival. It actually wasn't even a choice of mine. As I went on to continue the knowledge, I ended up finding an organization that was very similar to that which I was reading. And some of the books that I was reading was actually from this particular organization. And I liked the fact that they were dissecting different religions. That was the most attractive thing to me. So I decided to become a part of that organization years ago when I was a young man. And I accelerated to the very top of the organization very rapidly. I became the first, me and someone in the room here. Actually, my daughter Ray was there at the time. We were the first people that audios were actually made that were sold. That wasn't the teacher at the time. He was very impressed. Ended up moving me on the land with him. I ended up living with him, and he ended up having me as a top teacher to teach in person whenever he couldn't. And people would come from all over the world to come see him. And I was put in the position where I had to teach sometimes in his place, which people come from all over the world to see a particular teacher, and they see somebody else that they didn't pay and travel across the world to come to, and they see someone else. You need to be very good. That's another thing that changed my biological imperative. I need to be very good because they came to see someone else, and it was me standing up there. And that changed my neurological order also, because I was placed without preparation in front of thousands of people, which was actually what led to this Tehuti PA class. I was placed in front of anywhere from 500 to 2,000 people, and I didn't know what they were going to ask me. I had no idea, and they would just raise their hand and ask a question. That was a video you saw in the beginning of this PA class, and I had to be prepared to answer the question thoroughly. This is before the internet. This is before YouTube. There was no such thing called a Wikipedia. There was no Encyclopedia Britannica to look up. There was no YouTube. There was none of that, those things to look up. It was me and a couple of books, and they would ask me questions, and I would have to break it down with several sources and resources without being able to show anything on a screen. Anyways, at that rate, I continued to teach. The teacher at that time was very, very impressed with me, and he made an announcement, which was a gift and a curse. And the gift and a curse announcement that he made to the complete organization was that everybody within the organization, if they want to actually learn how to become a teacher, how to teach, they need to come contact me. If they want to learn how to teach, contact that brother, and he will teach you how to teach, which is different from teaching the information. Having information and just spewing it out is different from actually teaching the information, knowing how to convey it, how to bridge it to people. That's very, very important. So at any rate, this created a lot of jealousy in the organization, and then eventually people within the organization came to my dwellings, and they came with torches to burn my belongings that were not written by the master teacher at the time. And I said, there's no way I'm going to burn the books that aren't written by him. And that's what caused the division, because they said that I'm not teaching directly under him if I'm teaching from all these other scholarly books. And I said, but the teacher, I'm saying to people, but the teacher told me, and all of you, if you want to learn how to teach, to come to me. So I must be doing something a little bit right, maybe, just a little. Could be. Maybe I'm all wrong, and maybe he's crazy. Who knows? But if you follow him, he says that I'm teaching just fine. And I would go to classes sometimes, and he would literally tell the whole organization that he's taking some of my information. That got people a little upset as well, and it caused a lot of division. It became unsafe for me to be in that surroundings and settings anymore, and so I had to remove myself. And I removed myself with absolutely no financial income whatsoever. And I removed myself. And anyways, I went on to Brooklyn, New York, and I took what little money I had, which was really nothing, and I just started training in this apartment that my aunt helped me attain. Just training in their training, and until my money completely ran out. I did not know exactly what to do at the time because I'm coming from living on an environment where the teacher actually took care of everybody. So we just had to teach and build the land, and we had no rent and bills and such. So at any rate, I ran out of money. I was a single father at the time, and got to the point where I had to reach into my couch and try to find nickels and quarters that people would leave behind when they would visit me to try to buy cereal for my son. That got to a point where it became too frustrating, and I was getting hungrier and hungrier. So I ended up going into the state of biological imperative again and sent my brain into a state of creativity and said, you know what, I'm a consumer. I consume supplements and different things, or I used to when I could afford it. So therefore, if there is 100 people, if there's 10 people spending $100 a month on supplements, which there has to be in America, and I'm a seller, then maybe I could make $1,000 a month if I can find 10 people to buy 100 a month. How am I going to do that? Any rate, I used my creativity and I went on to the fitness boards, and I started teaching for free, teaching like a doctor, teaching about the body, the anatomy, the chemicals, the makeup, the citrulline malate, the alpha lipoic acid, all type of the fiber, how much fiber you need. And I became people's fitness advisor. I developed a trust like that, and then I said, come purchase supplements from me. I had no supplements whatsoever to sell. And people were sending me money for supplements that I didn't have. So I had to find the people that had them. I ended up finding a young man who had the connection. He wasn't young, a man who had the connection to a lot of the companies and a lot of things. And he met up with me and said that he gets a good vibe from me and he likes me. And he ended up sharing the information with me. But he told me that it's family secrets, it's information, it's things that I shouldn't share with others because I'll create competition. And if he finds out that it's me creating the competition, then he will eliminate me. And I very much believed him because he told me his real occupation, and that was to eliminate people. So he was definitely a middle-aged Italian man that was about no jokes, and he definitely showed me which part of the pond he would place me in with cement shoes if I ever betrayed the secrets. You get whacked, Vinny, or however they talk. Very interesting. So I believed them, and I said, I'm not going to share anything. I took that knowledge, and I ended up selling and making money. Took that knowledge back to the organization, started teaching them that, started studying real estate, I started teaching them that until the people in the organization actually robbed me of business deals that I put them in, and then I realized that money is not the solution to anything. Teaching people about how to make business, and black business means absolutely nothing. Black business means absolutely nothing. White business means nothing. Chinese business means nothing. None of that means anything. I realized that. And I realized that business doesn't make you an honorable person. If you make $100,000 a year, you don't become more honorable. You just become more powerful with however you were before you made the money. So I realized that teaching the organization business and economics actually wasn't helping them. It was actually putting power in their hand on top of a corrupted heart. So at any rate, I left that organization completely now, and ended up doing move after move after move until I came to California. When I came to California, I had nobody. I had nothing. I had no connections. I knew nobody. But luckily for me, I was guided by the Natiro. I took the money that I was doing with the supplement programs and with real estate, and I took tens of thousands of dollars in it, sacrifice, and put it into paying magicians. I started getting into the inner circles and the workings of the teachers of David Blaine, David Copperfield, Chris Angel, and a lot of other teachers, the teachers of them, and paid them lots and lots of money, because I said, one day when I have nothing, if I have a fork, a deck of cards, and some coins, at least I can walk the streets and make money. And that's exactly what I ended up doing. So I ended up coming to California with absolutely nobody, nothing, knowing nobody. I had no connections, and I went to the store and I bought a deck of cards. I went to the kitchen supply shop. I bought a pack of forks, and I went to Pico Street, the Jewish neighborhood, for the fabric company, and I bought a 5-foot cloth. And I went down to the pier, the beaches, and I threw the cloth on the ground with a pack of forks and a deck of cards, and people started throwing money at me. And I realized I don't need to be in the system whatsoever. So as I was doing that, I would do it with an ankh like this. I would do magic and do hypnosis and do things, wearing a big ankh on my chest about this big. That caught the attention of a few people, but it caught the attention of one particular brother named Ahati Ma'at. Shout out and peace to him. He may not be in the class today. He has a lot of things to take care of. But shout out to Ahati Ma'at. So Ahati ended up coming to me as a disgruntled Hebrew Israelite, and saw that I had the ankh, started asking me questions. I started dropping knowledge on him, and he decided to come every single day, day in, day out. Please give me some more knowledge. Give me some more knowledge, please. I'll carry your bags. I'll do whatever you need help. I'll be security for you. Just keep teaching me more. I like his dedication, so I kept teaching him until I gained a trust for him, and I started having private lessons outside of the beaches, and started bringing him to places privately. And then I brought him up to my family. He met the Neturts, the goddesses, and he ended up becoming part of my personal classes. And I developed a trust with him because I saw he was so attentive with the knowledge, with information, and wanting to learn, so dedicated to me. And so I kept teaching him and teaching him. He used to come by every Wednesday. He used to come by sometimes when it wasn't a Wednesday. He would come to the beach every day, see me, and get the knowledge, information. But not just the information, he would get what I teach. Because what I teach is not just the knowledge. Because if it was just the knowledge, then everybody in the chat would be saying, Henu Wikipedia, Henu YouTube. YouTube and Wikipedia have a lot of knowledge, but nobody's in the chat saying Henu Wikipedia. Nope, because it's not knowledge. It is wisdom on top of the knowledge that I gave to him and others, and that's what separates me from just sending your questions. Forget about sending questions to the pod class. Just type in your questions to Wikipedia and Google and see if you get the same answer, but obviously you don't. So he appreciated that. And one day, him and one of my goddesses, my goddesses and him said it a few times. They said, we know that you're secluded from the public and you only teach a certain amount of people, but it'd be good if you were on the internet, because there's a lot of people on there that are teaching and they're just really bad. They're really, really bad. They're not good. They're not like what you're doing. They're not breaking the actual matrix. Not just teaching. This day of the 18th dynasty, not that. But how do you get in somebody's guts and break the matrix? How do you get in somebody's mind and break the matrix from them, where they feel that feeling that something has just changed in them? And they said, we need you to come. You need to come back out there and see what's going on. I said, I'm not quite interested, but if you find a program that I can put on my computer where I can invite people and have a little box and talk to them, I'll do that, because I used to teach on Pal Talk. I'll do that. So Hati went out and he found not just the program, but he found a group, a Hebrew Israelite group called the Lion's Den. And he said, hey, there's a group out here that actually has the whole system set up. And you can come and talk to them. And they actually want to interview you. And I said, okay, let me do an interview and see. So I went, did an interview with them, and then I found out they were a debate league. I didn't know that there was a debate thing. I thought it was some Hebrew Israelites wanted to interview me. But when I saw the flyer of me coming to the interview, it had me, and it had a bubble. It said, Tehuti wants all the smoke. And I said, I don't even know what that means. I don't know what is that. So I don't know what that is, but let me go do this interview. I don't smoke, but let me go see what's going on here because I'm going to interview and get this information out there to the Hebrew Israelites. Maybe I can help them along their path. So I went there, found it was a debate league. It was a great conversation, and then the champion of the league ended up challenging me to a debate online. I'd never done a debate online because I'm not an internet person. I'm not from the internet era. I'm from the era where I would call Bobby Hemmett, what are you doing today? What are you doing today? Bobby's like, come down to my house, and we'd go and talk and generate energy where pictures are falling off the pictures are falling off the walls, and there's waves in the air, and he has all type of altars everywhere in the house. And that's the era that I'm from going to people's houses, talking to people, not this internet thing. So anyways, I said, okay, I'll have a debate with you. What's the debate topic? He said, it's going to be Ma'at versus the Torah. I said, okay, Ma'at versus the Torah. Okay, but you all are Hebrew Israelites. It's a Hebrew Israelite room, so how's that going to work? I'm going to lose this because the whole room is against Ma'at, right? I think. So he said, no, we're going to set up some judges. So they set up 5 Bible-believing judges and 1 person that was into African studies. And I was like, I guess I'm still going to lose, but hey, let's see what the Nets are having planned. So I ended up debating that person. The Hebrew Israelites voted for me. I ended up winning that debate. And then they declared me the new champion. I said, I just came for an interview, but okay, I'm a champion? Okay. And what does this entail? Well, you're going to debate. You can debate all these other people. I said, okay. All right, bring them on. I like to talk to people. Then I realized, hey, this debating is just me teaching a pod class, actually. I'm just teaching. And then they brought person after person after person, and I kept winning. The Hebrew Israelites were voting for me. And it was frustrating the other Hebrew Israelites because like, how can there be a Kemetic person on top of a Hebrew Israelite group, and the Hebrews are voting for me, and they're saying that I'm their favorite debater, and it was very, very interesting, a phenomenon. So I ended up debating until the brother Sator, who I already knew from Sator from Brooklyn. I used to live in Brooklyn, Foster Avenue, Foster and Ocean Ave. We knew Sator was the brother with the bullhorn, always on the streets there. But Sator and JJ were having, they have their league battles, they have their league discrepancies. So Sator asked to interview me, see what I'm about. He did an interview with me, and in the interview, I was the champion of the Lions Den at the time, and then here comes the champion of the HOK, and he came into the interview, and we started talking, and said, "Well, let's set up a conversation," and then we set up a conversation. Right there. That's where we set up the conversation, literally right there. And we said, let's set up something else, a debate. And I said, well, you know what? I want to do this debate a little differently. I actually want to have it a conversational debate. Where instead, me and Jabari are both into Ma'at, we're both respectful, so we shouldn't be cutting each other off. There's no need for time limits. I wanted to change the environment. I basically wanted to snake style him. I wanted to talk to him where we could interact, and that's where I'm the best at, interacting with you, like Columbo. So he said, okay, we'll do that type of debate where we'll interact because we have respect for each other. We set up the debate, and I had 3 hours to prepare against the HOK champion. I don't know who he was. I don't know who he was as far as status and all that. I'm not in the internet. I saw him once on the Lions, and I talked to him before, but I don't know who all these big names are. They're bringing me all these guys, and I was just beating them. Fair and square. According to them, they won, but I never leave a debate choice to the debater. Who cares what the debater says? What did the audience say? What was the rules and regulations? You're always going to say you win. You think I'm going to watch battle rap? I care what the battler says. He won? Of course he's going to say he won. Well, what did the judges say? So anyway, set up a debate. I had 3 hours to prepare for. They were calling him the Floyd Mayweather. I didn't even know Floyd Mayweather. I'm not into boxing. I'm into jiu-jitsu. So I'm like, who's that? I look him up. He's a champion. I said, oh, so this is the best man, the best guy. So I set up a debate conversational, and it starts off conversational. And then Sator says, you know what? We're going to put the time in that's supposed to be. Let's put the rounds back in. So we did a little bit conversational. Then the rounds came in. And then after the rounds, it was conversational again. And then I ended up, as you could see, declared by Sator and everybody. 90% of the people in the room, to everybody, the big heads called and said, yo, he got killed. And then I went on doing more shows on Sator. I went on to Kill a Priest and ended up getting challenged to a debate there with a brother named Rasul. Peace to Rasul. He tried to debate me. It didn't work too well for him. Killer Priest, like, you're debating the champion. Have you ever debated before? Russell was like, no. And you're going to try to debate Tehuti? So we set that up, and he got, didn't work out too well for him either. And so I ended up being on Killer Priest, and this is what led to the Tehuti pod class. Here's how it goes. So when I was on Killer Priest, a whole bunch of students that watched Killer Priest saw me on there, and they started setting up one-on-ones with me. One-on-ones, and it was too much of my time. That's why I have to cancel them now. It was too much of my time. So I said to the whole Killer Priest show and all the people that I was teaching from 1993, there's people in the room right now I've been teaching since 1992, 2008, 1995, and I was just getting bombarded. So I said, you know what? I'm going to set up something different. I'm going to create something different on the internet. It's going to be, what's this called? A podcast. I'm going to set up the Tehuti pod class. So you all call this a podcast, because I'm not familiar with the internet. So I call it a pod class. It's going to be a class that's podded. I still don't even know what pod means, but we're going to call it because I'm in a pod. We're going to call this a pod class, where I'm going to let everybody have access to my gift, and my gift is assimilating and retrieving information and giving it to you back in a movie type form from the side of a magician and a teacher, but from the side of where the secrets are seen. We'll just say that. I'm not coming from just the side of a person looking up things on Wikipedia. I'm coming from the side that has to do certain things within that world because of the magic I've experienced and because of the magic I do for a living. So I know how the neuro-linguistic programming works. I know how the PSYOPs works. I know the magicians that are a part of the PSYOPs programs. I paid over $40,000 to get into certain circles, so I know it from the other side as well. And that is a particular advantage of learning from me, is that I'm going to give you things from the other side as well. So I told everybody, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up a class where you can come to the class and ask questions. You can come into my YouTube channel, but we're going to do something completely different. We're going to set up a reciprocity system. And the reciprocity system is, when you come in the class, I'm going to sit silently like this, and you're going to send in a question. How are you going to send in a question? You're going to send in a question through Cash App and PayPal. Something's never really been done in YouTube before. Usually it's Super Chat, but I said I'm going to set up something completely different. I'm going to change the paradigm here. I'm going to create something where I can control everything. You send the Cash App, boom, I can put it on the screen. YouTube is not getting a portion of it. I'm putting it on the screen. I'm letting you see right then and there as it's going. I can take it off, put it on. YouTube has nothing to do with it. And I'm going to do that. And so I set up a system where you send in support for what it is that I do and the gift that I do, because people were paying me very handsomely, considerably. My one-on-one classes were anywhere from $50 to $200 just to speak with me for an hour and a half. Those who have done it with me continue to do it because they understand what speaking with me is, and that's why I've never asked for $1 for a one-on-one. It's the people sending in $200, $150. I've never said this is the amount. I said what the amount can't be lower than, which at that time was just $20 because it's not worth my time. But people, after they talked to me, they would send me another donation on top of that because of the way I can articulate answers from another side, from the Hika side. So I set up a system called the Pod Class where you can send in your questions, and it goes like this. You send in a Cash App. I'll put the Cash App at the bottom of the screen. The Cash App is Cash App TT Amun. And there's also a PayPal, because I realized that you can actually send in questions that will show up on the screen through the Cash App and through the PayPal. And this is how you support the show. So for example, who's this? This is E-Manifesto sent in $44.44. And I know, and Tehuti, Matt, Ross, Cyrus, and other brothers that go over to other channels, they know as well. Right, Tehuti, Matt, Ross, Cyrus, and right, Tehuti, Kepara, and all the other people that are on the other channels, right, Eric G and everybody. You do not see anybody on the entire internet being sent $44 to answer one question. That is not something that happens in the conscious community. You don't see that taking place. You don't see $43.72 for one question. And that's not for the question, that's for the support and appreciation because they know what it is that I'm about to do with that question. So people who come to these channels understand that what I am doing, when you have people like Kemet sending $127.27, the support is incredible because of the fact of I cannot explain why. After I answer the first question, you will see what it is that I do. And it's a support system. I do not want these numbers to intimidate anybody, meaning that we have people sending in $20. It's not a problem. Stephen Escalar. We have people sending in $10. It is all about the support of what you believe that this and everything is worth that you are part of. If you believe that Doritos are important to you, you will spend $20 on Doritos. If you believe that the Avengers are important, you'll take your family out to see the Avengers and spend easily $60. Well, there's all types of different amounts sent. Even like say Chris Harris, he sent $5 for support. People sometimes just send support. $27. Some people send $10. A Muslim brother named Tamer sent $10. It is just about support for what you feel is important to you. Because we will support everything. We will support breakdancers on the street. We will support cigarettes. We will support Gucci. We will support Nike. We will support Spider-Man, the Avenger, Wolverines. We will support a waiter that brings us food that we already spent $50 on the plates. You took your lady out for a date, spent $50. The waiter brought the food. The chef cooked it. And when the waiter came, you threw another $20 for him for walking 20 feet from the kitchen, 25 feet from the kitchen to your table. And he just said, "Nice tie, sir." And you threw him $20. He did absolutely nothing. We have been doing this for years and years. So what I've introduced to the internet world and to the world itself is support. And you will see answers that you have never gotten before. And the reason why, for the very last thing, the reason why people are supporting in this fashion is because nobody but the person asking the question or supporting knows what that's worth to them. Nobody knows. So if somebody asks you right now, how much would it cost for you to tell them how to walk across the street and go to the third garbage can? You would say nothing. Yo, let me tell you, wait for the stoplight, walk across the street, turn to the left, over there's a set of garbage cans, go there and wait there. You'd say that costs nothing. The person asking the question was told the day before by a millionaire that millionaire is going to bless them. And if you go to Ricardo Street and Fifth Ave and go to the third garbage can, and you look in the third garbage can and lift up the garbage with the maggots, there's $85,000 waiting for you. How much would you pay someone to answer the question now, where is the third garbage can? To you, that's a personal thing. So now that question to you is worth $85,000. So you have no problem giving that person that you're going to ask, listen, this is very important to me and it's going to change my life. I'm going to give you $500 because I appreciate you telling me where that third garbage can is. You don't know why I'm doing it, but only I personally know what this question means to me. And when they get to the third garbage can, boom, they have $85,000, $100,000, and they change their whole family's life. That other person has $500 and says, "You're awesome." And there's reciprocity, and that's how the system flows. And that's how it flowed with Kemet, and that's how it flows here. So with all that understood, we're going to get into, I'm going to check my Gmails right now. We're going to get into the very first question of the Tutti Pod class. Press a 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Because we're going to get into the very first question. Also, I'd like to let people know in the room, there's a brother named STRANGA in the room, a very, very important brother to us at the Tutti Pod class. He is literally one of the top supporters ever. He is a consistent supporter, I believe, every single week, or the second week, but I think it's almost every single week. He's one of the brothers that completely always supports, and he'll send multiple he'll send multiple supports every week. He's so supportive that even when I went on Kill the Priest, I think he threw Kill the Priest $50. He is very, very supportive, And Stranger came up with something very, very, very unique. You may see people in the room with wrenches on, and you know them as moderators. Stranger invented a new word called moderator. Let me move this off the screen, everybody. Moderator. The moderators are a word the Stranger created from the word ma'at, because ma'at is actually where you get the word mod from, which means to be centered or in the middle, from met, which means to be fair or in the middle of something. So he took the word and he made moderator, and these are the moderators. They will guide you through the room. They will help you with the Cash App supports. If you need to know where to send them to, the PayPals, if you need to know where any links of debates, any future events, there's a big event coming up in October that the brothers are going to be talking about. The moderators can guide you. And the moderators are Nani Auset Mur. Let me fix this. Nani Auset Mur, the beautiful, the wonderful Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Shout out to you all. These are the moderators again. Thanks to Stranger, the namer of the moderators. Peace and love. Okay, let's get started, everybody. So press the 9 again, of course, if you can hear me, because we're going to get started with the most unique channel on the internet. The only channel where there's no screaming, there's no yelling, there's no slandering, there's no videos about anybody. Only the knowledge that's taught. There's no videos about anybody's sex life. There's no videos about anybody's mother. There's no videos about who's a pedophile. There's no videos about who's exposed. There's no videos about anything that has nothing to do with Ma'at. This is the channel that is based on the frequency of Ma'at. There is too much information to catch up on, too much matrices to break for me to be making videos about such and such exposed, such and such is gay, such and such is da 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 da. There is too much information, and my frequency is not of such. It's only of the information. So you will not see any name calling here. You will not hear any cursing here. You will not hear any slander here. If I mention, let's say, Jabari, it's strictly about the debate and information, not about his wife, not about he has bald hair. If I mention Unc West, if I mention any of them, JJ or any of the people, it's just about the information that's being taught. So I hardly can actually mention the person. I mention the information, and I teach. The beautiful thing about the pod class is I created a system where you all control this. It's the hardest it's the hardest environment ever to be in, because I do not come with any chosen lecture for you. You send the question in, and then I create a mini documentary for you, customized mini documentary for you, and the rest of the class feeds off of it. That's the hardest thing for a teacher to do. That means no matter what you ask on information, whether I'm interested in it or not, I have a particular gift that blocks out my interest in it, and it just gives you the breaking of the matrix. You control it. So nobody can ask in the pod class, what's this information going to do for us? What's this going to do, Tehuti? Ask the person that asked the question. Don't ask me. That question is not my question. That question is the person that asked. Ask them what that third garbage can does for them. Let us begin, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. We're about to get started, restarted. And let me go and see the donations that have been given so far. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I see a couple in already. Wonderful, wonderful. I see Sarah. I see Bella, Unc, Netta Unc. I see Nito Campbell. I see a lot of them. I'm going to announce these at the in the next break, because after I do this first answers to the question, there will be most definitely more support and donations, especially when the new people or even the older people see what we're about to break down. So here we go, and the way that I break it down, you will appreciate it. I hope more than you appreciate the waiter or the break dancer or anyone else that you've tipped along the way. You'll appreciate this mind-blowing answer. This is Sata, all the way from Kemet, shipped in. All the way from Kemet. This is Sata. His family's over there. This is Sata. This is the actual species of cobra that's in the Per Emharu. There's a particular species that's in the Purim Haru with the two striped lines on the head, and it's called the Sata. It's the oldest word on the planet for having an out-of-body experience, and walking out of the body was called the Sata. And it was shown as a serpent with two legs, symbolic of raising up. The word for raising was Renunet and Araret, or Arar, which meant to raise, which was also the original name for the step pyramid. And it represented raising and resurrecting, echoing yourself out of the body and leaving the old body behind like a serpent. So this was the cobra that was able to stand up, but it doesn't have to flare out. This cobra actually flares out while it's low to the ground, and when it stands up in cobra position, it's not a threatening position. It's just looking around. So these particular cobras do that all the time, and I don't have to be afraid that they're going to strike, because when they're angry, they flare up and they stay low to the ground, whereas other cobras from India flare up and go like this, and that's when you know, not a good thing. It's not good. It's not going to work out right for you. So this is Sata right here, the Kemetic cobra, the Yor Sata. And then on my hat, representing Neith, where is she? I don't know where she is. She may have walked to the other side. Where are you? Where are you? Did she climb off? I don't even see her or feel her anymore. You didn't climb off, did you? Let me see. Oh, you went to the top. Did you? Is this you? Is this you? There you are. Okay, there she is. Charlotte, I don't know where she's gone to the back. Okay, no problem. She's in the back. She'll pop up, but she represents quantum string theory, the webbing, interweaving, keeping things together with energy forces you can't see, because the original definition of the word knit was unified force. It was from the word knit, which is actually the name of the highest female mother deity of the Nibiru. She was called Nit, or Nit. And she was the weaver. So they took that and they made the English word knit, which means the weaver. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get started with the Tehuti pod class. And here we go. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the new person, TB Cowboy. Shout out to you. Been hard to find you. Peace to you, good brother. I don't know why it's been hard to find me, but I'm here every Friday from 6:30 to 6:30 or 7 all the way till 2 in the morning every single Friday. Shout out to you. Shout out to Hero Hancock came in the room. Never petty, that's right. Shout out to Master K. Absence of Ma'at is Isfet. That's right, Master K. Hotep the Sobek the Elder. Shout out to you. Is Primordial here? And I thought I saw Ka of Antu in here, but then I didn't see these names like disappear. I know I saw Anu in here, but shout out to Ka of Antu. If you're in here, shout out to you. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, person 9. Again, if you can hear me, we're about to get started with the first question. Here we go. Are you ready? Let me get some agawa. Please, some water. Can you hear me, everybody? Press 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get started. I see some other new names in here. Universal Mind. Let me give a shout out to Universal Mind. I like that name very much. It's one of the main things that I teach on, because the universe is mind and the all is mental. Shout out to Universal Mind. Shout out to Nefer Kepera, aka Catalina Mencia. For some reason, I would have to say her last name. Okay, there she is. There's Ka of Antu, and there you are. Hey, there's Stephanie L. Another new name I haven't seen. Peace and love to you, Stephanie L. Santa says peace. What's up? Okay, here we go. We're about to get started, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're about to get into it. Big Vapes. What's going on, my good brother? Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? You are welcome, Universal Mind. You are welcome. And Shannon here. I hope CAITLYN is here, because I have a movie for her. I hope CAITLYN is here. I have a movie because she was a special guest, first time comer, and came and gave 2 donations. I have a movie for her. Is CAITLYN in the house? Is CAITLYN here? Let me go check the questions in the pod class and see which question is going to be first. Which question is first here? Let me see what we got. Donation from the Sator. Ugh. Oof. Ooh. Is CAITLYN here? Is CAITLYN watching? Is CAITLYN here? All right, everybody. You know what we're gonna do? Let's get right into the Sator square, shall we? Stranger, are you here? I don't see CAITLYN, but stranger, are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Okay, let's get right into the Sator. This is ooh, oh my goodness. Who's even heard of that? The Sator square? Probably maybe Jody. I don't know. Who's heard of this? Who can send a question in? Who can send a question like this in to your so-called Kemetic teacher and get any kind of answer? What is this? Let me go ahead and put the question on the screen, everybody, because this is the Tehuti podcast where, what do the people say on the other channels? I don't duck no smoke. I don't really talk like that, but I'll say I don't duck no questions. Let me go ahead and put this on and share with you my gift to be able to answer a question that's literally, I've never heard this question in my life before. And I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen, everybody. Stranger, I have not. That's right. Most people have not. Maybe Jody, maybe a couple of people that maybe a few people have heard of such a thing, but so rare. The Sator square. Here we go. First time I saw, here's the person that asked the question and gave the big donation. I think it was like $40. Here it is. Let me go ahead and read Stranger's question and get into it. First time I saw the Sator square was scratched on a bathroom wall in Hell's Kitchen. What is that? What is that? You went into Hell's Kitchen and saw this magical square. That is very interesting, good brother. And that's the first time you saw it scratched on a wall. All right. Shout out to everybody. Wiggy1 just came in. Shout out to you. All right, everybody. Let me go ahead and put the question in the room. Here we go. Jody put the Sator square is and I you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask everybody in the room first, and then I'm going to give my answer. Let me see so Jody says, magical charm used to cure sickness, avert disaster, and protect against evil spirits. All right. That's a TV show. What's a TV show? What is anybody ever heard of the Sator square? Let me go ahead and put it in the room, everybody. Here we go. First question of the Tehuti pod class, where you can send in the most random, whatever passes your consciousness. I will give you the secrets on it. So here we go. Get ready, everybody. Let the mini documentary begin. There it is, right there. So first of all, shout out to Stranger, the namer of the moderators. And let me go ahead and just give him some horns for that. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. You deserve a big round of applause. Let me clap it up for you. 40. $41.50 sent in from Stranger, the namer of the moderators. He says, Peace, SABA. Peace, SABA. What was the meaning of the Sator square? And what were its true origins? Wow. $41.50 sent in from Stranger Sandoval. Shout out to you, Stranger Sandoval. Stranger, the name of the moderator. Peace to you. You are awesome and excellent, a great supporter. And has anybody even heard of this before? Anybody heard of this? The Sator square. Look at this. What kind of question you can send in here? All the brothers, the Kemetic brothers, can you send this question in to the other Kemetic teachers and say, hey, what's the Sator square? They'll say, get out of here with that pseudo. So, peace, Saba. What was the meaning of the Sator square and what were its true origins? I like that question because true origins are definitely what we're going to focus on here with this question, because the origins they gave you of the Sator square are not the true ones. When you look up Sator square, they do not give you the true one, they give you the psyops. Here on the Tehuti podcast, find out. what the Sator square is. Atef says never heard of it. Nefer Kaparat says, aka Carolina says never heard of it. Wiggy Wan says never heard of it. Eric G says never heard of it. And he did it MMA. All right. That's the beauty of coming to the Tehuti Pod class, is that even if you don't donate for a question, you're going to be in for a ride to get information that you've never heard of before and benefit from it. So while I'm teaching the question, anytime between or at the end, if you appreciate what it is that you heard, send in your support what it is we do here at the Tehuti Pod class at Cash App TT Amun or PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm actually going to have this playing at the bottom right there and move this, because you should ask questions and seek ma'at. Ask questions, seek ma'at. Are you all ready? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. We're about to get into the first question. I'm going to go ahead and put Sata. Sata, you're going to go over here so I can have my hands free. My hands free to answer these questions. Okay, Sata? What is this on the screen? Something's jumped on the screen. All right, Mr. Sata, you're just going to take a little rest, relaxation until I come back. It's panel time. And I'll say peace to the crowd. Say peace to the crowd, the Kemetic Cobra. Let me go ahead and put this over here. Let me put this down here. Okay, Sata, you're going to go there just for a moment. Just for a moment. Move your little tail. Your long, pointy tail. Go there. Wonderful. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to do one thing. 1 moment. Okay, you should be able to hear me, but you may not be able to see me. You should be able to hear me, but you may not be able to see me. Let me fix one thing here, and so that there'll be absolutely no interruptions. Let me go put this over here. Sata, you're there, you're good, you're okay, you're wonderful. Okay, move that there. Okay, Sata, you're there, you're good, you're in. Now, move this over here. I'm going to start the beautiful pod class first question. You are in and secure. I'll move that there just like that. Perfect. Let's get into it, Sata. Let's get back into the Tehuti pod class. You are fine. Everybody's safe. And let's get into it. Okay, here we go. Okay, can all see me? Everything is good? Wonderful, everybody. Let's get into the Tehuti pod class. A beautiful night. It's going to be great. We're going to get right into the question here. For those who just stepped into the room, again, the question is from Stranger Sandoval, sent $41.50. Peace, SABA. What is the meaning of the Sator square, quote unquote, and what were its true origins? Wonderful question. And here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get right into this answer. What an interesting question. Let's see what I can do for a question that I've never been asked before in my entire life. Never been asked this before in my entire life. Let's see. Hey! The Sator square. The Sator square. Where's my okay, I'll find my object later. The Sator square. What is its origins? Is even this influenced by the Netiru, the followers of Ma'at, thousands of years ago? How many have even heard of this? How will Tehuti answer this? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the only class platform on earth where you can send in any question and a mini documentary is customized for you with revealed unheard of secrets from the magician's understanding of the inner circles of how the matrix truly works, combined with hundreds of factual source references that feel gut-wrenching, mind-blowing, and freeing. Let us begin. Well, here it is, everybody, the Sator square. There it is. I'll let you gaze on that for a moment. What is this strange thing? The language looks different. What is this thing? What are we looking at right here? Let me go into the screen room a second just to make sure everybody is good and can see. Okay, good. Here it is. All right, ready? Here we go. All right, perfect. Here it is. What is this Sator square? Anybody know? They are even located on church walls. Stranger Sandoval said he saw it in Hell's Kitchen, scratched into, I don't know if it's the bathroom or the kitchen, but he saw it in Hell's Kitchen in New York. What is this? Okay, now, here we are. We're in Maggiolino de Marci. Today is the Church of Santa Lucia. And in the side of the wall, we see, boom, what is this doing on a church? What are these words? What's happening right here? What is this? The Sator square. Stranger Sandoval can see it and know he has faith that he can come ask Tehuti about it, and he'll get what he's never heard of before. Here we go. And here is how it is logged in the museum. So when you go look this up, here it is, the Sator square. So you'll see it's actually the words itself that actually form a square. The words itself form a square, the Sator square. In this magical square, the words read the same backwards, frontwards, horizontally, and vertically. It was used for protection and was for overcoming danger and difficulties. The words are in Latin, and the earliest examples are from the 1st century Pompeii. It was often scratched on the walls of houses or written out on paper as a charm by cunning folk for their clients. The exact meaning of the words is uncertain, but it's probably something like, Creator, to whom I appeal for help, controls all our endeavors and all the changes of fortune that befall us. It was a coded magical message found amongst Romans, Italians, which are the same people, and the earliest in Pompeii. Now, the commune of Pompeii near Naples in Campania, region of Italy, 62 AD. This is being told to the world it was a Christian-originated emblem, code, writing. The problem is, there are no recorded groups of Christians in 62 AD, especially promoting a magical coded squares. There was no Bible, there was no Gospels, no churches for a Jesus. The oldest gospel or any mention on this earth of a quote-unquote Jesus was between 66 and 110 AD. So when Tehuti says, once again, another power attributed to European Christianity was really the influence of the Netter in Pompeii, the skeptics say, Tehuti, you are always saying the followers of Ma'at influenced the entire world. Well, the beauty is that my gift is to reveal the psyops and have researchable history and archaeology and the Netter on my side. Let's look back at Pompeii and see if it was Christianity that was being practiced. So they say this is Christians that are pushing this in pre-62. So not really 62 AD, but before that. 1st century and before 62 AD, that it was Christians pushing this Sator square. Let's go back to Pompeii and see. So here we are, we're in Pompeii right now. Beautiful. Let's look at this church. What's this right here? Here is one of the religious buildings in Pompeii during the time. Very, very pretty. Let's see what it is here. Beautiful. Beautiful Pompeii Temple Church. Let's see. Let me take you inside. Let's look for the Jesus that the adherers of the Sator Square worship. Let's take a look inside. This is in the area of where the Sator Squares were found, and we see this building right here. Let's see if this is Christian base. And let's see if these Christians that are in this building were the promoters of the Sator Square in pre-62 AD. Here we are. We're inside of it now. Beautiful, beautiful. What's this? We're inside of the temple walls on the other side here, on the inside. Let's go ahead here. Italica Romana. Here we are. And inside here, this is Mary. Who's this Mary? Blessed Mother Mary. There she is. Okay, I guess Blessed Mother Mary in the Pompeii Temple. Wait, that's not Mary. That's not Mary in the Pompeii Temple. What is that in her hand? Is that Mary? What is that? Hey, what's this in her hand? That is the shesh Auset, the instrument that represents the rapid sound movements of Isis Auset made in the field bushes looking for a star. So in Kemet, they made this move, this shesh Auset, which made a sound of brushel bushes making noises, rapid movements to represent the speed and the movement of Auset moving, looking for her husband's body. This is called the shesh Auset. What is this doing in the Pompeii religious temples at the time? Supposed to be Christians here. What's this? Rapid sound movements called the shesh Auset, or the shesh, made in the fields. The sound she made in the field and the brushes, looking for a star. What is that doing in Pompeii? Here it is, the shesh that they will tell you today is called the sistrum. The sistrum is called a shesh, and it means what? To move rapidly, to hasten, very rapidly, quickly, to represent the speed of Auset moving hastily, frantically through the bushes in the drama of her looking for her dead husband, moving very rapidly. This is Auset's tool, the shesh, Auset. Boom. What is that on the head of the statue of the woman in the Pompeii Temple? What's that? What is this right here? Look where my mouse is moving. Look how this slopes down and goes over here and cuts off straight here. What's this on the top of her head? Is this the Virgin Mother Mary that the Christians were promoting, the Sator Square were promoting? Is this her? Well, boom. This is the serpent wren of Auset. Again, so we have the shesh Auset, sistrum of Auset. Now we have the serpent wren of Auset, the child raiser, as taught by the followers of Ma'at. It was called Renunet, which meant to raise the child or to raise up. Renunet, are also called the Arar, and feminized Araret. The Greeks started calling it the Ureus. What is this doing in Pompeii at the time of the Sator Square? What's going on? Here's the Renunet M symbol, Renunet, right there. So the people of Pompeii, where the oldest quote-unquote Sator Square was found, were Christians, right? They had their own unique independent way of life, which had absolutely nothing to do with Ma'at. Nothing to do with plagiarism, right? Oh, what's this on the side of the temple walls in Italy, Pompeii? Here is the temple. Let's look at the side of the walls. What in the world? What's this? Huh? What's that on the Pompeii temple? What's that? What is that? Medunetter. Medunetter, nice. That's such a beautiful Italian Christian language, isn't it? It's good that the Italians came up with Medunetter. It's good that they worship Jesus in Medunetter. What a beautiful language to have in the middle of this Italian area that where the Sator Square is found all over the place. And all of a sudden, on the side of the religious temples, they have the sistrum shesh Auset. They have the Ararat, or called the Aureus in Greek. And then on the side of the beautiful religious temple, they have full Medunetter. In Italy. Nice. Remember the date of the oldest Sator Square, right before 62 AD? Guess what the date of this Pompeii temple is, and the name of it. Remember the date of the oldest Sator Square, right before 62 AD? Guess what the date of this? Guess what the date of this Pompeii temple is, and the name of it. Okay, let me cut to the chase and break the matrix. Are you ready? What's the temple called? The Temple of Isis in Pompeii. Yeah. The Temple of Isis is a Roman temple dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Isis. This small and almost intact temple was one of the first discoveries during the excavation of Pompeii in 1764. Its role as a Hellenized Egyptian temple and a Roman colony was fully confirmed with the inscription detailed by Francisco La Vega on July 20th. 1765. Original painting and sculpture can be seen in the Museo Archeologico. In Naples, the site itself remains on the Via del Tempio di Iside. In the aftermath of the temple's discovery, many well-known artists and illustrators swarmed to this site. The preservation of Pompeian Temple is actually the second structure. The original building, built during the reign of Augustus, was damaged in the early earthquake in 62 AD. That's when it was damaged, in 62 AD. Does that date sound familiar, anybody? Previously to this, in 54 BC, in 30 BC, the Roman Senate had issued proclamations demanding that the cult of Auset and her temples be demolished. It is reported that there were no volunteers to undertake this process and that the cult only grew in popularity from this point. So much so that the Temple of Isis was one of the only buildings to be fully rebuilt after the earthquake at the time in 79 AD eruption in Vesuvius. So there were some Romans that came in. I broke this down in the Cleopatra class. That some were still fully worshippers of Kemet, of Ma'at, and some of them wanted to completely be separated, and they wanted the cult of Isis to be destroyed. They didn't want any parts of Cleopatra's reign or any of the Ptolemies. They wanted their own independency, and they ordered it to be destroyed. And there was, imagine that, the Roman government orders something to be destroyed, and not one patriotic Roman says, "I'll help you do it." Nobody helped, and it stayed there. It stayed. They couldn't even get it done with volunteers. So here it is, everybody. The Temple of Isis, Pompeii. This website has been designed to inform the viewers about the Temple of Isis located in Pompeii. As a group, we hope our viewers enjoy and gain some insightful information about Isis, her cult, and the temple that was dedicated to her in Pompeii. Boom. The psyops broken. It was not Christianity that was prevalent in 54 AD, where these oldest Sator squares were rampant in Pompeii, but the worship of Auset and her symbolism. That's what was going on in Pompeii at the time and before. Now let's go on. Auset was the netter of protection, physically and through the consciousness, due to her role in birth, in protection of Heru, the physical, and Asar's Ka, the mental, spiritual. Consciousness, here are her symbols. This is Sapti. Sapti is another terminology for the star that represents Auset. It's the Auset star, and it's Sapti, and it means preparation, rebirth. It is the five-pointed star with the Tehutian triangle that I explained, the 36, 36, 72 triangle, and that is the Sapti star right here, five-pointed star. So it's called the Sapti. Then you have, so the Sapti represented protection. It was the protection star that every year the Kemetians knew on the Nile Valley, when this particular star appeared, the Nile would flood. Heru would be reborn. Kemet would be protected once again. Anyhow this weather changes, Kemet would befall destruction. Anyhow this weather stays the same, Kemet is renewed and protected again. So the symbol of the Sapti star represented Auset's protection of Heru in the physical form, and Auset's protection of her husband, Asar, in the spiritual world. It was a protection symbol, and it represented the protection of the farmers that they knew that they'd be able to continue Kemet, or Tamare. Then you have the Sa protection of Auset. This is the Sa. Sa is the word that means sun, and it's a word that also means protection. And it is to bind something, to protect. There's the Sa right there. Does it look familiar at all, anybody? We'll get to that in a moment. Okay? Make note of these. Make note of these. They will come up again shortly. You know the answers in the Tehuti podcast are built off suspense, like you're watching your favorite movie. So make note of these. These two are going to pop up in a little bit. Here we go. Wonderful. Protection symbols. Here is the world's oldest Sator square found in Pompeii, in the home of a foreign man in Rome as a soldier named PPP, the government program, but PPP, Publius Pacius Proculus. PPP. Here it is. This is the oldest known Sator square found. There it is right there. And there he is. There's the brother Publius Pacius Procleus. Looks like a young Lawrence Fishburne, but there he is. There he is right there. And how do you know he's foreign to Rome, Tehuti? How do you know? Why are you saying he's foreign? Well, he's holding something in his hand. If you look in his hand, he's holding something. What is that thing he's holding? He's holding some type of document. Well, this is Roman citizenship papers that you received after 25 years of service. The brother still looks young, though. He looks about 25. 25 years of service. The brother's still looking young, still looks young. So the oldest Sator square on the planet came into Pompeii again from outside culture, then eventually adapted by the people. They will tell you, when you look him up, that he was a Christian using magical spells of protection. But wait, chat, audience, you have Christian friends, right? Family? When was the last time you heard of them, or your pastor, or Martin Luther King, using magical spells of protection? Any of your Christian friends, when you go over to their house, they're sitting in a dark room with candles or something, using magical spells of protection? Is that what they do at Sunday school? Is that what they do at the church? No. When a Christian needs protection, what do they do, family? Let me come in the room. Let me interact with you. When a Christian needs protection, what does a Christian do? What does a Christian do? When a Christian needs protection, what does a Christian do? Go ahead and type it in the room. What does a Christian do? When a Christian needs protection, what does a Christian do? Very simple. You see mom and grandma doing it all the time. What does a Christian do? Pray. That's right. Harass did for ye culture. That's right. Big vapes. They pray. They pray to Jesus. They pray to Jesus. That's what they do. They pray to Jesus. So they don't go in a room and do any type of spells. That's nowhere in the Bible. If they're doing that, they're not Christian. Okay, if you know any people doing that, that's not Christian behavior. They're adding and combining things to Christianity, but there's nowhere in the Bible where anybody's working spells. You're actually not allowed to do that as a Christian. You're only allowed to call upon the power of God. You're allowed to pray to Jesus, God through Jesus. You don't go and lighting candles and start doing puzzles and riddles and Ouija boards and different things. That is not a Christian behavior. And that's why we don't have Christian friends. We have some new agers that call themselves a Christian, but when you ask them, where's that practice in the Bible? They can't show you because they're merging something that's not Christian. So Christians don't use Sator squares. As a matter of fact, go grab a Sator square and bring it to a church and see what happens. You go in your church communion on communion day or in Sunday school, bring a Sator square there and start looking at it and moving it around and see what pastor does for you. All right, so Christians don't use Sator squares. What does it say? I like your scholarship, Tehuti, more than Jabari. Thank you, TV Cowboy. I appreciate that. We like what we like, and I appreciate that. I don't do what Jabari does, and Jabari doesn't do what I do. So thank you for that. I'm a teacher of questions that are sent in to me. So this is not something that Jabari or anybody can even do. That's why they don't do it. That's why every time you go and see one of them, it's about talking about somebody else. This person debunked, this person exposed, but not actually questions sent in. If you actually take any of these Kemetic teachers and put them to be riddled with questions, you'll see. But so thank you very much. Appreciate that. Keep learning here, the Tutsi Pod class. We're all about the information, and I wish for those brothers to I wish for them to come over to facts and truth and information so that we can build a team. I'm already building my team, but I wish they would come and build. But you know. All right, let's continue, everybody. Here we go. So Sator squares are not used by Christians. You're not allowed, you can't even bring a Sator square into a church. That's when we know this is not a Christian. This is not Christian thing. Okay. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go back. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Let's go back to present. So Christians pray when they look for help. They don't grab Sator squares. Imagine that. Imagine that. The book of John, verse 25, verse 2 says, "Grab ye your Sator square and seek knowledge in Apara, Sator, Ratos." Okay, here we go. All right, let me go ahead and do the screen share. Boom. And I'm actually going to come off the screen for just a moment, but the screen should still be sharing. Okay, if you can hear me, press a 9. I'm going to share the screen, but I'm not going to be on the screen. But here we go. Can everybody see that? So he had something in his hand, and it is, you can come right in. He had Roman magical citizenship. Papers that you receive after 25 years. You can come right in. This is the game here. To be in. Okay. Now open it. Open it now? Go ahead. There you go. Boom. All right. So, excellent. Wonderful. Then they eventually adopted it by the people. They will tell you when you look it up as Christians. We know Christians don't use Sator squares. We know Christians pray to Jesus. They pray. That's what Christians do. They don't use magical emblems that are not in the Bible. Oh, by the way, here is the protection goddess, Auset, Sobtet, the 5-pointed star, which represents farming, agriculture, and preparation workings, and food, crop, and the crop it provides. Okay, here it is right here. Let me come back to the screen for a moment. Okay, I'm there. And here we go, back here. Okay, boom. And here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here's the ancient Sopti symbol. This goes back. This one goes back 600 BC. And it's called the relief of Soptet, and it's in limestone. And there you can clearly see the 5-pointed star right there, which represents Soptet. And what does Soptet mean? Soptet, it means to be ready, prepare. And it also means a woman with child, because it's talking about the preparation that the farmers do for the seasonal preparation for the harvesting and the rain coming down. And also on the other side, because Soptet is Auset, it's the woman goddess with child, which is Auset. And it also is provisions with food, storing of daily food, because that's exactly what the season brings. That's the reason why the farmers are even working to provide provisions of daily food that can only come if the Soptet star goes overhead with the vernal heliacal equinox rising, and has to disappear for the sacred number 70. 70 days it disappears, and then when it reappears, boom, it's the vernal heliacal equinox rising, where it rises simultaneously with the sun itself, and then the 3 stars of Sahu that the Europeans call Orion. And then it begins to rain. Boom, there's Sopti. So now we'll break this down for the first time in history, giving the ancient followers of Ma'at that influenced the world their just due. What is in the Sator square box? Let me go to the chat for just a moment. I'm going to go, for those who have any idea what the Sator square box is, what is inside of it? What's the sentence it says that applies to anything? What's the actual sentence that applies to a culture? Side by side the sentence with an applicable culture, then it means something with that culture. And let anybody in here tell me, what does it say in the Sator square box that specifically applies to a culture of the people, of why they would even write such a thing? This is where the big predicament comes in with the breakdown of the Sator square, because they try to make sense of what's in it by rearranging the words to make it be Christian. They got to take the words and rearrange it into a cross and try to solve this riddle. But there's actual words that say something that specifically describe a very obvious, non-magical thing. Let us go into the Sator Square, and for the first time in history, you're going to hear at 9:01 p.m. Pacific time, July 28th, 2003, on the Tehuti podcast, you're about to hear for the first time in your life the explanation, translation of the Sator Square and its connection to the temple of Pompeii of Isis. It directly ties in to the temple of Pompeii of Isis, of what all the people were observing, and the Sabti, and what's on the square directly describes that. This is the first time we're gonna hear this Sator Square with its Kemetic origins. I hope you all appreciate it. Here we go. Break this down let's make history today. This is the first time this is not broken down that I've ever seen anywhere. I open up the room always. If anybody's ever heard the Sator Square broken down with Kemetic origins that actually specifically describe the culture, put the link of the teacher in the room and I'll go visit their website or visit their room. So now I'll break down for the first time in history, giving the ancient followers of Ma'at that influenced the world their just due, because we know that Pompeii was an area of the cult of Isis, so the people there were acknowledging and studying Sabti, Auset, a ruined child, the Asar story. So how does the square that they would have plan to all this? Let's take a look. Here it is right here. Here's the wall. Again, and what does it say? It says Rotas, Apara, Tenet, Arepo, Satar. What is all that? Let's look at it. Here it is. Latin is the store, the planter, the farmer. Arepo, that holds or controls the working or takes care of the rotation cycles. Does it make sense now? Is it not clear as day? The planter farmer, we'll get to Arepo in a moment, but the planter farmer that holds the work and takes care of the rotas, from rotation, the rotas, the cycles. This was a farming chant brought in. This is about the whole cult of Auset. This is about the Sabti, the cycle of Sabti, continuously in rotation, going around, bringing the farmer the ability to be the planter so he can take care of and do his workings as a farmer based on the cycles of the season. Boom, a dedication to the workings of agriculture to produce food crops, corn, in a seasonal cycle. Wait, there's a word, Arepo. That doesn't seem to have any meaning. Here is where the coding begins. It is actually a word that is already there. It's just in reverse. Arepo. Say Arepo in reverse. What is Arepo in reverse? Because the word is actually already there, but it's there twice for some interesting reason. But one way it's put forward and one way it's put backwards. What is Arepo in reverse, everybody? Let me go to the chat and see. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are understanding the cult of Isis, which was really brought in as the Romans continuing their worship of Auset Sabti and the farmer star and the rotational cycle that the Sabti star goes through to bring cultivation and preparation to the land, which was the whole story of Auset. So what is Arepo spelled backwards? Oh, there we go. Opera. You heard of that word before, everybody? Opera. Opera. Everybody heard of that word? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Opera, very interesting, right? Very interesting. Welcome. Here we go, everybody. This is the first that you're part of history right now. There is no other channel. There is no book. There is nothing right now that I've ever seen or heard of where the Sator Square is giving its attribution to its explanation and connection to the temple that's right there and the worship of Auset that's literally right there where the Sator Squares are. It matches the whole story of Auset. So what is it in reverse? Opera. Bing, 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 bing. Wonderful, people. Wonderful. It is opera, right? Opera. Yes, it's opera. Already there in the Sator Square. Here it is. Yeah, I have it here more clearly now. Sator, repo. Say that backwards. Go down where it begins again, and there is opera, which is our repo. But see, things reverse and begin with the word tenant. It starts over again in reverse. Sator, arepo, tenant. Then it reverses opera, rotas, which is just satar the other way around. It just reverses the words, the same sentence. It's the same words. Here it is, everybody. The first code to the inert goddess, the first code to the entered or netert goddess, Auset, in the temple of Isis of Pompeii, the agriculture protective nectar of crops and what? Corn. Remember Sapti, Auset, her star, the symbol, the 5-pointed star? Let's look at that definition again. Let's take a look at it again. So here is their Sapti. Here's the Sapti of Pompeii. Here is, which is Auset stolen, right? Here it is, and it means be ready, prepared. That's what the farmer must do. Goddess with child, of course, fertility, because that's Sapti. Auset was most known for the bearer of the child, Heru. And then here it is, rations, provisions, daily food, stores with food. That's Sapti, right? Let me show you the full definition of opera that no one on earth has ever told you. Do you think you know what it means? Let me go in the room and see. We've all used opera before, right? We've all talked about Phantom of the Opera. We've all talked about going to see the opera or the opera show. We've all talked about opera, right? What does opera mean? Anybody know? Type it in the room. What does opera mean? We've all used the word. Anybody ever told you what it means? What does the word opera mean? Anybody? Type it in the room. Don't go look it up. Say what you know offhand. What does the word opera mean? We've all used the word. The Phantom of the Opera. That's one of the first things that comes to mind, right? By the way, the word phantom comes from the word ba. Okay, well, that's another class. All right. So what does opera mean? So somebody put opera means play. Okay, cool. Play. There's probably some people looking it up right now. Opera means drama. Where's the team at? Where's everybody? Where's Mancora? Where's Scribe? Where's everybody? Where are the brothers? Where's Primordial? What does opera mean, everybody? Anybody knows? You can type I don't know. It's okay. Soul. Okay. There we go. Somebody put I have no idea. Nice. Very nice. Zero idea. Okay, good. A style of a song. Who's that? Nap Pro. Style of a song. Okay, good. Theater. Okay, theater. Okay, good. This is good. So we have theater. We have drama, play, singing, theater. Enjoy. No, I'm not sure. Okay. Phantom, we said a lot of answers here. I don't know, Saba. Wonderful. Guess what everybody just did? They did the psyops. They told me what the opera is, not what the word opera means. You do see opera in a theater. Opera does have drama in it. There is a thing called Phantom of the Opera. Opera is a musical show. All these things are. There is singing in the opera. But what does the word opera actually mean? Welcome to Tootsie Paw class. Watch this. Grab your seatbelts, get your pen and your pad, because this this is where the matrix will shake you. Here we go. What does it mean? And does opera have a gender? Opera doesn't have a gender, does it, everybody? Does opera, all the words that you put, are those gender words? Is opera one of the genders? I'm opera gender. What is opera? Is opera male or female? They say it means singing. It's theater. I see here they play. But opera doesn't have a gender, does it, everybody? The word opera itself, is that a man? Is it a woman? Is it a child? It's not even a person, is it? So opera itself shouldn't have a gender. But it does. Let me show how deep this matrix goes and how much they took from the followers of Ma'at to create the society and the magical world that you live in right now, created by the architect. Does opera have a gender? Let's look, everybody. Here it is. Opera. Hey, a drama song. That's what it is, right? Drama song composition, music. Whoa, work. Hey, opera means work, effort. It's a feminine singular, huh? Opera is feminine. Why would opera be feminine? It means to work. Feminine. It's from op, to work. Hey, what's this? Food. Corn? Oh yeah, yeah. You all knew that, right? We knew that opera means corn, right? Opera means food. It's feminine. It means to work, and it's corn. Boom! The feminine principles over the working of corn. You now know what opera means for the first time in your life, and I'm not done. The opera is not over until the. Finish the sentence for me. The opera is not over until the. It's not over. It ain't over until the. The opera is not over until the. Until the what? When is the opera over? Anybody know? Until the fat lady sings. Ooh, what is that, everybody? What's that? Until the netter sings. So the fat lady sings. That's what you know about opera. Tebow put, so the fat lady sings. Why do you know that about opera? Anybody here been to an opera and seen a fat lady singing? Raise your hand if you went the last time you went to an opera and the show ended with some big fat lady coming out. Ah, show's over. Have you seen that? But you know that in the psyop. You don't know what opera means. It is feminine. Then it's associated with a lady. The fat lady singing, then it's over. And it means corn. Food provisions. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I hope you all are truly appreciating this and supporting this. I know you've never seen this before. You can take this and literally teach your friends, and you can. What I'm doing is I'm showing you how to take any scenario and start a conversation to lead it back into Ma'at Kemet consciousness and change whatever room you're in. That's what I did. Anywhere I went, you could mention a topic. I could literally walk into a room with a bunch of Italian people, and they did the opera, and then I could take that. Hey, Vinny, you know what opera means? Vinny, what's opera mean? Hey, Freddie, what's opera mean? I don't know, man. Oh, opera means food provisions, corn. Well, what do you mean? Hey, look it up in the dictionary. Here it is. Food provisions, corn. It's feminine. It's feminine. Hey, look, it's on this square called the Sator square. What's going on here, Vinny? It's feminine, because Auset is feminine. It's not over yet. Not till the fat lady sings. No, you know that though. That's programmed in your mind. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Yes, Auset, the goddess of abundant flood, the Sapti, for the farmers. Also the microcosm and the macrocosm for abundant milk for Heru. She is the holy cow, and that is why you see Amenhotep II drinking from the milk of the cow goddess in 1427, 1401. Not that he actually got under a cow and was drinking, but it represented the great mother, the holy cow Auset, who was full of milk, always providing sustenance for the baby. The clouds in the sky, full of rain for Kemet, full water coming down. Oh, you thought you knew what fat lady meant, didn't you? What does fat lady mean? Anybody know what fat lady meant in the Matrix? They didn't tell you, did they? Fat.
to abound in water and milk. Source also from Greek, to gush forth. Did you all know that? Who here knew that? You all knew that, right? That's what your Kemetic priest teacher. That's what you learn on the drama channels, right? The word fat wasn't even what you thought it meant. Fat. And the lady, which is feminine because opera is the feminine word, Auset was the feminine goddess of what? The Softy star, which brought in what? The abundance of flooding in. She represented the cow that gave what? The breast milk of the mother that gave abundant breast milk to the baby. Heru. So that's fat in your own dictionary means to abound in water. Milk. Fat. To gush forth. Hope you all are supporting the Tehuti podcast. It doesn't matter if you supported before. It doesn't matter if you gave large before, small before, but support with consistency. Why? Because I believe I teach with consistency. I don't teach low classes, high classes, one consistent, explosive classes every single week. If you appreciate what it is that you're getting here, if this is just normal to you, normal information, then please be honest with me and type in the room. This is normal information that I got on last week's show on YouTube. This is something that is just, all the teachers are teaching this. This is common. We knew that fat meant abundance. We knew that fat tied into the opera. The fat lady singing the opera is on the Sator square and it represents Auset, the cult of Auset with the breast giving milk, and the Softy star, the 5-pointed star represents the vernal helicule rising, which happens about once a year, which rains abundantly, and that's why that's the beginning and the end of the cycle. That's when the fat lady sing. You all knew that. You all knew that. But if you didn't know that and you appreciate it, please help support. This is what I do, and it's what will keep me here. If not, just type in the room. We get this everywhere else. But then when you type that, I'm going to just request the link and the timestamp of who taught this before the Tehuti podcast. If not, please appreciate me as you appreciate the waiter that walked 25 feet to give you the greasy steak. That didn't do too good for your heart, but you tipped him $20. Here it is, everybody. The fat, abound and to abound in water and milk. Here it is. Boom. Auset, abound with milk, the goddess of the abundance flood. There is Auset giving milk to the baby. There's the motherhood symbol of Auset give with her breast out, giving milk to the baby. That's the abundant milk. And here's the abundant water, the 5-pointed star that comes about after it disappears for 70 days of silence and comes about with the vernal helicule equinox rising, resurrecting Ararat with the sun and the 3 stars of the Sahu. And then boom, it floods with abundance of water. That was our culture. That was the farmer's culture, the agricultural culture. The 5-pointed star of Sirius to mark the farming. Oh, don't forget about the so-called Christian man who is utilizing agricultural magic that used the square. Remember him, PPP? Not the other PPP. Remember him, PPP? Pablios, Pachios, Procolos. Remember him? He's where the oldest Sator square was found. Don't forget about him. Guess what else archaeologists found in his home that he was using for protection? Bible verses? Because he was a Christian? No. Prayers to Jesus? No. Guess what else they found? Boom. 5-pointed stars. The original symbol of Softy, the 5-pointed star. There it is right there. That is it right there. That's what they found in this Christian's home, right? Because that's what your Christians have in their house, right? That's what you see when you go to church, when you go to the Martin Luther King church, when you go to the Episcopal church. You see the 5-pointed stars on the wall, right? So you have the Sator square of the farmer, the 5-pointed star, also of the Softy, the farmer. He had the opera. He had the whole sentence describing the farmer. Everything, boom. 5-pointed star perfectly matching the theme. Does your Christian mother have this in her bedroom? Anybody raise their hand if your Christian mother has 2 5-pointed stars carved in the wall in her bedroom as a good loyal Christian? No, because this is not Christianity. No. This is not Christianity. Christianity doesn't have this. No. No. That's Auset. That's Auset. That is Sapti. All right. That's the farmer's goddess, the agricultural goddess. This is the Sa symbol of protection I mentioned earlier. Remember I said this will come up again? Because Auset Marie was the goddess of rain and harvesting and agriculture. This was the Sa symbol of protection of Marie, who had, without so-called sex, making her a virgin meaning that she didn't have sex, not a virgin as in her and Asar never had sex before, but the virgin concept came about that it was an unpenetrated birth. No penis penetrated the vagina, so it's created the concept of the virgin birth. Guess what the plagiarizers created? Virgin? Oh, hey, Virgo. September 22nd. Who's that? It's a woman with crops, wheat, and crops in her hand. Virgo. From Virgin. Very nice. Virgo is the house of bread. It's the constellation, the Virgo, hence, you say that in Hebrew. How do you say house of bread? Bethlehem, house of bread. Bethlehem, house of bread. Where was Jesus born? Bethlehem, house of bread. The Virgo star system, house of bread. You'll find a virgin, the constellation Virgo. Virgo is always depicted as holding either a sheaf of wheat or an ear of corn. She represents harvest time. Of course she does. The sun moves through the zodiac on its yearly journey. It eventually passes the house of bread and moves to the next house. The sun moves out of the constellation Virgo. The eternal virgin figuratively gives birth to the sun as the sun passes out of Virgo to Virgin. Hey, there you go. What month is that again? When does the fat lady? When does it end? What's that month called? What's that month called right there? What's that month called? It ends when? Nothing to do with Sapti, right? No, it's September. Big coincidence. You know, this is how it works. The world is a big coincidence. You know, September, Sapti. The goddess of seven. What does September mean? It means seven. The ending of the month of harvest. The Virgin. Virgo. Yay! Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We are breaking the matrix. I hope you all enjoy this. Support if you believe it's supportable. There you go, everybody. There's Sapti. It continues on, and it's all about the farming and agricultural. Because Sept, where they get the word Sept, September from, Septu is rations, provision, daily food, the goddess with child, the virgin birth, where the farmers have to get ready and prepare the Septi, the Septu, and that becomes the Virgo, which ends in September, which is Sapti, which is the virgin birth. There's the symbol of Sapti, there's the Sa symbol of protection right there. Hey, guess what the symbol that made the Virgo virgin in Bethlehem? Mary Auset, protection, harvesting of agriculture. Guess what the symbol of Virgo is? Is it a letter M with what's that thing, right? What's this? What's going on here? What's that right there? That's interesting, man. What's that? Looks like a letter M with something else. That has nothing to do with that. Not at all. It's all one big coincidence. Tri-incident. Quadruple-incident. Quincident. Hexin. How many incidents are there? Coincident is just two, right? So 3 would be a tri-incident, and then the quadro incident, and then the quinto incident, hexa incident. Except how many incidents before we realize that this is stolen and put together, and that these followers that were in Pompeii, that were writing these Sator squares, were worshiping Auset with the Sa symbol, with the 5-pointed star symbol, with the agricultural labeling that is in those letters, with the M that stands for Mary, because the letter M came from the meta word. The letter M and letter N came from the same word, which is noon. What is noon? Noon is the waters that come down from the rain. If you take the noon, you'll see its waves. If you cut the waves one way, it's the letter M. If you cut the waves the other way, it's the letter N, which is noon, which creates M for waters, which became the Hebrew number 40. M is 40, right? How many days did it rain again? In the Bible, it rained a little bit of rain, a little bit of rain. Here is that symbol right there, which is the Sa symbol that evoluted into the Jesus symbol, into your so-called fish symbol, and then into the Vesica Pisces symbol, and that's another class. But guess what else the archaeologists found on the walls of Pabilos, Pakios, Prokolos in Pompeii, being used for protection? Uh-oh. 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 That's your there he is, the same place they found the Sator square. The same man had the 5-pointed star. He had the Sator square of agricultural, dedicated to Auset, the agricultural goddess, and there he has the Sa symbol right there. That symbol is this same thing right here, and that thing comes from Auset. Right there, the cult of Auset that comes on that right there, and it is protection. And that's when I asked, what is the Sator square? One of the first things Jody and some people said, I think just Jody said, it's a square of protection. Yes, it is. This is the word protection right there. That's the symbol that was found on the man's wall right there. How come he didn't have any Bible verses? How come on this man's wall he didn't have any, I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, and the Lord does now protect me, and no evil can tempt me, and I have the weapon. Where's the book of Psalms in this man's house? How come I don't see any writings from any Bible? Why am I seeing all these symbols that predate Christianity? Guess who is found on the walls of Pompeii again? You want to know who else is found on the walls? Uh-oh. Pompeii mosaic, Alexander the Great mosaic. Alexander the Great discovered in the house of found Pompeii, Italy. They have images of Alexander the Great. Uh-oh. Alexander the Great, how interesting, how interesting. Did he know anything about Kemet? I don't know. Boom. Well, his name was Kemet, whom the racists would prefer for you to call Alexander the Great. The Great of the Alexander, his name was Kemet. That's what he called himself, and Alexandros Septepenra. There's his name right there. That's what he wrote his name as. His name is Alexandros Septepenra. There is his name in the Shen. The Europeans call the cartouche, and there is the Septepenra. And there is the A, that's the R that the Greeks turned into an L. That's R-ek, which would be Al-ek, sa, that's the tie, the sa, Alec, and there's the N that they got the meme from Mary and the water. There's the letter M right there. There's the letter N, it's the water symbol. Alec, sa, and that's the D, the ra, sa. Alexandros Septepenra. There is his name right there. Oh man, on the walls of the house of Pompeii, they have Alexander's image right there. Alexander was a Kemetic follower of Ma'at to the best of his known ability. His name was Kemet. There's his name again in the Shen. There it is, Kemet, the guardian of Egypt, all about protection, named after his spiritual African Kemetic father. Who is Alexander the Great, Kemet's Kemetic father? That he said with his father. What did he say? Who they're calling Nektambu, which is Ka, Neket, guess what else? Kuyu, Maket, Heka, Waj, Wur, Shenu, and Aten, strong one who protects Egypt. He's the protector of Egypt, passed down to his spiritual son, who becomes Kemet, the protector, guardian of Egypt, who was on the walls of Pompeii, right there with who he worshipped, which was Isis, the whole cult, the whole religion and way of Ma'at, all throughout the areas of the Sator Square. I haven't seen Christianity yet. No Christianity yet. No. I don't see it yet. Well, if we take a close look at the Sator square, now that I've completely eliminated the psyop that it derives from Christians, I will show you something else secretly coded that is from the cyclical Kepara, you know, the cycles of the flood, the cyclical Kepara, you know, the rotas, the rotation of the cycles of the seasons, the cycle of the flood, and all of nature. Look close. Do you see it? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at it. Now it's very clear. What do we see here? Something's coded here that represents the cycles of nature. What is that? Well, some of the lines, no matter which way you read it, they're spelled the exact same way in each direction. Look again. Rotas, Sator, but that's not the exact same way. But if we go over here, it echoes itself. Sator is over here, but over here it reflects like it would in a mirror. Rotas, Sator, then Rotas, then Sator, Arepo, Apara. But that's not the code I'm talking about. The code I'm talking about is some of the lines, no matter which way you read them, are actually spelled the exact same way. Let's forget about going across and going up and down. That's obvious. Let's go diagonally. RPNPR. Let's do it the other way. RPNER. That is the exact reflection of itself going this way or that way, meaning no matter what circular direction you go in, it is the same. RPNPR. RPN. PR, SRN, RS, SRN, RS, SRN, RS. Do you see that, everybody? It's the exact same way, crisscrossing diagonally. That is the exact same word. No matter if you started from the bottom of the word, it starts with an R and ends with an R. From here, it starts with an R, ends with an R. From over here, it starts with an S. CERN, res, CERN, res. What is going on right here? Well, I said if we take a closer look at the Sator square, now that I've completely eliminated the psyops that this derives from Christians, I will show you something else that is secretly coded, that is from the cyclical Kepara cycle of the now flood and all of nature. And what is that? That is, even when you go in these directions, go one over. A. Go down here. A. Let's go over here. O. No matter what direction you go here, over here. O. No matter where you go, this way or that way, it is circular, ever continuing. It goes from one end, and the beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. What did Brother Day say? Live to die, and I die to live again. 360 degrees. Comprehend. A man gets stronger till he's man no longer. Unearthly presence makes time seem shorter. This is the cycle of the Sator square. What is this called, though? What do they teach us? This is called a palindrome. It's called a palindrome today. Why would a so-called Christian man have this agricultural word dedicated to the Kemetic goddess coded like this? Because he's not Christian. Palindrome. Here we go. Let's look at palindrome. Let's learn many things new, as we always do in the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. A word or a line that reads the same backwards or forward. 1620. From Greek, palindromos. A reoccurrence, literally a running back. Second element is dromos, running. Dromedary. First palin, again. From quilly, from quell. I can get into that if somebody sends in a question, because that word Kemet is actually circle, but that's a whole nother thing. Revolve, move around. See that? How do you say revolution? Is it Kepara? Is it the cycle of the earth rotating around the sun? So you keep seeing the Sapi square revolving, moving around, coming back, going back again. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. Going back, coming back again. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. We have English words like, well, like this, but it's supposed to be English. What are these words? Palindrome word bank. Mom. So you look at mom, it goes one way. MOM, MOM. Eve, EVE, EVE. Level I, tenant, noon, race car, dad. Radar, kayak, stats, rudder. It doesn't matter which way you go. They're called palindromes. Wait, did you see that? There's a word on that list, supposedly in the language that we've seen somewhere before. Did you catch that? It's from this right here. Uh-oh. We have a word bank with palindromes, and in there, in English, is a word that's on the ancient Sator square. That goes back and forth. It is the palindrome. T-E-N-E-T. T-E-N-E-T. Oh, here it is up here again. T-E-N-E-T. But that's over here in the English palindrome word bank. What's it doing on the Sator square? Of Pablios, Pakios, Krokolos. It is the only word that forms the perfect cross in the whole Sator square. It forms a cross in the middle. The only word separated perfectly that has the word 10 in it and consists of exactly 10 letters. And this is because, you know what? I'm going to stop right there. I was just about to overdose and blow the entire internet away. I'm going to stop here. If you want a part 2, if you want to know more, send your request to Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. I'm going to end there. I am done. There's your Sator square right now. The rest is going to shut the whole room down, but I'm not going to do the rest because I've over-answered the question. I was about to go into overdrive mode, but I'm going to hold that. Peace and love, everybody. That is my answer to your Sator square. I'm going to check the room to see what everybody thought of that answer, if they got that answer from their teacher, if they heard anything new. Let me go ahead and check. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. And let me see what everybody thought of that. 100 people in the room. Let's see what everybody thought of that. Woo! We got Eric G putting up fire. We got Bless. We got Stranger, who's the one that asked the question, putting up fire. Hey, Stranger, is that when you go look up? Don't worry, everybody. You don't have to send support to the Tutti podcast. Just type in Google, what is the Sator square, and see if you get all that. And wait if anybody wants a part 2. Part 2, it was too much. While I was putting it together, I was like, I'm done. I'm finished. This is more than anybody's ever taught of this on the planet. And why am I going to go into the speed of light? I'm going to start breaking down the Sator square and the speed of light. Let's just leave it alone for right now. No need to get into all of that. If you all want it, please support. And you can send in the question or request for part 2 of the Sator square breakdown, which is ridiculous. It gets crazier. You can send in the Cash App, TT Amun, or you can support and say, I want part 2 of the Sator square. PayPal at Rocky SV. But I am done with that. Let me go and check the chat. Team, jump in the room. I'm going to take my break for a moment. Please support the Tutti podcast. If you believe that any of that information helped you at all, if it was interesting, if you believe it took me anything over half an hour to put all that together, please send in your support to the Tutti podcast. If you believe and know that you cannot right now, there's other YouTube channels open right now. If you can go right now and send that same question in to the YouTube channels that are open right now, just randomly going, boom, what's the Sator square? And even if they say they'll get back to you next week, see if you get any kind of answer like that. If you appreciate it, please support at PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. If you can't type it, the scribe put together a beautiful whatever this circle is called. whatever that is called. You can actually scan your phone, take a picture of it, and you can send exactly. Some people say, I didn't type it right. How do you type in the TTM moon? Is it capitalized? You can actually scan your phone, and when you scan your phone, you take a picture of it, it goes directly to the Cash App. You don't have to worry about typing anything. We've made it easier for you. This is about ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. I'm here to represent the Netter. I'm here to represent as the last teacher of it, to represent that knowledge and information that was taken that's not attributed to the way of life. Not just the knowledge, but an actual way of life that was taken. Not Kemet. Not Kemet. The creators of Kemet. The followers of Ma'at that were so advanced they could create a Kemet. As I said before, Kemet didn't create anything. Kemet is sand, mud, a river, some plants. It took some extreme consciousness to turn that land area into what you see as a functioning, beautiful civilization, the only spiritual civilization on the planet that ever lasted 5,000 years. That was created by us, the followers of Ma'at, not Kemet. We created Kemet. Get that clear and understand that. You are the Netter. Are the Netter real? Absolutely. You are the Netter. And you can create anything. And everybody in the world knew it, whether they were in Kemet or in Pompeii. They knew where to go to get the knowledge. All right, where's the team jumping in the room? Did I put the link in the room? Did I? Let me put it in again. Where is everybody? Where's the team? Team should be ready to jump in because I have to step away for a moment and relieve and throw water and everything so I can come back in with the next question. And here we go. I think this is the third person that said this. I thought I was throwing Saba a curveball. He ate it and spit out a scroll. I love it, though. I love it. Some people send me questions. They're like, who can answer this? What's the Sator square? Who in Kemet is teaching about a Sator square? Who in the world has ever linked the Sator square to the temple of Isis, Auset, and Sapti, and the culture of Ma'at? What book is that? Put the book or the link or the chat or the video or the documentary. Put that in the room so I can go and bind with them. Hey, Primordial, you ever heard the Sator square broken down?
I've never even heard about the Sator square at all. I never even knew that existed.
There you
go. Phenomenal, Saba. Phenomenal. And shouts out to Stranger because he does come out of nowhere with some great questions that I didn't even know about. So to that, Saba. We appreciate you.
Okay. Oh, where is Scribe? Where is the team? Is anybody in the room? Where's Scribe? Is he here? I don't see him. I haven't seen him all night. All right. So I'm gonna step away, but the thing is that when I step away, only Scribe can let people in. So I always wait for Scribe to come in so that if he sees the others come in, he can let them in. What's up, my good brother Menku Ara? How are you doing, good brother? I think he's frozen or something. You're on mute if you're talking, or you're frozen, or something is. I only see part of your body, and you're just in one position. Now you're looking up. I don't know what's going on. That's fact. Says we're lucky to be here. Katasi said speechless. That's fact. Said amen. Matt, daughter of Ray, put fire. Tebow put fire and some other things.
Some of that opera breakdown was crazy. That opera breakdown, just whole coup has expanded with the whole opera breakdown.
Oh my goodness!
All the way down to corn.
It's not over till the fat lady sings. It's not over. It's not over. Ooh, Stranger says that was a fantastic breakdown. I'm thoroughly satisfied. Okay, I'm going to step away for a moment. I want everybody to know, before I step away, I don't see the rest of the team. I don't see everybody. Where's everybody? Okay, everybody, please support at Cash App, TT PayPal at Rocky SV. Oh, Atef, where's Atef? Where's the team? That's very strange. I know Hati is away right now, but where's Atef and where is Scribe? All right, so Cash App, TT PayPal at Rocky SV. There is Atef. Where's Atef and where is Scribe? All right, there's Atef right there. All right, everybody, I'm going to step away. I want everybody to know, and I want to say this to everybody. Oh, put on mute there, Tef. There's Tef right there. Step away. I think he's on mute. Okay, good. Tef, I'll take you off from mute in a moment. I think something's going on with your computer. All right, everybody, I'm glad you all appreciate it. I want everybody to know. Please support the Tehuti podcast on a consistent basis. I was actually going to put together consistent donators for the month of July, and I actually saw some names missing that this whole month passed by, and certain names are actually at zero, and I didn't even notice it. And I wanted to let everybody know that I know, and this is very, very important to everybody, please. What makes me who I am is I pretend, as you all tell me, that I'm the only one doing this. I believe you, and I pretend that I am. I actually work for you as if I'm the only one doing this. There's any. Okay, everybody here. So I do this as if I'm the only one, meaning that I don't depend on any other teacher to teach you all on Friday. I don't depend on it. I know that on Friday, I have to blow you away every single Friday and take it over the top, every single one, as if nobody's going to come in and save me, because nobody's going to come in and save me. I can't press a button and Jabari or Shaka jumps in and, welcome to the podcast. Let me take over from here. Nobody can save me. It's only me doing this. So I ask everybody, because I didn't even make the top supporters. I'm going to do it next week because July is actually not over. But when I was going over the consistent donators, I saw a whole month and certain people's names aren't even on it. And I'm like, they must be depending on the others. Maybe some people see other people donating and they're saying, hey, well, if this person donates, I don't have to this month. But if Tehuti actually did that, imagine Tehuti came to the podcast and said, hey, I blew you away last month and last week. So this week when I come to the podcast, I'm going to talk about Skip Wilson and Smith. I'm going to talk about going to the club. And I'm just going to sit here like this. Why? Because, hey, last week I blew you away and took you over the top. And the week before I did. So you know what? For the rest of the month, I'm just going to be in the podcast like this. Because I blew you away last week. So if you're a supporter and donator, please don't think like that. Please don't think, hey, I gave this big donation this week or a week ago or whatever. But Tehuti's going to teach me the same way, so I should be just as consistent and at least give something to support the Tehuti podcast each week. There should be no reason why I'm looking at the list of supporters and it's zero for the whole month for certain people, but they're in here learning. Please support the Tehuti podcast. I pretend that I'm the only one until I see another, and therefore I'm going to blow you away each week, whether you support or not. I'm going to take you to the highest level, and I'm never going to say, last week I blew you away, so this week I'm doing nothing. In September, I blew you away with the Shakespeare. So you know what? This podcast, I'm just going to give one answer questions. No, I'm blowing you away each week. You're consistent. I'm consistent. Please be consistent back. I don't care if it's a large donation, small donation, but there should be no reason why each week, especially the serious brothers and sisters that are here, are not supporting each week when I'm teaching each week. I just wanted to say that. You all talk amongst yourselves and talk about the class. This was the blowout thing that I just did. And the other answer that I have, the part 2, was so explosive that I said, I'm not even going to do this. It's too much. I started looking back at what all the other teachers do. And I said, why am I going to go into all of this other stuff? I answered the Sator question half an hour ago. Let me let me let them wait for a minute. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Please support each week because I'm here each week. Peace.
Hey, that's facts because I've been on certain channels to where people send in super chats, and I've heard the host be like, "Hey, oh, the chat went too fast. I thank you for everybody who sent the super chat. Sorry, I couldn't get to everybody on the super chat." And then it's a lot of people whose questions I've seen who never gotten asked, who get skipped over, and but Saba always show everybody love and respect. He always puts everybody Cash App on the screen. He always makes sure he gets, he puts some noise out for them. So that is gratitude. I've seen a lot of people skip over that before, and they collect a lot of money.
That's a fact. Like, subscribe, and comment. How's my sound, brother?
You got a little bit of an echo, sound like you're in a church, but it's still good to go.
I was at the temple, brother. I was at the Auset temple, brother. You know where we
it's
be
clear
at.
now. It's real.
Like,
good
subscribe,
now.
and comment. That's a fact. What's going on, Bejan Farah? How you doing, good brother? You at work?
Check my eye. Peace, Atef. Peace, primordial thought. Man, cool. Peace and love. Peace and love.
I know you got to hit and go. You got some words you want to share. What did you think about that breakdown?
I wasn't able to get to the breakdown to listen because I had just clocked in for work. So I had to just, do my grind before I came on. So I got a few minutes, well, I should say a few seconds, just to speak a little bit.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I just want to say peace and love. Henu to all of y'all. Sharika, Ahati, peace and love to y'all, man. Ani, peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace to you too, my good brother.
And peace to Saba, if you're listening. Peace.
He listening.
Yeah, it's good to see y'all. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you too, good brother.
Yeah, man. Can't wait to get out of here, bro. I'll tell you that much. like you said, Atef, I'm stuck in the matrix right now.
Yeah, but our teacher's the break of the matrix, so.
Yeah. Facts.
Hotep.
I'm stuck in the 9 to 5 matrix.
Hotep, brother.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of us in that matrix, but our teacher's the break of the matrix. So you just keep on learning, keep on supporting, and it will happen for you, my brother, just like it's happening for all of us. So Hotep to you, good brother, and continue with that beautiful energy that you always bring forth.
Likewise, bro. Likewise. Yeah, man. I'm kind of upset that I can't make it to the all meetup in October. If anything, I would have definitely came, man. Definitely, just to see our faces, just to be around y'all aura, man. For real.
It's a beautiful thing, brother. It's gonna be it's gonna be annual. So we building a nation here. So it's gonna be the first of many celebrations. Nice. Saba has a lot of announcements that he said he's gonna be making. So just keep that energy, good brother, and it'll happen for you, good brother. It definitely will.
Absolutely.
So Hotep Ma'at to everybody. Like, subscribe, and comment. Y'all heard our teacher, man. Y'all show some love, man. Proud to pay, right? Y'all support everything else. Y'all support the lie. We've been supporting the lie all this time. Just be honest with yourself. Just be honest and just look at the definition of Ma'at. The scales balance exactly. And how much of the truth do we support versus the lie? Because a lot of us are still supporting the Isfet because that's how deep this matrix is. My brother say he's working a 9 to 5, but his desire is to truly get out of that matrix. So he's not alone in that. So if you really appreciate what is brought forth every single week consistently, then you will be like me and you will be proud to pay. So no matter what, my card got hacked last week and I was out of town. And I just thought in my mind, because I knew that it was going to be an issue, but it wasn't because I didn't give that energy. And I support regardless because I'm proud to pay. And you should too if you support Ma'at. So like, subscribe, and comment. And come join us, teachingsofma'at.org. I know y'all not getting this information nowhere. Primordial, I don't even waste my time, good brother. I don't have time to, I just don't, man, because it's what that brother say is levels to this. It is absolutely levels to this, and what SABA brings forth consistently every single week, it is unmatched. It's absolutely no comparison. There is no other teacher out there teaching like that. And all you brothers that's in the chat, sneak learning, we know what's going on. We see you. Who dropped off? SABA dropped off?
SABA dropped off, yeah.
SABA dropped off. SABA got that 4K going on too. I like that. It's super clear. That HD. That's what I'm talking about, man. Listen. Peace to you, Minku. Peace, Primordial Thought. Peace to the great General Hati, my Hinu to you, my good brother. Send you positive hecker out there, doing what you do. Peace, Minku. You got some words?
Oh man, I'm just excited to be here. Lots going on. SABA being SABA and giving excellent teachings. So yeah, we building. It's an exciting time, and I'm excited to be here, brother.
Not to cut you brothers off, man, but I got to get back to work now. So I'll come back on when the StreamYard is live again.
Peace and love to you, brother.
Peace and love, brother. Be safe out there.
Peace and love, Primordial. Peace and love, man.
Yes, sir.
Hotep, 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 and me. Peace and love, y'all.
Hotep, peace.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Hey, Tef, I was thinking about you today, man, when I was at work. There's something that, like you always say, I just clocked out this matrix, or, you got to go to the matrix. And I realized that, every time you said that thought kind of came to mind today. And I was like, man, it's interesting what the matrix does to your coup when you're at work. And then when you take a break from that and you dive into the studies, it's like your coup wakes up, and then you feel like this sense of freedom, almost like you tapping into your gift that's within you. And then you almost like after you pop out of that and dive back into the matrix, it's almost like this sleeping spell in a way, man. It's almost like this distraction. And then you just find yourself like in and out of the matrix, like just constantly. And one thing that does for me is that when you get that little micro dose of like freedom, you tap into, like I'm talking about you and your studies and you doing your thing, that starts to become addicting, and the matrix starts to become a little more depressing. And I don't know, I was just kind of in that thought process today, man, and it all sparked from, that saying you always say, man, like, look, man, we in this matrix, like, I'm clocked in and everything. So I just want to say, sometimes people say certain words and other people may look at it as just a small thing.
Yes, Saba, we can hear you.
Yes, Saba, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure what that was. Okay, I'll keep going, everybody. I'm having a little bit of difficulties. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say, Tua to you, Tef, because sometimes people can say certain words, and it may seem small to others, but some words to me stick out, and you kind of expand my consciousness just by saying small things like that, man. And it does great things for me. It brings this awareness, and it just motivates me to strive every single day to tap into that freedom. Like Saba's living freedom right now. Like his day may be busy, but his day is consistently busy of something that he loves to do. And I'm trying to reach that level. And to me, that's everything. So I just want to say, Hinu to you for that, Atef, man. I appreciate some of the words you say, man.
Two out for that, brother. And I'm gonna tell you where I got it from. I got it from my good brother Ani, because I used to say things like I can't wait for this, and I listen to my good brother, and I look forward to. And also just to let you know what that is, my good brother, it's that the knowledge is nourishing, my brother. And that's what it is. It's nourishing, and that it's fed, that chaos energy is detrimental to is detrimental to us. So I totally agree with you. This knowledge and this wisdom, it wakes me up. And I always say I don't know what's going on because I know that I'm learning, because I have to unlearn and relearn. And I don't know what's going on, but people are constantly giving me praise and props everywhere I go. And I always give that adoration to my teacher because I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to learn, and being around you brothers and being in this energy and beginning to understand what my art is and what it's doing for me, my brother. It's transforming me. And that's why I say I really don't know what's going on, because it's happening. And I wasn't looking for this. I wasn't looking for it. I didn't know it was called my art. I just knew that I just was tired of the lies and the isfet. I just knew that. I didn't know it was called isfet. I was just tired of the lies. How many lies do you have to tell before someone call you a liar? Christopher Columbus a lie. Every holiday we celebrate is a lie. Everything they teach us is a lie. Everything, but yet we accept what they say as the truth. So when SABA is breaking this matrix and giving us this knowledge and this wisdom, it's nourishing for our soul, my brother, quote unquote. It is very, very nourishing because we've been fed a nutrient deficient diet for our whole life. So they told me today, when they was like, is he always hyped like this? Yes, because I'm looking forward to this 8-hour class, 7-hour class, and I'm still trying, because I was traveling earlier, so I'm still like, my body is exhausted, and I was sitting there dozing in and out. I gotta run it back. I'm thankful for the YouTube, and I'm screen recording on my other computer. But this is the thing about it, is that it is necessary. Like, our teacher is necessary. So if we're not supporting, you are cheating yourself. It don't even make no sense at this point. It really doesn't. I was telling the brothers, I was walking in the airport and somebody called me a YouTuber. I was like, a YouTuber? I'm not no YouTuber. What? And I was like, what are you talking about? And then she was like, yeah, you. And I said, no, I'm not. And she said, yes, you are. And I started laughing. And then I was like, it clicked, teachersofmyart.org. And she gave me her phone and I typed it in. Brother, I was walking in the airport in Dallas, right? And everywhere I go, people are giving me adoration and praises, and I don't know what's going on. I went from the hated to the greatest in my family. It is absolutely, it's magical. And it's beautiful because I have nothing to do but attribute it to my teacher. It's a fact. We have the best teacher, period. It is a fact. You know it. My brother Ani know it. Everybody in the chat that is showing reciprocity and that is appreciative of it, they know it. And them those characters out there, they know it too. But what is it in them that won't allow them to admit it? Right? What is it in them that won't allow them to admit the truth? I don't understand it, brother, but I'm gonna let you brothers talk, because I'll go on and on. But Hinu to my teacher, Hinu to my good brother Ani, Hinu to you Minku, and definitely Hinu to the great General Hatima At, and Hinu to you Primordial Thought, and everybody in the chat that appreciates the truth, because you're right, it is a responsibility that we have to unlearn and relearn. And I tell people, man, they taught us what to think, not how to think. So when you said that, we're learning how to be free thinkers, man, and question everything. So to you for those beautiful words, Primordial Thought, and I appreciate that. But I definitely attribute that to my good brother, Scribe, Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. So with that, I'm going to let that good brother speak, because I know he has some beautiful tones. And that's what it's about, brother. It's about us, celebrating each other, and that's what it is, my good brother. So Hotep Ma'at, peace and love.
Microphone check. How do I sound, good brothers?
Oh, you sound excellent, my brother.
Excellent. I need to bring that order back.
Excellent.
The scales are tipping.
Yes.
In the course of Allah, Moonshot Tehuti is rock. Tehuti is this is the top bulldoze.
Yes, that's a fact, my brother.
Yes, Tua, peace and love, great brothers. It's always great to see you wonderful brothers on the panel. Yeah, definitely looking forward to us uniting again and to meet you for the first time in person, Primordial. That's going to be wonderful and beautiful. So shout out to everyone. Peace and love to all the great supporters. We have some wonderful, the greatest supporters on YouTube. So Tua for you all for making that happen under the name of Ma'at and the Tehuti Pod class. So there are plenty of you who are most definitely representing. There should be more, and there will be more. Especially those who really truly appreciate what the great SABA Tehuti is doing. It does take a certain vision to see really what he's doing. So those of you who do have that Ma'ah, which means to see, can truly recognize what the great SABA Tehuti is doing. So continue to show your support to the great SABA. All the links are in the bio for those watching live. For those who are watching on the playback, just hit that link in the bio and send in some love to our great SABA. Yeah, I wasn't very familiar with the Sator square myself. So yeah, definitely shout out to Stranger, like you said, Primordial, who always brings some fire questions in. So shout out to you, great brother Stranger, for that and bringing that forth and showing that it connects, of course, to the Sa of protection, the V17 glyph of Sa, and any teaching really on Auset, because she's so imbued into all of the religions, because she has so many different names and titles and what she represents. It's just phenomenal for the great SABA to continuously bring her back to the forefront and showing where they really get all this from and the consciousness of Ma'at. So fantastic, great SABA Tehuti. That was beautiful, and I love how you just you flawlessly just bring this fire information as if it's something normal. Once you do something consistently, we start to kind of get used to it, like it's just a normal thing. But as I always say, this is not normal, like what the great SABA does consistently, and it is not easy. And we bring this forth once a week, and we alternate here on the teachings of Ma'at and the great SABA Tehuti. Like you said, there's no one coming into, hey, we can't, hey, Atef, I need you to take in for me this week. SABA can't do that. Support our great SABA, because what it takes for him to bring our presentations consistently is, it's unmatched. No one is doing that consistently for over a year, almost 2 years. So peace and love to everyone. And I look forward to the wonderful questions that you all are going to ask, that you may think that you know the answer to. I promise you that whatever you send in to the great SABA, you'll learn something that you never heard before. So no question can be asked too much. So if you have a question, send it in. So peace and love, and welcome back to the great SABA Tehuti.
Hey, thank you. That was beautiful, everyone. That is a beautiful. I'm glad you all appreciate me, but it's us. So I'm glad you all appreciate what it is that I'm doing, because what it is that I'm doing is Scribe, you said it's like flawless and easy. Yes, that's what the movie looks like after 2 years. Yep. By the time you watch the Avengers, you find out that they were on the set for 4 years, and you're like, 4 years? The movie was only an hour and a half. Yeah. It was perfect. It was an awesome movie. And the guys on the set are like, oh my God, take 52. it's it's
Yeah, and
a
you,
lot
you
of work.
look at the behind the scenes. You see wires everywhere, green screens, people wearing masks, and it's like, oh, and you see the final product. It's all pretty.
Yes,
we about to ask Saba how to build a spaceship. Saba, next question: how to build a spaceship?
Oh my goodness, a Merkaba. Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get into the donations here. Whiz through some of these and get into the next crazy. You know what? I think the next question is about Auset too. It's about Venus. It's from CAITLYN. CAITLYN sent in a question. She said, do I know any? She said, do I know anything about any connection between Venus and Egypt or something like that?
Oh, man.
Venus, that's one of the questions. I hope CAITLYN's here. Shout out to Shannon and CAITLYN. All right, let's get into this, everybody. We are starting off the Tehuti podcast with I don't even know this person. Shout out to you, bro. Another name. What is this donation here? I'm going to get all this in the screen. Wait a minute. Dominique Moreno. On Shashat. Oh my goodness, look at this. Okay, I'm going to fit this. Okay, I'm going to break it up into two parts. I'm going to put one part on the screen. I'm going to read the rest because it's so long that it doesn't fit into the screen. So shout out to Dominique Marino. You all make some noise for him. It's going to go on the screen in just a moment. One from, what is it? 28th? One from 28th.
Saba, we see your background and then some of your actual background on the two sides of you.
Oh, let me see something. Let me fix that. Let me see. I see about 50 snake tanks. Let me see something. It's a new camera. It's wide. It's like
it's
broad
nice.
Screen.
It's nice. It's super clear. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's 4K. I was watching some something came on and I didn't know what it was talking about and it was some kind of fast video, those fast videos that are on TikTok, and the guy said, "Is this 4K?" I don't know what he was talking about, and I said, "4K? Is that a?" And then I found out 4K. I was talking to Primordial. He was laughing. He was like, "Man, you know all this information, but you don't know any common." And so I said to one of my goddesses, I said, "Okay, get the 4K." Get the 4K. That's the best thing they can see me on the podcast. Get that. I don't know what that even is, but get that. And I had 920, and then I went and got 1080p, and then I heard there was something better, 4K, and I said, okay, let me get that. And got it for basically free. Pretty good. 4K, yeah. Is this 4K? I don't know what that means, but somebody's screaming, "This is 4K?" I was like, "Is this real life?" I don't know. But anyways, let me is the screen showing? It doesn't matter. I don't care if you all see the 50 snake tanks behind me. That's fine. That's all it is. The whole, and each side of me is I'm in between an alley of reptile tanks. About 20 of them on each side. So, okay, here we go, everybody. Shout out to this brother right here. Beautiful Dominique Marino. I've never heard of this name. Shout out to you, good brother, Dominique Marino. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Give him some noise, and I'm gonna read I'm gonna read it because it doesn't all fit inside of the It doesn't fit. So give him some big noise. $70. First donation from the Tehuti Pod class. $70. Give him some noise, please. Okay, and it says, the donation says, I'll read it all in full. It says, peace and blessings. I'm honored to listen and examine what you present. With so much clarity, I've long ago given up searching for those channels that claim no real teachings. This sounds like a Primordial. The one question I currently have, sir, and it sounds like XA too. I currently have, sir, is what is the significance of Sheshet? Yes, Sheshet depicted on some temples to be hammering stakes for a cord of rope with another netter. And while so, as you've shown before, Sheshet elsewhere is also depicted as a tree of life lotus. Do these plants have a unique connection with Sheshet or merely two incidents? Okay. Beautiful, beautiful question. I'm going to tell the brother, let me take it off the screen share. For the brother Marino, wherever you may be, shout out to you. First of all, peace and love. Wonderful question. I'm going to put my email in there. I want you to do me a favor, if you can. There's many different depictions of Sheshet. If you can, please email me the one particular one you're speaking of. Email me that one. I don't want to answer something that looks similar and it's not the exact one. So if you can, brother, email me just a picture of the specific one you're talking about, and I'll go ahead and break it down for you. Thank you for the beautiful question. No, thank you. That was that was beautiful. That sounded like a Sherry Cock question. Thank you, my good brother. And $70. I believe that's his first donation. I do not remember. I do not remember that name ever.
I've seen him in the chat before.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Let me go ahead and put this put just a question into the save. Okay, beautiful question, my brother. And let me go ahead and save up. We'll call this 1A. 1A from 28. 1A from 28. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Let's move on to the next one. The next donation to the Tehuti pod class to support the movement is from Harassed for Ye Culture, otherwise known as the wonderful Sari Jean. And she gave $15.55. She also gave another donation that actually equaled $20. So go ahead and give her some noise for this one here, because it's another one right after this. So go ahead and give her some noise.
We don't see the screen sharing.
Oh, you don't see it. Thank you. Let me go and present this. Harassed for Ye Culture. It should be on the screen now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful support. $15. Ooh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And she followed right behind it. She followed right behind it with 444. 4 being great. Do you all see that one? Is that showing?
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's 2 donations right there, about $20 altogether. Thank you very much for being great. Thank you. And thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. All right, next donation to the Tehuti pod class is the one and only Bella, dedicated supporter, $56.40 for being the best. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it is.
For being the best magician there is. Shout out to you. For being the best magician there is. $56.40. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful Bella. Well, that's what the name actually means, but thank you. Appreciate the great, great support and all the things that you do that are unseen. Okay, shout out to you, and shout out to Netzer Unk Hotep L. I think he has a question. He does have a question, but in sequence, I don't think we'll get to it tonight. But $7.72 for Nefert Tip. Dua, your SABA, Nefertip. Dua or SABA, Unk Uja Seneb. Thank you, good brother, $7.72. You are on the consistent supporters list. Next class, which is going to start at the beginning of next month, I'm going to give the supporters list for all the consistent supporters for July, and then all the super supporters for July. Okay, and speaking of consistent supporters, we're going to go on to Mr. Consistent himself, Squano Trending, who is also Neil Campbell, who always donates in sets of 9s. Give him some noise for being consistent. Give him some noise. He's been consistent the whole 2 years. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And what did it say? What did it say? Oh, it didn't say anything. And Mr. Consistent's brother, Mr. Consistent again, is Owen Hythe, otherwise known as Ascari. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
A master breaking the matrix. A master breaking the matrix. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A master breaking the matrix. El Tehuti. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. And Sarah comes again. Sarah, Harassed for Your Culture, comes again, making it wonderful. $27.72. This looks like a Scribe Menkor Ra donation. Where it is a palindrome. There it is. 2772. Thank you. You are Mrs. Consistent. Absolutely. Appreciate you, Mrs. Consistent. You're great. And here is Mr. Consistent again, Mr. Sal Vega. Give him some big noise for Tua Ishin. $33.33 for Tua Ishin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to check for Sherry Cut still says pending, but I think it may have cleared. I just haven't gotten to it yet. But when you said this Sherry Cut said pending, you can check on your side if it cleared. Eric G, that's it. Shout out to you, Eric G, that's it. $7.77. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for all your great support. You are awesome. We'll do 2 more and then answer the next awesome question in the Tootsie Pod class. And thank you, Primordial. I think while I was walking back and forth, you mentioned how on the other channels people give like super chats, and the channel kind of brushes through them or something. It doesn't really doesn't mention it, something like to that effect.
Nice. But sometimes they don't mention them at all. They just say, "Oh, I couldn't get to them," and move on. I've seen it. I've seen it numerous of times. And people sending like $50. Like people sending like $50, $60 and don't even get acknowledged.
Send that here and you will get acknowledged, and you also get a tribute at the end of the month. And for being a consistent supporter. Appreciate you. I can't believe they do that. I mean, I can believe it because where there's no ma'at, anything goes. So I never put anybody past anything, because without ma'at, you can do anything you want. There's no structure. Okay, shout out to the next good brother who actually has a question in. He has one of the questions that I see here for tonight, and this is his donation. This isn't for the question, but he donated $3.33, and that is Emmanuel Rodriguez, known as NUKPUNUKPU, who says, "Henu Saba Ma'at." Thank you, good brother. NUKPUNUKPU. That name is hard. I like that name. That name is NUKPUNUKPU. All right, shout out to you, my good brother. I'll do a couple more, I guess, and then we got the consistent uncle. Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara, the consistent uncle. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
$30.72. $30.72. $30.72. Hika Kepara, Henu Saba, for your sacrifice and love. Thank you. You would not even understand. Thank you so much, my brother. The sacrifice, you wouldn't understand if I even explained it to you, but like Primordial said, the sacrifice actually ends up being everything I love to do. That is, what I end up sacrificing is parts of life that I never even wanted in the first place when I look back. Shout out to Stephen Escalar, consistent supporter. He says, for love of our people. Give him some noise, please. Okay. That is going to be it. That is it until the next. That is it until after the next answer. Now, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get in to the next question. Let me see who's in the chat, if the people that asked the question are actually here. So the next questions I see are from NUKPUNUKPU and CAITLYN. So beautiful Shannon, is CAITLYN here in the room? Is CAITLYN watching? Is she here? Because she asked the question and I'm about to get to it. And also NUKPUNUKPU. I don't even know who NUKPUNUKPU is in the chat, but if you are here, brother, let me know, because I believe, let me look and see. I think one of these questions are yours. Stranger. What's this one here? Sator Square. Oh, the clouds. Oh my.
Is this his first question? Has he asked a question before?
Yes, he asked a question about the Moldavite that you're going to answer.
Oh yes.
And he asked a question about about Qigong. Remember I broke down Qigong and Ma'at?
Yes.
He asked that too. She's on her way. Uh-oh. She's on her way. Oh, she's here. There she is. Hey, CAITLYN Kester. You are here. You look excited. You got the 2 exclamation marks. You have the next question. I feel like Bob Barker. The next coming down to the Price is Right. You have the next question here at the Tehuti Pod class. You're a special lady because Shannon is very special to me. So because Shannon is very special to me, and she does things personally, directly for me, in person, and because she has given me so many gifts, and because she sent so much love in my direction, and because she brought you, I actually bumped you up a notch in the sequence of questions. And because you're new, and because you came in new with 2 donations, brand new, I'm going to go ahead and answer your question. All right, everybody, here we go. Ready? Press a 9 if you can hear me. Also, let me put up the question. Let me put up the donations, plural, from CAITLYN. Let me go ahead and see. She asked me a question. You know, does Venus have anything to do with Kemet? I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let me go ahead and put, we'll close this one out. And we'll go ahead and open this one. So I can get this on the screen for the wonderful CAITLYN Kester. I'm going to put her donate. Oh my goodness. This is like the continuation. We're going right back into Auset again. Right back into Auset again. Okay, beautiful. This is a good segue. And where are her beautiful donations? Where are they? There they are. I'm gonna go boom and boom. We're gonna cut that off and put donation number 1. Where is it? Donation number 1 of the question. Here it is. And donation. The follow-up donation came right by it, which is just a love donation. I wasn't even just added to the, just added extra. Okay, here we go. Oh, it was in honor of Shannon. How beautiful female energy is. How beautiful this is. This is so. She's giving donations in honor of Shannon for inviting her. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to put this on the screen. Go ahead and give this lovely young lady some noise. I'm going to put it on the screen, and here we go. First of all, give her some noise. She asked a question. Hey, Chrome tab. Question. And the question is, give her some noise. $11.11 first time in. And she says, hi, thank you so much for taking the time to teach today. Could you please talk about the origins of Aphrodite, Venus? In the book I'm reading, it says she is connected to Astarte, Ishtar. I would love to hear if she has any, that means even one, if she has any connections or other forms in Egyptian culture. Thank you very much. So if I give one connection, that's the answer. So here we go. Does she have any connections or other forms in Egyptian culture? How beautiful. Thank you for that. And then she came back to back. It was over $20 in total. So she actually went $11 for the question and then sent this on top of it, which is who's that trying to escape? Oh, here it is. Give her some noise, please. Give her some noise. This equal over $20. Give her some noise. Is it showing?
Yes.
Ooh. So in total, $22.22 from CAITLYN Kester, and it says, "Good vibes in honor of Shannon for inviting me. Thank you for letting me join today." All right, okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And those are the donations and the question. All right, here we go, everybody. All right, good gentlemen, I'm going to invite you in the room after I answer this one. And see you all in the chat. Peace and love. Annie Pata, Primordial. Oh, Primordial. I saw your name question. Great on your name. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
Yes, I get to keep that forever. I can't wait.
And Atef, the greatest father on the planet. Peace and love. Hold your unk. If you got an unk like this, what do you know about this? Ah, there we go.
It's a gift. It's a gift. We got it from the same person. I got mine from the same person that you got yours from. The same netter.
All right. Peace and love to you. And peace. I can hardly see Menku. He looks like a part of the background. Peace and love to Menku, the old young brother. Menku Ra. He's like, he's my elder, but somehow he's like my little brother. It's such a strange thing. He's like a little young energy guy, but he's my elder, man. This is crazy. I don't know what he's what's that Matrix show called? What's that movie called? He's born a man, a baby. I don't know. What's that show called where he's born a baby, but he's a man? What's it called?
Benjamin Button.
Yeah, there it is. Benjamin Button. He's a big, he's a young guy. He's an old guy and a young guy at the same time. I never seen it, but I know it's something to do with some people know about. So shout out to you. Shout out to you. I literally, you know what I do, everybody? I literally go into mainstream things to find popular things that I can use as a reference to talk to people about. And I literally know nothing about it. I don't know anything about, when I talk about the Avengers and the Benjamin Button and all these different things that I'm talking, I couldn't name one I don't know anything about it, but I literally just looked them up so I can relate to what's going on in the world. So shout out to Benjamin Button, aka Menku Ara Marie Ma'at. young old brother.
I'm ageless. That's my Hecka. I'm ageless.
Yes. Yes. Okay, yes, you're ageless. And Kathleen Kester says, they brought up before I answer her question, she says, the hype goes to Shannon. Thank you for introducing me to the pod class. I'm so excited to be here. Heart, star, heart, star, heart, star, heart, star. All right, wonderful. Okay, everybody, here we go. I'm going to jump you brothers back in the room, and we're going to get into, is there any connection with Venus in Kemet? Let's go.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Okay.
Hotep. All right, wonderful, everybody. Every beautiful body. You all are beautiful and awesome. Press a 9 one more time if you can hear me. Just a 9 one more time. Because once I start, I actually can't see in the room. So press that 9 one more time. I'm actually going to do the entire screen. For those who didn't see the question again, who may have just stepped in, this is the question right here. CAITLYN Kester sent the question in. Honor to her for asking about. Hi, thank you so much for taking time to teach today. Could you please talk about the origins of Aphrodite, Venus? In the book I'm reading, it says she is connected to Astarte and Ishtar. I would love to hear if she has any connections or other forms in Egyptian culture. Thank you very much. Let's get into it, everybody. I see all the 9s. Maharu, what's up, my good brother? Hey, Black Alucard, if you're listening, contact me tomorrow about our talk. Contact me tomorrow about our talk. Okay, if you can hear me, Black Alucard, contact me tomorrow about our talk. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? And here we go. Take that off. And I got 9 from CAITLYN, 9 from Katasi, 9 from Shannon, 9 from Jody, 9 from Harassed Free Culture, 9 from Harassed Free Culture, 9 from Eric G, 9 from Bella, and 9 from Stranger, the namer of the moderators. And here we go. Boom! The goddess Venus, used in many magazines, beauty commercials, references, right? You've all seen the Venus references to the beauty. You've all seen them. Very common. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Something is going awry. Ah, very strange, very strange. 1 second, everybody. Why is it doing this? Always. Thank you. Remove this. Okay, good. And start. There we go. All right. So the goddess Venus, used in many magazines, beauty commercial references, astrology, tarot cards, etc. Even down to the only plant that most would answer if asked, what plant eats flies? But what is the origin of this world phenomenon of feminine beauty symbolism? Could it have been stolen from the Nile Valley, followers of Ma'at? Find out here on the Tehuti pod class. So we see there's the Venus flytrap, very interesting. There we see Venus depicted in the Greek stories. We see Venus in Scorpio, the Scorpio lover of Venus. We see, remember this group, everybody? Bananarama. Bananarama. Venus official video. We see Venus RX, a heroic journey. We see Venus retrograde. We see Venus on the tarot cards. Very popular. Who is Venus? Also known as Aphrodite. Well, we'll start off with the basic search in Britannica. Venus, Roman goddess. Venus, ancient Italian goddess associated with cultivated fields and garden, and later identified by Romans with Greek goddess of love. What do we see, everybody? The continuation of the last class. Venus associated with what? Agriculture again. Cultivated fields and gardens. Roman goddess Venus. Origins of Venus Aphrodite and the form as you know her derives from this. You probably can't make this out, but this is the origin of the Venus Aphrodite in the form you know her as in the what they call the mythological stories. So what is this? What is that? Well, that is the Theogony. The Theogony is the stories of the dramas of the Greek/Roman gods by Hesiod. Let's take a look at the date of the Theogony. So here it is. We go to Britannica again, and Hesiod. Greek Hesiodos, Latin Hesiodus flourished 700 BC, one of the earliest Greek poets, often called the father of Greek didactic poetry. Two of his complete epics have survived, the Theogony, relating the myths of the gods, and the works and days, describing peasant life. Theogony. Okay, so what do we see as a date? There's a Hesiod, we see the date there, and we see the date is 700 BC. Your quote unquote Venus, the goddess of love, is born 700 BC. Your quote unquote Venus, the goddess of love, is born. Now, when Tehuti says this was openly stolen and warped from the netters of love and agriculture, known to us today as Mary Auset, or as the Greeks call Isis, the skeptics will say, Tehuti, you claim everything comes from the followers of Ma'at. Let the Greeks and Romans and the Hellenes have their goddess Venus. You're so Egyptocentric, Tehuti. Okay, no problem. I will step aside and bring in my Egyptocentric tag team partner to tell us about letting the Greek Hellenes have their gods. I'm going to bring in my tag team partner. Who's your tag team partner, Tehuti? What biased Afrocentric are you about to bring in now, Tehuti? My tag team partner is, there he is. There's my Afrocentric, Egypt-centric tag team partner. Look at that brother right there. Who is that? Who is that guy right there? Oh, he's the Greek Hellenes. He is the classic Greek father of history, Herodotus. He's going to be my Afrocentric, Egypt-centric tag team partner for this portion of the class. And let's go to him right here. Here he is, Herodotus. There he is right there. A Roman copy, 2nd century AD, of the Greek blessed Herodotus from the first half of the 4th century BC, 484 BC, who the Europeans call the father of history. Let me take you to his words, the history authority of the Greeks themselves, to Book 2 of the History, Section 3 to 4 by Herodotus, 484 BC. Here is the authority of Greek history, the father of history, they call him. Let's see what he says. Let's see if he's Afrocentric. I don't know. Well, here we are. Here we are in Book 2 right here. Let's see what it says. It says, but as to those matters which concern men and priests, agreed with one another in saying that the Egyptians were the first of all men on earth to find out the course of the year, having divided the course of the seasons into 12 parts to make up the whole. And this, they said, they found out from the stars. They reckon more wisely than the Hellenistic, the Greeks, the people that brought forth Venus. As it seems to me, in so much as the Hellenes throw in an intellected month every other year to make the seasons right, whereas the Egyptians reckoning the 12 months at 30 days each, bring in also every year 5 days beyond the number, and thus the circle of the seasons, circle of the seasons. This is like part 2. The circle of the seasons is completed and comes around to the same point which it set out. The palindrome, Temple of Isis, the Sator square, agricultural beginning and ending. Here we go. They said, moreover, that the Egyptians were the first who brought into the appellation for the 12 gods. Who said this? Who said this? The Greeks are saying this. Not any Afrocentric conscious person. They said, moreover, that the Egyptians were the first who brought into the appellation for the 12 gods, and the Hellenes took up the use from them. And they were the first who assigned altars and images and temples to the gods, and who engraved figures on stone. With regard to the greater number of these things, they showed me evidence that they had happened so. They said that the first man to become the king of Egypt was Min, was Osiris, and that his time, all Egypt except for the district of Thebes was a swamp in his time. That's right. That's right. The class. None of the regions were then above water, which now lie below the lake Mories, a voyage now of 7 days up the river from the area. And we go into section 5. I thought that they were right about the land. Okay, that's the end of that. That's all about the Hellenes say, the Greeks say that the Kemetian people were the first to bring the appellations for the 12 gods, and the Hellenes took up the use from them. Who are the 12 gods? Themselves say they received all the 12 Olympians. Heard the Olympia? Well, we have the Olympic sports. Olympian gods from Kemet. Of course, they mutated them and gave them new stories, but the origin is from the followers of Ma'at. Let's go to worldhistory.org to see who these 12 are. Who's the 12 that the Greeks got from the Kemetians? The 12 Olympian gods. Here they are. The 12 Olympian gods. The 12 gods of Mount Olympians were the most important deities in ancient Greece. They were the most. Who were the 12 Olympian gods? The standard 12 Olympian gods are Zeus, Hera, Athena, Apollo, Poseidon, Ares, Artemis, Demeter, Aphrodite, Dionysus, Hermes, Hephaestus. And there she is, Aphrodite, Venus. Let's go back to the theogony, origin of Venus section in Encyclopedia Britannica again, under the Greek section, dualism, and let's see what is there. I scroll down in the same section of the Venus and of theogony under dualism, and look what pops up. Found in the Greek theogony of Hesiod and his myths of the gods. Who's this though? Why is this picture here? Who's this, everybody? Is that Isis and Osiris? Is that Asar and Auset? Why is that there under the dualism section of theogony? I see Osiris and Auset. Huh? And there is the Mary Auset with her beloved Asar. Now at this point, I've shown the deity Venus, Aphrodite, was admittedly taken from the Nibiru, but now it's time for Tehuti overdrive. And here is a demonstration of the complete difference between the Tehuti pod class and everything else. Let's go. Remember, the two main attributes of Venus Aphrodite are love, agriculture. Here we go. Let's go on overdrive. Let's go into Encyclopedia Britannica, Venus. And what does it say? The goddess of love, cultivation of fields, agriculture. Okay. Well, Auset Marie was the Natert of inundation, which marked the beginning of the fertile seasons to the ancient farmers, agriculturers of Kemet. Look closely at the agriculturing tool the farmer has. Everybody take a good look at the agriculturing tool the farmer has. I'm going to grab some water. Look at that tool, everybody. See what the farmer has right there? Take a look. What is that tool? We'll go to the Louvre Museum. You see it again right there. Guess what the ancient agricultural tool was called for agriculturing the land? You know, cultivating the fields, like it says Venus was the goddess of. We know that she came from Auset Marie, which is Astar's beloved one. Mary means the beloved. And here's the agricultural tool. Hey, look what it's called. It's called Marie. Page 308 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, the actual agriculturing tool that was used to plant the seeds for the flood was the same name as the goddess herself, called Marie, which means collection of water, lake, pool, inundation, flood. You know, the flooding of water, you know, the flooding of the breast, the full breast, you know, the real definition of the word fat. Guess what the agricultural tool was named after? Page 308 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Merit. There's the same tool. The tool is actually a part of Isis's name. See it right there? There's the tool. Merit, goddess of the inundation. Who is that? Subti, that I just broke down last class. The fulfilling of the water coming down the inundation so that it could fulfill and then get ready for the harvest. You know, the Virgo in September, Sabti, the goddess of inundation. The same name is the same name for the cultivation field tool, Merit. That is Auset. It's called Mary Merit. The T makes it feminine, emphasizes the feminine aspect. The Kemetic goddess Auset, Isis, the goddess of agriculture, lifted, grafted to make Venus, the now Greek goddess of agriculture, love. Tehuti, what about the love part? Well, guess what the other definition of the word Marie, the Naturt was? Merit, Marie, what does it mean? Desire, love. That's actually her name. Love, lovely, love, desire, wishing, loved. So the ancient people of the Nile, we were so advanced that we would actually take the name of the goddess of love and cultivation. Remember? Not Venus. Venus of 700 BC. No, we're going back 3000 BC. So Venus, the goddess of love and cultivation. No. You mean Mary, the goddess whose name means cultivation, the goddess who has the cultivation tool in her name, the goddess that means the flood, the inundation, Merit, whose name also means love and cultivation. That's actually the name of the goddess in the Nile Valley, Merit. There she is, showing total love for her male mate and her son holding his back. There she is right there. The love was an example of biological imperative of Auset supporting the God-man's back and thus reproducing Heru, giving her the name Het Heru. The mother of Heru, called Hathor, originally said Het Heru, the house of Heru. The Cairo Egyptian Museum, that's where this image is from. Now let me show you Venus in the etymological dictionary. Guess what it says? Guess what it says? The whole world worshipped you. Hey, Venus, ancient Roman mythology, goddess of beauty, love, especially sensual love. From Venus, love, sexual desire, lovely, beauty, charm, beloved. From Un, desire, strive for. Applied by the Romans to the Greek, Aphrodite, Egyptian, Hathor. Does Venus have anything to do with Egypt? That's where it's from in your own dictionary. Egyptian Hathor. That's Mary Auset. Hathor means to be pregnant with Horus. Boom! You literally see Auset's name Hathor right under the dictionary definition of Venus. Hathor, there she is, the great black. Hathor, Het Heru, Auset Mary. There she is. Who is the most worshipped female in Christianity? Who is the most? Yes, of course, Mary. Mary. But why is that? Have you ever wondered why? Did you know there's an entire section in encyclopedias about the worship of Mary? Did you know that? There's entire sections in encyclopedia about the worship of Mary. Guess what it's called? Oh, it's called Veneration of Mary in the Catholic Church. The Veneration of Mary in the Catholic Church. And there's Mary, the Blessed Virgin, Auset. Veneration of Mary in the Catholic Church. But wait, did you catch the matrix? Let me show you. They never called the worship of Mary. They called the veneration of Mary. in the encyclopedias. It's always worded veneration of Mary. Why? Let me break the matrix. Have you ever wondered what veneration? Why veneration? What and why veneration? What does that word mean? Veneration. Here it is. Veneration. Uh-oh. Veneration of Mary. Uh-oh. Veneration. Hey! Reverence. Okay. Venus? Huh? Venus? Beauty? Love? Desire? Veneration from Venus. Love, desire, Venus. The veneration of Mary, because Mary was her name, that they took and created Venus, that eventually created the word veneration. Veneration is to worship Venus. Why? Because Venus is taken from Mary. So there's entire sections in the encyclopedia under the Catholic Church called the Venus of Mary. There you go. Venus, love, desire, veneration. Boom. They have to say that specific code. Venerate, because that is Venus. But who is Venus? Mary, thus the exact same definition of the specific type of worship. The exact definition of what? Who is Venus? She's Mary. Venus is Mary. It's so coded and awesome how they do it. They literally tell you the Venus of Mary, but they put veneration. Knowing that veneration is supposed to mean, they tell you that it means praise, but it doesn't mean praise. It's Venus's name, which means love, desire, sensual, especially sensual love. Why would I want to have sensual love for Mary? So, Mary, the definition, that's the exact same definition of this specific type of worship, is the exact same definition of Mary. Look what it means in the metanetter: desire, wish, crave for, love, desire, Mary, Auset. We go back to veneration. What is veneration? Love, desire, to strive for. What is Mary? Love, desire, to crave for. And that's the definition of veneration, because it is the veneration of Mary, because they're literally telling you that's where Venus is from. From the ancient goddess, Mary is the goddess of what? Love, desire, to crave for. Mary Auset, whom Venus was stolen from. So you just know Christians. So just know Christians, when you say veneration, you're calling on Venus, which is coded for Isis, Auset, Mary. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Are you ready for more? Guess what the other word the Masons created that means worthy of praise? Hey, there's another word that means worthy of praise and divine grace. You know what Mary's son brought. For the law came through Moses, but divine grace and truth came through Jesus. Well, guess what guess what they did? There's a word that means worthy of praise, just like Venus, and it also means divine grace. I wonder what that word is. Does that have anything to do with Mary Auset? Anything to do with that? Let's look it up. Uh-oh. Mary Torius. Meritorious. Hey, deserving divine grace. From Latin, meritorious, for which money is paid, that money is earned, participate, Mary, to earn, from S in brackets, from myrrh, worthy of praise and honor, myrrh, meritorious. Oh my goodness. Boom, meritorious. And they openly tell you it's from myrrh. This matrix is deep, and they are not playing with you while they are playing with you. Mary who was Isis, Auset, was in quote-unquote love and desired her husband, Asar, to come back to consciousness. She is called, she collected his parts and remembered them while she was mourning. I'm going to put you right here, Sator. Look at that, everybody. Just read that closely. This is the story of Mary Auset. Read it closely, everybody. And I'm going to read that again. I want you to understand this very, very closely. So, meritorious is the word for divine grace, which came through Jesus Christ and Mary, the actual mother of Jesus Christ, and Mary, Auset, where they stole Venus from, and they openly tell you it's from myrrh. Now, the matrix is deep. They're not playing with you. While they're playing with you, Mary, who was Isis Auset, was in, look at the words in quotation, was in quote-unquote love and desired, quote-unquote desired, her husband Asar to come back to consciousness. She collected his parts and remembered them while she was mourning. Everybody knows that story, right? Let's put it all together and see how deep this matrix is. Let's see how deep this matrix is in stealing it to create Venus. Well, here we are. These are the lamentations of Isis and her sister, co-wife, Nephthys. Lamentations means you're mourning. There's lamentations called the Bremner Rhyme Papyrus in the museum. The poem is derived from a larger work, Festival Songs of the Two Weepers, the Mourners, or the Songs of Isis and Nephthys. What did some of these lamentations say? Well, here's an example of some lamentations. His sister, which is Asar's sister, Isis, was his guard. She who drives off the foes, because she's the protector, who stops the deeds of the disturber, because she's a protector, by the power of her utterance, utterance or power of word, the clever tongue, whose speech fails not, effective in the word of command. She's all about creating magic through sound vibration. Mighty Isis, who protected the Sta, who protected her brother, who sought him without wearying. That means she kept moving around. She was never tired, you know. The shaking of the shesh, the sistrum, the moving through the bushels, Brussels, and fields to find. She was never tiring. So the tambourine sound, which usually has rice in it, is that. I was going to go grab mine that actually Shannon gave me. I'll grab that later, but here it is. All right. Who sought him out without wearying, who roamed the land lamenting, no rest at all till she found him, who made a shade with her plumage, created breath with her wings, who jubilated, joined her brother, raised, there's the razor, raised the weary ones, inertness, received the seed, o'er the air, raised the child in solitude. His abode is unknown, everybody. Now, what's going on here? 1 second. Let me put it back. So she is lamenting. She's lamenting him, crying, looking through the bushels in the fields for him, right? But, oh man, all the paper fell. Hold on. All the paper fell. How crazy is that? That's okay. That's okay. 1 second. Let me reposition. All right. So she is. Let me come back to the screen a moment here. And y'all can hear me. I want to come back to the screen. So she is the goddess of lamenting. And she moves through the fields with her sistrum. The sistrum, Shesh, is this right here, which was a gift given to me from Shannon, the sister who invited CAITLYN to the class. And it goes, it's the sound of movements, rapid movements. And sometimes you'll see them with leather skin with rice in it. Rice, which represents the grain, the cultivation. And it's constant movement, rapidly moving. That is the sistrum. Let's get back. Everybody ready? Shout out to Shannon. Woo, here we go. And she says, thank you so much for taking the time to answer my question. Absolutely. Here we go. We're going to get back into it. Welcome to Tutti Pod class. And let's get back into this. Are you ready? Here we are. Boom. So she's walking through the area and she's mourning. She bore the seed. Oh, remember the word for worthy of praise, veneration? Press a 9 if you all can hear me, please. Let me make sure, because once I start, I don't want to take a pause. Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. Everybody can hear me? Everybody can hear me? Boom, 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 boom. Press a 9. Let me see the 9s come in. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And let's see a 9 come in. I'm lagging. What I see on the screen is not the same time as you all are typing. There they are. It just jumps to the it jumps to it. It doesn't move in smooth motion. Okay, good. So remember the word for worthy of praise, veneration, worship, commemorate. The dictionary said it's from the root word myrrh. Guess what happens when you click on myrrh? Hey, look. You click on myrrh, and guess what it says? To remember, commemorate, mourn, memorable. Boom. Myrrh in the dictionary is the entire story of Auset summarized. Mary Auset commemorated, venerated Venus, who remembered the star, bringing back his members while she was mourning. All in the word more. That's all in the word myrrh. That's how the Freemasons do it. Tell you, because remember, everybody, just in case you all forgot, why are we even talking about that word? Let's go back over here. Just refresh your memory. Meritorious is to venerate something worthy of praise, deserving of divine grace. But it says click on the word myrrh. And when we click on the word myrrh, it goes all the way to explain the story. Myrrh, commemorate, mourn, memoir, remember, all the things that are in the Auset story. And it's telling you to click on that word while she's mourning. Of course, mourning because her husband passed away. Oh, you think I'm done? Myrrh's husband was murdered by his brother Set. Why do you think they use the word murder? Oh, Tehuti, you're taking this too far. You're taking this too far. You're telling me even the word murder ties into the Auset story and the Venus stolen? Myrrh. Uh-oh. There it is. Myrrh. What does it mean? To die. To die. That's what happened to her husband. Look what word it divides. Morbid. Mort. Mortuary. Murder. To die. Myrrh. That's where you get murder from. Mort, like the mortician. Somebody deals with death. All from the word myrrh. Her whole story is in your dictionary. Where did Marie get the magical power and protection from in the ancient story according to the words of the indigenous people themselves? Let me take you to page 187 of Legends of the Gods. Let me go back to the screen and see if anything's on the screen. No, it's not. Beautiful. Let me go back here. Where did she get her magical powers from? Because Auset had a teacher. Well, here we are in Legends of the Gods, page 187. And Isis sent forth her voice to the heavens and made supplications to the boat of eternity, of years. And the disc stopped. I want somebody to explain that. Nice. There's a disc that's moving, and a disc-shaped object. She's sending her voice to the heavens, up in the sky, and there's a disc up there, and it stops in its journey, and it moved not from the place. Then came forth. What came from this disc? Then comes forth Tehuti, equipped with spells, words of power and possession, the great word of command, Macheru, and said, "What aileth thee? What aileth thee?" It means, why are you mourning? Why are you upset? O Auset, thou goddess who has magical spells, whose mouth has understanding? Assuredly no evil thing has befallen thy son Heru. This is Tehuti, because Tehuti was a teacher of Auset. Tehuti is where Auset got her knowledge from, and she got the vibrational word from Ra. But she set her voice into the heavens, into the skies, and there's some disc up there moving around, and then it stops. It stops moving when it hears Auset calling up into the heavens, and then out of it comes Tehuti, and Tehuti starts talking to Auset about the magical spells. So Tehuti is the advisor of Auset. That's who Auset is screaming for in her despair. She's screaming for Tehuti. Tehuti, help me, Tehuti. And he comes down from this disc. Tehuti, who the Greeks turned into Hermes. Are you ready for the bomb? Remember the original question CAITLYN asked? Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to teach today. Could you please talk about the origins of Aphrodite, Venus? In the book I'm reading, it says she's connected to Astarte and Ishtar. I would love to hear if she has any connections or other forms in Egyptian culture. Thank you very much. Well, yes, I've definitely over-answered the question, but I'm not done. Are you ready to see the extent of the stolen Kemetic story? Then mutated? What is it called today when you have male and female members in one body? Let me go to the room and see. What's it called, everybody? When you have male and female members in one body. What's that called? Anybody know? We have male and female members in one body. What is that called, everybody? Male and female members in one body. What is it called? Write it in the room, please. Male and female members in one body. Ah, hermaphrodite. Okay. Higa Kebra says hermaphrodite. Tefrem says hermaphrodite. What is that? Shannon says, oh, hermaphrodites. What is that, everybody? What is that, everybody? Welcome to Tutti Pod class. You're about to find out for the first time. Here we go. Are you ready? Tell me if you're ready. Here we go. I think you're ready. I'm ready. Let's go. So let's go back. So Tehuti was the teacher of Auset. Tehuti was the one that Auset prayed for to the heavens to come help me. Come help me. And then Tehuti came and says, what's ailing you? What's the problem? You have these magical abilities. What's the problem? And Tehuti helps her. Well, Tehuti, the Greeks turned into Hermes. So, the question is there any connection about the origins of Aphrodite, Venus, in Egyptian culture? Hermaphrodite. What's a hermaphrodite? Hey, hermaphrodite. A person who has two sexes, proper name. The son of Hermes and Aphrodite. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hermes, which is who? Tehuti, the teacher of who? Auset, who became who? Aphrodite, Venus. So they smashed them together, put the teacher with the student as lovers, and they became Hermes, Aphrodite. Yeah, that's fun. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. There's a hermaphrodite, everybody. Tehuti and Auset. Tehuti, Hermes, and Aphrodite. Remember Venus stolen from the agricultural and the Turk goddess? Mary Auset, remember that? Here it is, Venus. Associated with cultivated fields, gardens, later identified. Let's shrink that down. Let me take you to the Michael Carlos Museum, Emory University, 600 BC. Back to the subtext that I broke down already. Here is more on how was this stolen from Mary. Well, remember, Venus is also a planet. You forgot about that part. Well, here's the symbol of Auset, Thopti. in Kemet? How do they write Venus? Same way. The Egyptian hieroglyphic for Venus. Cycle. The cycle. Okay? The Sator square. The palindrome, the cycle, back and forth. The beginning is the ending is the beginning. Venus. The cycle from morning to evening star. In the shape of the perfect pentagram. Viewed from Earth. Venus. Sopti Isis. Venus. Guess how you write Isis, Auset, in the Mennonite language? The Sopti star that I showed earlier. Same thing, even with a circle in the middle. There it is. Sopti, Auset, the actual Venus planet. They didn't just take the story from the so-called mythology. It's the actual planet they actually named after. You think the planet was called Venus in ancient times? This is the Venus planet. But it wasn't Venus. That's a Latin word. So they went even as far as to take the planet that we had envisioned with the symbol that was associated with Sopti Isis, and they actually named that Venus. Oh my. Oh my. The same symbol that was also the actual word symbol for the real Venus, the planet, thousands of years before the Greeks could even speak. Oh yes, in the question, it mentioned Astarte and said, Keelan said, is there any connection to Kemet? Astarte, any connection at all? See that? Is there any connection? I'd love to hear if she has any connections. That's every connection. As you can see, as I break the matrix, you see every part of this is from Egypt or Kemet culture. Every single part, which is where the followers of Ma'at, who marked these great places in the heavens, it's all about agriculture, the heavens, the skies, that marked agricultural change. The Sopti, Sirius star, and the Venus planet of light. That's why there's a seasonal month called Aket. The first season of the ancient Egyptian Kemetic calendar was Aket, which means the appearance, because it would disappear and then appear. Appearance, it ran from mid-July to mid-November. This was the season in which the inundation, the waterfalls, the fat, occurred. It was hoped that the flood was not too low, which would result in poor harvesting, or too high, resulting in the destruction of mud brick houses and paths built near the Nile. The inundation was also associated with the star Sirius Sopti, because the star reappeared after 70-day absence at the new year, heralding in the flood, the fat lady. The star was associated with Sopti, Subtet, Sothis, and Auset. The inundation was a quiet time for farmers, the agriculturers, the Sator Square followers, as the fields were largely submerged. And there it is. There's Sirius right there rising, and then you see Venus. Here's Venus, here's Sopti. At the rising of this, the flood starts. There's Venus, and there's Sopti. Venus is such a bright planet that it actually was associated with the star of Auset. Oh, guess how you say great place in heaven? In the old language, the oldest language on earth, that represented the great Auset and the planet Venus. Because these were great places in the heavens. They looked up, the farmers, the agriculturists, looked up into the skies, and these were significant places. They were great places because they marked the flood, the cycle. So they were considered the great places in heaven. Remember the question that CAITLYN said? She said, hey, the book I read, in the book I'm reading, it says she is connected to Astarte, Ishtar. I would love to hear if she has any connections or other forms in Egyptian culture. Well, here's the great places in heaven, the Venus star and the Sopti star. But guess how you say great place in the heaven in the oldest language on the planet Earth? Let me take you to page 79 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary and, Astarte. That's how you say the great place in heaven. Astarte. That is a Kemetic word that's describing what's taking place and the great phenomenons that are taking place in heaven for the farmers, the agriculturists, and the seasonal cycles back and forth and back. Beginning is ending, ending is beginning. The palindrome, the tenet, the Sator square, the Astarte. Because, of course, the question was asked, hey, it says she's connected to Astarte. Well, of course she's connected to Astarte because that's actually the Kemetic word for the great place in the heavens that they're looking up to. Boom. There is Astarte. No one will ever tell you about, only at the Tehuti on class. You're very welcome. I think I've answered the question already, but Overdrive, overkill. Mary Auset was the Kemetic true symbol of Astarte. That was why the root was what? Auset, the great bearer of Heru, the bearer of children, the lover of Asar, stolen to make Venus. And therefore we look up the root of Astarte. We see Ost, which is what? Wife of Osiris, mother of Heru. You see it? And there's the Astarte Mutneter, Isis, the great mother of God. Astarte Mutneter. You see? Symbolizing the Sapti star, the great place in heaven, because she's the bearer of the great child Heru. She's the great child bearer. That's why she's shown like that. And what do they take and make? Mary. Gave her the same name. Put her on the same side of the lap. Hey. The same. You couldn't even put her on the other side, man. I mean, you get the baby has to go on the exact same side of the breast. Like, no, that's not stolen at all. Not at all. It's all coincidence. And that's why plate 5 of the Purim Haru, the oldest spiritual book on the planet Earth, says the beginning of the chapters of coming forth by day, and the word for day is what, ladies and gentlemen? Is light. It is Heru. See it right there? Heru, which means day. Heru means day. She's the bearer of the light, the bearer of Heru. Auset, the mother of Heru, the bearer of light. The child Heru means light day. And that's why in the Lamentations, we see, it says here, received the seed and bore the heir, raised the child, because she's the raiser of the child. What child? Heru, the golden child, the light child. He's the bearer of the light child. That's why when it shows Heru, he represents the day. Heru, the sun. Auset bore the bright star. That Auset was the bearer of Heru. She was called the bearer of the child, the bearer of light. That's why she was associated with the brightest light in this whole solar, outside of the solar system that you can see that's Sirius. And what's the brightest planet that you can see? Venus, the bright light, representing Auset, the bearer of the child. Mary Auset associated with the bright stars of agriculture. Sirius and Venus, Sapti and Venus. Her and Sekhet were also known as the Lady of Flame, the bright morning stars. Chapter 18 from the oldest book of the afterlife on the planet Earth, the Purim Haru, 1215 BC. What does it say here? It says, Netter, every netter of him, curses him, shoots arrows. Thou liveth according, Mary, according to your will. Thou art Uwajet. That's the healer. Because she healed Heru, healed Asar. What does it say? Lady of Flame. That was one of Auset's attributes. Lady of Flame, associated with the great bright lights, the Sapti star, and the actual planet. And the Greeks came and said, oh, that planet represents your Isis? Well, since we stole Venus from your Isis, guess what we're going to call that planet? hey, let's call the planet Venus. You think they did it before? They stole the story and then found out that the Kemetians were talking about the planet as the bright light that was Auset Mary. So they literally named the bright light planet after the goddess that they stole, Venus. Man. For the full circle and twisting of the Auset great Kemetic symbol of light, the bearer of light, who became who? Ready for the snake style? Remember I brought up Venus Aphrodite, which was Hermes, the male, Aphrodite, the female. And when you put them together, it's Venus, it's Aphrodite, now a man with two parts or a woman with two parts. Aphrodite became the male and female mixed Aphrodite. They gave you this male and female matrix mix. You have all used, which was the final warp of the Auset. So let me read that again. For the full circle and twisting of Auset, the great Kemetic symbol of light, the bearer of the child, the bearer of light, who became Venus Aphrodite. This is the full circle now. The twisting of the great Kemetic symbol of light, the bearer of light, who became Venus Aphrodite, then became a male and female mix, Aphrodite, which hermaphrodite. They gave you this male-female matrix mix, and you have all used it, which was the final warp. Are you ready? Guess what they gave you? Lucifer. That's right. There's your Venus. Uh-oh. 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 Lucifer, Satan, the morning star. That's a man, right? Uh-oh. Why say Venus? Venus in the morning, the sky. Hey, hold on. Let's start again. Lucifer, that's the male god, right? Satan, the morning star. What? Venus? Venus, the morning sky before sunrise. Also the epithet name Diana. Latin Lucifer, morning star, noun use of the adjective, literally light bringer. Heru, from lux, Lucas, light, from Lewis, light, brightness, carrier, to bear, PIE root, to carry, also, to bear children. Lucifer, the male god, the male evil one. But it's from Venus, the female, mixed with Lucifer, like Hermes, Aphrodite, because Lucifer, the male god, means to bear children, which is what the woman does. Venus, the light bearer, that's Mary Auset. Heru, she bore Heru. Heru, Heru, the house of who? Light, the light bearer. Lucifer was the female goddess. I know there's 1,000 people teaching this. Just put their link in the room so I can relax. Please put their link in the room so I can bring them in and relax. But if not, please support the Tehuti podcast. The only place you're getting it. Bottom line. Here it is, to carry, to bear children. Uh-oh, Lucifer. Boom. The evil male entity who is also a female that can bear and carry children, just for the matrix confusion and anti-biological imperative and gender confusion, the diametric opposite of the great mother Auset, Mary, Hotep. I'm done. That is where Venus came from. Boom. Hope I answered the question. Let me put the link in the room for the brothers to come in. I'll check the chat and see if I answered CAITLYN's question. If not, throw tomatoes at me. But if so, please support the Tehuti podcast with Cash App, TT Amun, and PayPal at Rocky SV. Team, jump in the room. Let me check the chat to see what everybody thought of that answer. Hey, 52 minutes. 52-minute answer for you, Caitlin. I hope you liked it. If you've never seen anything like that before, Caitlin, with a question you can ask about Venus, just appreciate it. Thank you. And please go to all the other YouTube channels and send them that same question. Just send them that same question and come back to me and let me know how that went for you. If not, everybody, please support what you have, the only thing that you have. If there's others, please put their names in the chat and I can form a Voltron with them. Because I'm not a Kemetic teacher, I'm an answerer of questions. That's why I'm called the SABA. I answer questions. That's harder than being a teacher in a particular topic. See, if you're a Kemetic teacher, then you just teach on what you want to teach about Kemet. Somebody can ask me questions about UFOs, Houston Conference, the tsunami, weather control, Auset, Venus, Sator square. That's a little harder than being a Kemetic teacher. That doesn't exist anywhere on the internet. If you see something unique here, support it, because after this, it hasn't happened since it's never happened. Show me Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and show me any of the noble draw. Show me anybody doing this. It's not happened before. I'm trying to provide a completely unique experience to create a miniature documentary for your particular questions, everybody. Nobody on the planet is doing this. Maybe others are doing it. Maybe I'm just blocked from their channel. Put their name and link in the room, and I will go there and I will bring these questions there. I won't even go there as Tehuti. I have other YouTube names I can go as. I'll go there and I will send in Venus, Sator square, and let's see if this happens. If not, respect the Tehuti podcast, and please support at PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amoon. Support the Tehuti podcast. We're as a team. I put the link in the room. I'll put it in again for the brothers to jump in because I'm going to take another break and then get into the next question. Here's the link right there. Boom. Rico says thank you. Thank you. And let me go see if Caitlin heard any of that. I don't know, but let me see. Let's see. Let me scroll down. Okay, Bijan Farrell put fire. Rigo put whoa. When Rigo does that, there's a donation coming in. But I love it when Rigo's affected. He listens, and boom, it hits him. I love that. Okay, we got Matt daughter of Ray saying crazy. Kitasi says fire. We got 1 second, hold on everybody. I'm gonna keep. Okay, we got who is this? Maharu says what did that say? So small. It says shaking my head, Ma C disc. Yeah, man. What's that disc that Auset was calling to? I'm trying to figure what's going on. There's a disc and it stops and Tehuti jumps out. What's that? That's a principle, right? Nice. All right. The disc principle. The disc is the disc in the heart, and Tehuti jumping out means you're jumping out of the sky of love. Okay, so here we go. There's the team. Primordial's in here. I'm saying Makaru. Maharu's on the screen. Hold on, let me get that off. Menko Ra's in here. Atef's in here. Jody says, amazing breakdown. Bella says, 2OY Saba. That was mighty thorough. That was mighty thorough in my opinion. I'm not seeing all the comments because it's not coming in real time, so I'm actually having to scroll and look. What is this one here? Amazing Saba Matrix broken. Okay. That was amazing. Reciprocity, please. Thank you. Magnificent. Where's Caitlin here? Rigo says thank you. Who's this? Magnificent Saba. Rigo says thank you. Shannon says I'm losing my voice. Hold on. What? Shannon says Caitlin had to leave for a little while. Hopefully she'll be back before close. Okay. All right. Shout out to Caitlin. It's a beautiful thing about asking these questions on the Tuesday podcast. Once you pay Show Reciprocity and I designed the mini documentary for you, it's locked in forever into YouTube. And usually I name the YouTube after I put the questions after the YouTube. I name the YouTube after the questions that were asked. And then Scribe actually puts timestamps that have the topics, so you can actually go straight to your question forever. This is curtailed. This is customized for you all. Hope you all like it. Okay. What does this say here? My eyes here. It says Archimedic Magnifico to SABA. To it's you, good brother. Hey, it's my first time seeing you now. Okay, Ketasi. I blew it up so I can see you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Peace to you. All right, brothers. I'm gonna step away, but that is my answer for Venus, brothers. That's my version of the answer, at least. Let me get this off the screen. Oh man, welcome. Nope. Hold on, technical difficulties. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sab.
Okay. No, that's not what I want. Hold on, let me fix one thing. And this should be it. Should be scrolling across the screen. And this is see questions and okay, good. All right, gentlemen. Hope you all appreciate that. Like that. I'm going to step away for a moment and I'll be back. Peace and love. I'm listening. I'm just not by the screen, but I'm listening. Peace. Support the Tutti podcast, everybody that watched this. If you liked it, I have to keep saying it, but support support the podcast. My AI moderator. Where is she? No, that's not it. Where's my AI moderator? Let me see this off the screen. The AI moderator says, that's not it. Here it is. The AI moderator says, support with Cash App TTM Moon. Support with Cash App TTM Moon. She looks like she's in the screen with a tap. Support with Cash App TTM Moon. All right. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Peace and Marie.
I'm more blown away the fact that it's kind of mind blowing, but at the same time disrespectful how they can take our culture from our ancestors and create so many different identities. Like to be able to branch off and just create so many different things to cause so much confusion and ISFET that it's so easy to get entangled in such a web of confusion. So, and like I said, man, this conscious lottery from SABA, man, he's just breaking all of that. He's shattering everything, and that's mind blowing to me, man. So to you, great SABA, for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's why no matter how tired I am, I stay up. Even though I have to run it back several times to catch it, because I be a little woozy. I be loopy. But at the same time, this is important to me, and people do what's important to them. And when I was imbued in the chaos, I had no problem staying up. So there's no way that I'm going to be exposed to this knowledge and have this netter and this excellent teacher amongst us, and I choose to not stay up, to force myself to stay up. It's important, and people do what's important to them, and this is important to me to learn. Like I always say, I don't know what's going on because I just came here to learn, and I'm honored to learn, and I'm honored to support. So like, subscribe, and comment, and support the truth, and support our SABA, because y'all know y'all not getting this information like this. You're not getting breakdowns like this. It's foolishness what they're sharing with our people, and what they're propagating and promoting. And our people will never wake up because there's so many lies out there. It's hard to decipher the truth. We need a SABA like this, so we have to appreciate people like SABA. Well, we have to appreciate SABA because, like he said, there's nobody else out there doing it like him. Period, hands down. As far as this is concerned, as far as breaking us out the matrix, there may be master mechanics out there, like he always tells us, but it's no one out there like our SABA breaking us out the matrix. So 2 out to you for that excellent breakdown. I'm definitely looking forward to run that back. I'm still on Monday's class. I haven't even got to last week's class because I was out of town. But it's important. It really is. And I'm up, and I was exhausted at work today. I was walking around like, man, I was so tired. But I was hyped up because I'm excited to be here. I'm honored to be here, to be with you brothers, and to share your energy and to get this knowledge, because I know what's going on, and I know that I can't get this nowhere else because I attempted to listen to those other brothers and to, try to participate and try to get all I can get. And I did get some things. I did learn some things. I learned that there's nobody out there like our SABA. So I'm definitely honored and grateful that I was able to tap into the Killer Priest podcast and to be able to witness something as groundbreaking and monumental in real time. Right now, it's like a movie. It's almost like it's very magical, man. It really is. So everybody that support the truth, and you know what you support, you know what you out there looking for, because most of us really are. Like, you got to be tired of the lies, man, because it's everywhere. You absolutely have to be tired of the lies, right? This brother this was 53 minutes of a breakdown. You're not getting it like this. They just be rapping. That's all they be doing is rapping. They don't show no sources. They ain't showing you nothing. No etymology, no papyruses, no nothing. SABA gives you ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And I support the truth because I know that we are lost. And the only way for us to truly advance and elevate the way that we need to is Ma'at. There's no other way. So 2 out for that, SABA. Great SABA, as Ani says. And I'll let my good brother Ani and Minku talk, because this is a beautiful thing. So support the truth, like, subscribe, and comment. Come join us, teachingsofma'at.org. Y'all know what it is, all y'all sneak learners. Hit them likes, get them likes up. Peace.
Go ahead, good brother Minku.
I'm just I'm amazed of how SABA, he takes the journey, he goes there, he finds the relics, he finds the treasures. He's an archaeologist. Then after he finds all these treasures, he's able to decode and understand, comprehend, and then he's able to teach it to us so we can understand it. To take the knowledge and the wisdom and the information from the netters, from the ancestors, all this history, he takes the lie and he shows you the truth. What he's doing is he in so many bags, he in his bag. He not only in his bag, he in other people's bag too. And what he does, there's nobody can do what he does, because he is who he is. And so it's rich. It's culturally, historically, factually accurate. It's transformational. It's hecka. Like, he is doing, this is like a ceremony. Like, it's so, it's like, this is not even a great description of how amazing what he's doing. This is, I can't even put it into words, but all I know is that it's extremely important. And the cultural shifts, the spiritual shifts, the educational shifts that he's providing for us, we got to support this. He like blacked out. He really went in on this, but he always goes in like this. And so it's an honor, Marie, to the highest degree, to you, Saba, for what you're doing. You're making history with history, and it's healing. It's powerful. We need this. I need this. And to witness this in real time is definitely extremely special. So I will pass with that.
Yeah, I echo that. Great brother Minku Ara. This is absolutely rich. The wealth, I mean, it's just phenomenal. So make sure you all are supporting the great Saba so we can continue to be guided out of this false matrix and led back into the original matrix of Ma'at and the great mother. So shout out to you, CAITLYN, for that great question. And it always starts with a question like that leads to 1,000 more. Because I seen you put in the chat, you're starting to realize that all is all stolen information. And you know, once you start with one thing, as he just beautifully broke down, that the entire story was stolen. And you know, this is very important information to really understand, because everyone is living their lives based on basically Greek teachings and astrology and the planetary systems with the Greek names, and everyone's living their entire lives by that, and their lives are being dictated by that, to where they'll say, well, you know, I can't be in a relationship with that person because that person's a Taurus and I'm a Scorpio, and we don't mix and match. So you know, you create this entire life around these teachings that the Greeks brought, and don't even really recognize it, don't even really understand who you're really worshiping and putting all your energy and consciousness into. So what the great Saba Tehuti is doing is giving us a bridgeway back to the original teachings prior to it being brought forth and manipulated by the same people that created the false matrix of the Bible, and really how they intertwined it, because the Bible and astrology go hand in hand, and you know, so it's beautiful. So make sure you support our great Saba Tehuti. To you, CAITLYN, for your question, and I look forward to many more questions that you bring forth. Shout out to the beautiful sister Shannon for what you do, and that beautiful system you made with the Ankh. So to for your creativity and bringing forth the ancient Kemetic artifacts again. So to you for that. Teachingsofma'at.org.
Come join us. Teachingsofma'at.org.
Come join us in the voice of the great brother Atefrem Kema'at.
Yeah, it's so beautiful how Saba has given us a high self-esteem and an advanced cultural, historical pride, and he also is teaching us boundaries, and he's leading us and giving us guidance to be safe, you know, to not have to deal with these malicious thieves and liars, teaching us, just giving us the real. It's so important. It's so critical in the guidance into Ma'at, into a new reality and a new consciousness. That's extremely powerful, extremely important.
I totally agree. I was just tired of being lied to, man. I was just tired of all the lies. And I actually didn't even know what the truth was. It was so many lies. I was like primordial thought. I didn't know where to turn. I started listening to I started consciously just focusing on just positive stuff. So I stopped listening to the murder, death, kill, rap that I was so accustomed to. I stopped frequenting places where its fat energy was predominant, and these was just conscious decisions that I made within myself, and I'm so glad that I did, because it led to my art. And like I say all the time, I didn't know that that's what it was going to be called. I had made a conscious decision that I was going to read more, because all of you are familiar with them saying that if you want to hide something from a melanated person, put it in a book. So I made a conscious decision to begin to read more, and those were all the decisions. Some of them that led me to SABA. I was listening to podcasts, just different audio books, and just positive, just people talking positivity. That's all I was listening to. I was like, I just want positive. So I stumbled upon the Killer Priest podcast, and I saw SABA on there. And like I said, I immediately recognized that something was different. At the time, I actually didn't know what it was. And but I just started to it was an attraction, to what he was saying. I was attracted to what he was saying, to the positive messages that he was speaking. And then it was actually beautiful, because at that time, if those of you are familiar with it, there was a ISFET energy going on. So I was able to see to see the measure, as the other brother said. I was able to weigh it, because I was witnessing him, and then the beautiful way he dismantled that ISFET energy was something to behold. So 2 hours for you, great SABA. Yes.
Atef, the exact same thing was happening to me as well, because I was like, when I was in my car, I was like, who can I listen to? And I was listening to Killer Priest, and so I was listening to him like on YouTube, and then my algorithm, I was only listening to positive stuff, and my algorithm started populating like Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Ben, stuff like that. And then Killer Priest Podcraft came off in my algorithm on YouTube, and I started watching Killer Priest, and that's when I found SABA.
Yeah, it's definitely magical. And I still don't know what's going on. I really don't. I just know it's beautiful, and I'm gonna just continue to follow my ebb. So to you, great SABA, for all that you bring forth and that you teach us, because something's happening, because people keep telling me different things, and everybody can't tell me the same lie. And I was at work today, and these brothers, they were actually patients. They kept telling me, they were like, man, you need to be on a podcast. And I just smiled and laughed at them, because I can't share my personal with the patients. But I was laughing, because at first I thought it was a joke, but they were absolutely serious. And this one of my coworkers, she said to me, she said, I'm opening up a group home, and you have to come and speak to the children. And then another brother, he said he's starting his own podcast, and he wants me to be his first interview. So everybody can't tell the same lie, SABA, but I still don't know what's going on. I'm just going with it. It's beautiful, it's my eye, and I'm going with it. So 2 hours, like I said, 2 hours for everything that you bring forth. So
Tua, to you, thank you for those confirmations. A lot of magical things are happening with people that I'm involved with, and that's what I'm here to. That is my personal goal. If there was no pod class where you all were sending in questions, I would be teaching on that type of power. The only the beautiful thing is that I can only teach you from within yourself. So that's why I set up the pod class like this. Too many teachers try to force topics on the masses. I realize that the true transformation can only take place within yourself. So therefore, only you know the questions. Only you know what you seek to ask the questions that can open those doors. And my goal to answer those questions, particularly for you and everybody who asks them, I answer them in a way that can change your guts inside. It can change your, we know what we mean by guts. Change your gut inside, change your brain, and transform you from a question. That's what it is that I want to show you, how powerful we were. And you don't have to know what's going on. That's the beautiful thing. You do not have to know what's going on. When you all send me a question, sometimes I don't know what's going on. I look at the question, I'm like, I need to sleep. That's the answer. I want to go to bed now. The answer is bedtime. There's the answer. My primordial thought asked me something, and I said, "Go to bed." There's your answer.
Still waiting on them utterances for the Upesh, Saba. We still waiting on it.
Yeah. So I'm doing this. I really believe that all of the solutions to make everybody into netters are within their own questions. Your questions is your inner self crying out, I want to know this for a particular reason. Who knows why CAITLYN wants to know about Venus? Who knows? I never asked them why. Who knows why Stranger wants to know about the Sator square? Only he knows. Only he knows. Who knows why Primordial wants to ask about the questions he asked about? It's personal. That's what makes the Tehuti podcast so special. It's a personal raising. You don't know what's going on because all of the questions haven't been answered yet. When everything is more answered, you'll have a greater view. I did not know what was going on when I was 18 years old, going from church to church, talking to people and breaking people out of the matrix. I didn't know what the end of it was, but I knew that I had to keep doing that. So it's a beautiful thing. But we're gonna get into. It's 12 o'clock almost. What is it? What's that time? My eyes. Well, yeah. We're gonna get into some donations, and then I'm gonna get into the very last question. The next question is GMO clouds, spirit clouds. The question that I looked at last week, and I was so tired. I was like, what is this? Not even a sentence. GMO clouds, spirit clouds, and UFO clouds, something to that effect. Break down all that. So that's going to be good. It's going to have one of my personal stories in it, in the answer, and it's going to have some pictures and some videos. So okay, let's get into the donations. And get this. See if we can get this done by 1 o'clock. Can we get it done by 1 o'clock? Let's see.
3 a.m. over here, Saba.
What is it?
It's 3 a.m. over here. I don't know what you're talking about. 12 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
It's 2 a.m. where I'm at.
Oh my goodness. I need to start having the podcast at 3 in the afternoon. That's my time. Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought, who said, what is it? Tip for the questions in advance. Hey, that's beautiful. That's what I just spoke about. Thank you. The questions in advance. That's beautiful, Primordial. You mean the ones that haven't even been asked yet?
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah, I sent that before you started, Saba. So to you, because I already know. You don't come up short here, man. So I appreciate you, Saba, too.
Thank you. Shout out to Stephen Escalart for sending money for the MetaNetter class. I'm gonna I'm gonna leave it there. Well, you know what? Steven's good. Steven's pretty good. Let me go ahead and show this because he's pretty good with sending the money on a Friday, and then he also reminds me back. So I'm gonna go ahead and is it on the screen?
Not yet, Saba.
Well, that's strange. It says it's on the screen. Huh. Okay. Let me see why. Oh, okay. Let me try again. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom. Shout out to that's Primordial. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Wait a minute. Let's see. Okay. Shout out to Steven Escalar, who pre-sent money for the MetaNetter class. Is that on the screen yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Shout out to Steven Escalar. And everybody can do this. You can contact me. Right now, it's first come, first serve. Because the MetaNetter class is pretty full. There were some missing from last week for their own personal things, but if everybody that usually comes to the MetaNetter class comes, it is full. If you want to know how to really prepay to save yourself a spot, you can email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com because it is full. It is full, but if you Carolina Mencina, Neferet Kepara, prepaid for the whole month. Harassed for Ye Culture, prepaid for the whole month, so she gets in every time. They get in every time. Shout out to Steven Escalar. Okay, let's go. Steven Escalar, where are you? $21, and I'm gonna go ahead and put that on mark on red, and now we're gonna go to holy smokes. What's that? That must be okay, Primordial. I just got a big charge for Mesomorph. I gotta find out. Okay. I gotta find out. Maybe one of my goddesses ordered that. Okay. Shout out to Kemet Heru Hancock. Pretty consistent supporter. He's been supporting actually off and on since the Killer Priest show. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Hero Hancock. I appreciate your support for a good brother. Appreciate your support very much. Pretty consistent. Thank you. Next up is I'll do a few more. Oh, here we go. Mr. Consistent times 3. I think he does 3 each time. Let me see. So first, it always starts off with the old nostalgic classic 777 for support. From Atef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and save that. Beautiful. Thank you so much, good brother. And then I'm going to go back and I bet I'm going to see 1 or 2 more in his name. Let me see. I see. There's the other one. Right back to back. Here it is. Give this man some noise, please. Back to back donations. 2023 for support. Give him some noise, please. Thank you so much, brother. You're consistent. Appreciate that. We got Edward. Oh, Big Vapes. Who must give for MetaNetter maybe? Okay, Big Vapes for oh, this is great. So let me show this on the screen. Everybody, give Big Vapes some noise. You can buy old MetaNetter classes too, everybody. Scribe, do me a favor, good brother. Can you put
yes.
Put the MetaNetter class overlay on the screen, so everybody you can actually pay for the entrance of the live MetaNetter class, and there's also almost 50 MetaNetter classes that you've missed at this point. I think they're at number 47 or something to that effect. So you even if you can't make it in live, you have 50 that you can still get. So there is the Mentor Monday. It's at 1:30 every Monday. And there's the email you can contact. And don't worry if you miss a Mentor class. I have it set up. I have it set up so that you have all the Mentor classes you need, because each of them are like 2.5 hours long, and you have about 50 of them to catch up on. So don't worry, you have a year's worth or more to watch. All right, yes. Here we go. All right, Scribe, you can take that down. Thank you so much, good brother. Let me go back to screen share, a couple more, then I'm going to get to the next question. I hope you all are really supporting what it is. This next one is going to be very nice. Actually, it's going to be, they're all nice, but this is going to be personal stuff here. Okay, next one is, who's that? That's Big Vapes. And this one is Big Ed Leisure. The Big Ed Leisure is seriously, I think he began the consistent supporters, the consistent big time supporters. His name is Maharu in the room, everybody, and he started the big supporting consistency, like double support. Like he'll give 2 donations in one class. Him and Black Car started that, and then Kemet 101 was jumping off in there, but these two are like. This brother here is like almost every single class, more than one. Is that shown on the screen?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Let me fix that. Shout out to the good brother Big Ed Leisure, also known in the room as Maharu. Maharu, I'll be talking to you Sunday. I'll be speaking to you Sunday. There it is. That should be on the screen now, I hope. Give him some big noise. We get leisure. Thank you, good brother. Beak at Leisure. Awesome. All right, next up. Who was before that? Oh, that was okay. Next up is Stranger, the namer of the moderators. What does he do? Part 2. Hey, Stranger, you in the room, good brother? Look at this big donation, everybody. He's the one that asked about part 1. He immediately sent towards part 2. Sator Square. He's trying to get his mind blown off. Is that showing in the room yet, brothers?
Yes.
Give him some big noise, please. Towards of the Sator Square. You got it, my brother. You got it. That's gonna be woo. Okay. Sarah Jean, which is Harassed for the Culture. Oh, she wants part 2. Give her some noise. Anybody who sends extra for any of the classes, give her some noise. She already gave over 20 minutes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's her part 2. Sarah. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Awesome. Thank you. It says for my donation on Sator's part 2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, who do we got here? Mankur Ra. Here, the donation's almost over. Wait a minute. Hold on. Mankur Ra. Hey, Mankur Ra. Mankur Ra, is that on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some noise, please. Thank you, good brother Menku Ra. Menku Ra is Menku Ra. How do I explain him? He's the fastest of the highest accumulated donators. I'll say that. He's the fastest, highest accumulated supporter in the pod class. That means at the speed that he used to give donations on a consistent basis, the speed of it, it was so many. Sometimes I couldn't even keep up with them, and they were humongous. Shout out to Menku Ara. One of the donations he gave that was one of the donations he gave that was so massive, I didn't even announce it because he said it doesn't matter. It's not really for the announcing purposes. But he gave a donation that probably one of the biggest ever. I think the biggest ever in the whole podcast. I think, and he was like, "Doesn't even matter." Okay. Shout out to you, Menku Ra. And what does it say there? Primordial, could you read that for me? What does it say?
Oh, I'm on my cell phone, so that phone is small.
2 hours for your powerful example.
Okay, and sorry, Menku Ra, read it. Sorry, it's his. He's the one that sent it. Sorry, read that, Menku Ra. Thank you, Ateba. Read it.
2 up for your powerful example. Just who you are, Saba, is like nothing else I've ever experienced. And July was like a little crazy for me. I got this $500,000 project that I got going on. So if everything falls in place, we gonna talk. With some good things are happening. Good energy is happening. So to Saba, honestly, like you are a wonder. You're the 8th, you're the 9th or the 10th wonder of the world, whatever number we're on. So Tua for who you are, Saba. Seriously.
Thank you so much. Actually, you know what? The wonders all got knocked down. The wonders of the world. Remember those 7 wonders of the world?
Uh-huh.
There's only one now.
Is that the Great Pyramid?
Yeah, that's it. All the other ones got figured out. The Great Pyramid is the only one left. So I remember years ago, like 20, 30 years ago, it was 7 wonders of the world. If you look it up now, it's one. They're all gone. It's just the Great Pyramid left. We have the last wonder of the world. What'd you say?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
The first and the last. We just taught about that.
Always leads back to the source.
Okay, we're gonna oh my gosh, I'm holding Rigo. Not yet. I'm not gonna announce that yet. And Sherry Ka, check your PayPal. I don't know if they're holding. I don't know what they're doing with your PayPal, but they're holding your donation. If you can hear me, just check that out. They're holding the donation. All right, everybody, we're going to get into the last question of the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go, everybody. Get ready. Brace yourself. Stay on the screen, gentlemen, so I can put the... Actually, no. Actually, hold on. Which one's this? Okay. Okay. Actually, no, that's okay. That's okay. Let me blow this up. Oh, actually, I don't have the amount. But we'll give him some. I don't have the amount. Here. But okay, brothers, no problem. We're gonna go ahead and get into the next question from NUKPUNUKPU. Brothers, I'll see you on the chat in the room. And let's get into the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. Peace and love, everybody. This is the next question here, which
Peace
is
and love,
on peace and love. NUKPUNUKPU. I hope you can hear me, my good brother. Here is the last question, because it's getting late, of the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and answer this. Oh, let me sit up. Hold on, something in my eye. Okay, everybody press a 9 if you can hear me and see me well. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see me well. We're going to get into the very last question of the Tehuti pod class. Let's do it, everybody. Rigo says, let's go. Creating words. All right, press a 9 if you can hear me. Peace and love. I like this name. This is one of the names I like here. Shout out to I don't see this name much, but I like Creative Native. I like that name. Creative Native. Something that's just nice and smooth and clear about that name. Awesome. Shout out to you. Shout out to hey, another Sandoval. Shout out to Matthew Sandoval. I just answered a question from Stranger. It was also Sandoval. Shout out to you. We see Bella is staying up to the end. Roberto Reyes. Okay, good. We're gonna Roberto Reyes. Shout out to Roberto Reyes. I believe it's the same brother. This is the first Ma'at promoting brother in the Killer Priest pod class. Shout out to you. I think that should be the same brother. There's two Roberts. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna come off camera for a second. All right, everybody, we're gonna get into the next question, which is gonna be the last question of the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Brace yourself. Let me put it back on camera. See if I'm okay. Wonderful. All right, everybody, are you ready? You press your 9s. Hopefully you can hear me and see me well. You press your 9s. Hopefully you can hear me and see me well. Let's go, everybody. Last question of the Tehuti pod class. Let's do it. What is this question? What could this question be? Bella presses a 9. Kitasi presses a 9. There's another name I like. Maybe I like these names because they rhyme. Creative Native, Horizon of Zion. I like those names. Shout out to you all. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Angela, straight out the gates. I don't think I saw you yet. Shout out to you, Angela, straight out the gates. Peace to you. Here we go, everybody. Last question of the Tehuti pod class. Let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. Entire screen share and boom. Let's get into it. Here we go. There it is right there. I actually put the question right there in the answer. 52 minutes is the last question. We're going to reset. Press start. Here it is. So look at the variety. Look at the diversity of questions you can ask Tehuti at the Tehuti pod class. What is this? We have Emmanuel Rodriguez says his name is NUKPUNUKPU. What is it? NUKPUNUKPU. And he says, SABA, breakdown, spirit clouds, ships, and GMO clouds. Wow. The diversity of questions you can ask here at the Tehuti pod class. Spirit cloud, ships, and GMO clouds. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Support the Tehuti pod class. I'm going to demonstrate my gift right here because this is a random. If you just walk up to somebody and say, hey, break down spirit, ship clouds, and GMO clouds. They'll tell you to go get a job or something. But here, we're going to make, let's answer this. Let's see if I can answer this. I told my goddesses I'm at I was looking at the pod class since it began till now. And other than the questions that were too politically to answer, like I'd get maybe shut down or something, including those, I'm at a 99% answer rate ratio. That means that for 2 years, all the questions that you've sent in have been answered thoroughly, except for the ones that I said that I couldn't really speak on this particular platform. But yeah, we're at a 99% rate of answering questions. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Let's do it. Boom and boom and boom. Here we go. NUKPU, SABA, breakdown, spirit clouds, cloud ships, and GMO clouds. What in the world? You put a snake, the down symbol for breakdown, and you put the heart and the feather. What do you all know about spirit clouds, cloud ships, and GMO clouds? Like 3 questions in one, but here we go. All right. What a set of questions. Where can you go to submit what appears to be impossible? You have. Where have you ever seen all of these questions specifically asked and each addressed specifically? What can Tehuti do with these? Are there actual, factual, researchable, resourced answers on these specifically, with government documents and possible and impossible documents, and even video footage that Tehuti can show? Where would he get it from? That's the question. Where are these answers coming from? Well, welcome to the Tehuti Podcast, the only forum platform in existence where you can send your personal questions and get a mini documentary customized for you. Let's see if Tehuti can address these. Welcome to the Matrix, where all of this is happening right in front of you. And I will answer each mentioned questions in reverse order. Let's start with GMO clouds. What is that, everybody? What in the world is GMO clouds? What is that? Let's start with that. So if you look at the questions, it goes from spirit clouds, CLOUDSHIPS, GMO clouds. We're going to start with the GMO clouds and then go to what they call spirit cloud, CLOUDSHIPS in one, in that order. Or spirit clouds, CLOUDSHIPS, which you're going to decide if they're the same. You're going to decide. Here we go. So what is GMO clouds? Who is the leading producer of genetically modified food? Of course, it is Monsanto. Great. What's wrong with that? Everything looks fine so far. You know, nice little building. The leader of GMO, genetically modified foods. But what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that Monsanto Company was an American agrochemical and agricultural biotechnology corporation founded in 1901 and headquartered in Creve Coeur, Missouri. Monsanto's best known product is Roundup, a glyphosate-based herbicide developed in 1970s. Later, the chemical became a major producer of genetically engineered crops. The company became a producer of genetically engineered crops. What's wrong with this picture? Monsanto was one of the 4 groups to introduce genes into plants in 1983. What's wrong with this picture, everybody? Well, wait, this can't be. Monsanto, the company that is responsible, do you know what's responsible for 90% of soy that we eat, 85% of corn that we eat from Monsanto, 95% of sugar beets from Monsanto, is a biotech company world renowned for creating the spraying of chemicals which kill biological organisms. So wait, this can't be. Monsanto, the company that is responsible for 90% of the soy, 85% of the corn, 95% of the sugar beets, is a biotech company world renowned for creating the spraying of chemicals which kill biological organisms. How can that be the same company? Well, how do they, the largest GMO company, cover such vast areas? To cover over 85% of America's corn, you'd have to cover large, vast areas. And here begins the answer to the first part of the question in sequence. Go to Natural Society. 75% of air and rain samples contain Monsanto's Roundup. Did you hear that? 75% of the air. Here in America, 75% of the air that you're breathing and rain samples contain Monsanto's Roundup. How do they spread this? By these planes. Okay, boom. Planes spraying GMO chemicals that will eventually look like skinny cloud lines. Let's continue reading though. What does it say? Well, it says, new study proves just how invasive Monsanto's best-selling chemicals are, revealing how herbicide toxins are appearing in 75% of rain and air samples. Take a deep breath. Thanks to the massive use of herbicides across the planet, you likely just inhaled a dose of Monsanto's best-selling herbicide, Roundup. At least according to the latest U.S. Geological Survey published in the journal Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry, the chemical ingredient used in Roundup, known as glyphosate, as well as other inert toxic chemicals, were found in over 95% of the air and rain samples tested from Mississippi in 2007, a large river that cuts through the middle of the U.S. and the basin in which hundreds of farms runoffs drain. The evaluation of the numerous pesticides currently used were measured through water and air samples collected from 1995 to 2007 during growing season along the Mississippi Delta agricultural region. If 75% of the samples containing Roundup isn't shocking enough, there's more. Wait, there's more. Roundup chemicals were prevalent, but so were 37 other toxic chemical compounds, all present in both rain and air samples. Yes, false clouds poisoning the waters with GMO. Let me take you to the National Library of Medicine, to the actual source article this is sourcing from, and show you the matrix. In a prior class, I had taught that people were starting to realize the effect of these chemicals and demanded the decrease in the amount or the stoppage of these chemical sprayed herbicides. Well, Monsanto did decrease the amount, everybody. They did decrease the amount. They took heed. They did decrease the amount. Let's go to the National Library Museum of Medicine, PubMed, under comparative study, Everon Toxic Chem, 2014. Pesticides in Mississippi Air and Rain. A comparison between 1995 and 2007. A variety of current use pesticides were determined in weekly composite air and rain samples collected during 1995 and 2007 growing seasons in the Mississippi Delta, MSUSA agricultural region. Similar sampling and analytical methods allowed for direct comparison of results. Decreased overall pesticides use in 2007 relative to 1995 generally resulted in the decreased detection frequencies in air and rain observed in concentration ranges were similar between years. However, even though the 1995 sampling site was 500 M from the active fields, whereas 2007 sampling site was 3 M of the field, mean concentrations of detections were sometimes greater in 2007 than 1995, but the median values were often lower. 7 compounds in 1995 and 5 in 2007 were detected in 50% of both air and rain samples. Atrazine, which changes your gender, metolachlor, and propanol were detected in 50% of the air and rain samples in both years. Glyphosate and the degradation product, aminomethyl phosphonic acid, AMPA, were detected in 75% of the air and rain samples in 2007, but were measured in 1995, but were not measured in 1995. The 1995 seasonal wet deposition flux was dominated by methyl parathion. 80% was 4 to 5 times the 2007 flux. Total herbicide in 2007 was slightly greater than 1995 and was dominated by glyphosate, malathion, methyl parathion, and degradation products made up most of the 2007 non-herbicidal flux. What is this talking about? So they decrease the amount, boom. They decrease the amount, quote unquote, the amount from 300, but from 300M to from 500M to 300M, but up the potency of poison so the dangerous effects are even higher at a lower amount. Welcome to the Matrix. Let us continue. So even though they decreased the amount, the potency of poison got higher. So it's more dangerous even with a decreased amount from 2007 to 1985. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go. All right. Let's look at some footage. Let me take you to some footage here in California, November 3rd, 2011, 7:09 a.m. So we can look at these chemical lines. This is November 3rd, 7:09 a.m. Thursday in San Diego. When you look up in the sky, you see these, the regular lines you see when you look up, like they're stored in the chemtrails. Not too bad though, but you see like a line that looks kind of strange as opposed to a cloud. You may say, Tehuti, I see what you're saying, but those look like lines. I'd be able to tell them apart from clouds, but what most don't know is that they are designed to gradually expand. That was 7:09 a.m. Let's go to a minute ahead of time in 7:10. So this is 7:09 a.m. San Diego, California. And let's go to 7:10. Look what just happened. You see that expanding, changing to look like clouds now. Go back to 7:09. Why does a minute later look so much different? And now let's go to 7:35 a.m. There's 7:10. The difference between 7:10 and 7:09. What a vast difference. And then we're going to jump to 7:35. And what do we see in 7:35? Boom. What is this? 7:35. There's 7:35 right there. And by the time you look up in the sky at 8:40 a.m., they've expanded to look like regular clouds. So you think nothing of them. So now it just looks like a regular cloudy day. This is 8:40. This was this at 7:09. Same area, 7:09. A minute later, starts to expand. 7:10, 7:35 starts to look like this. By the time you get to 8:40, it looks like a regular sunny, cloudy day. Nothing to look at here. If you looked up at the sky and saw this, you'd say, oh, look at the clouds. Not knowing that they are the trails actually designed to expand. And when they expand, they stay in a cloud-like formation. And then, so you don't pay attention by 9:58 a.m. when they turn into this. And there's your 9:58 a.m. cloud. What a strange looking cloud that is. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is your GMO cloud. That's your GMO cloud. Starts as a line. You say, look at the chemtrail. Then it expands. Then it turns into regular clouds. And then later on in the day, it turns into this strange looking cloud. And you end up not even paying attention to it. Because this doesn't look anything like a chemtrail, does it? That looks absolutely nothing like a chemtrail. Because they expand to look like clouds. So you just say, that's a weird looking cloud, and you go on about your day. Welcome to the Matrix. What if Tehuti was to tell you that they have what is called cloud seeding? Using what appears to be projectiles and created clouds for agricultural purposes. This whole podcast is about agriculture. Agricultural purposes that creates clouds and directs weather. Oh, Tehuti, you're pseudo. You are a conspiracy theorist, Tehuti. No government is doing any weather control project on us. Wonderful. Let me introduce you to cloud seeding under the weather modification section of the NAWMC. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. weather modification. Cloud seeding, a form of weather modification, is safe, scientific, time-tested, and proven set of technologies used to enhance rain and snow, reduce hail damage, and alleviate fog. The benefits of cloud seeding can be measured in additional water for cities and agriculture, as well as reduction of damage from severe weather. Look at the little projectile missile looking things. This is the cloud seeding. Here it is. Cloud seeding. All in the name of agriculture. Chemically created and now weather altering seeded clouds. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix. This is the North American Weather Modification Council, NAWMC, January 25th, 2011, as a nonprofit 501c4 corporation under Texas Business Organizations. Here it is, everybody. It's official. NAWMC, North American Weather Modification Council. It is not a conspiracy theory. This is a registered modification council for weather change. The mission of the North American Weather Modification Council is to advance the proper use of weather modification technologies through education, promotion, and research. The council serves as a forum for exchange of information on weather modification issues, to promote the effective use of these technologies, to enhance participation, suppress damaging hail, and mitigate fog, and to advance research and development activities to increase scientific knowledge about weather modification capabilities. Learn about cloud seeding. Yay. What do we do without cloud seeding? I don't know, live like how we lived for 3 million years. But here we go. All right, so I will show you a part of the matrix now called chem webbing. Anybody heard of this? Chem webbing. I will take you to a normal overview of October 25th, 2018. California. These are over the areas of Mount Shasta, Chino, Reno, and Redding. Let me come into the room and do a quick mic check. I want to make sure of something here. Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Eniad. All right, we got Creative Native 9, Harassed Free Culture 9, Higa kept Raw 9, Shannon, Southern 9, Robert Reyes 9, Rigo 9, Andromeda Miserables 9, Philly 9, 9 Philly 9. Okay, Peace John Johnson. Katasi, okay, good. You can hear me, everybody? Let's go back. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We just covered cloud seeding. Look at all the interesting things that are being done with clouds. So now I'm going to take you to what's called chem webbing. Chem webbing in the matrix. I will show you a part of the matrix now called chem webbing. I will take you to a normal overview on October 25th, 2018, California, over the areas of Mount Shasta, Chino, Reno, and Redding. Here it is, regular day, regular clouds. This is regular. Regular over the Mount Shasta area. Regular. This is from an actual news report. Regular. Weather report channel. Now, that was October 25th, 2018. And now we're going to go to the next day, October 26th, 2018. The chem acceleration assault begins. the next day, now it looks like this. And they come on and say, breaking news. Look at the big change that took place in one day from this to this. Chem acceleration assault begins, and there we go, breaking news over Chino, Mount Shasta, Chino, Reno, and Redding. Now the next day, October 27, we see full chem webbing. Look at that. Look at this. What's happening here, ladies and gentlemen? What do you see happening here? Does this look normal to you? Regular day? This is the chem webbing. Now we'll go. That was October 27th. We see full chem webbing. October 27th, I'm going to zoom in, and you can see the clouds are actually formed by webbed lines. Look at these supposed clouds. Do these look like clouds to you, ladies and gentlemen? These clouds are actually formed by webbed lines over Chino, Reno, Mount Shasta, Redding area in California. Remember the North American Weather Modification Council? Guess who is the first member on the council? So we see this chem webbing here in California. This is in Redding, Chino, Mount Shasta, Reno. Over here, this was the strange clouds in San Diego, California. Over here, Reno, California, Redding, Mount Shasta. Remember the North American Weather Modification Council? Guess who is the first member on the council? Let's see. What's the first member on the council? Let's go back to the council and let's see. Who's the first member, everybody? Let's see. The first member is NAWMC, North American Weather Modification Council. California. California Department of Water Resources is the first member. And when you hear about all these strange things happening in California, the outbreaks of the fire, this webbing taking place, these pictures that I'm showing, well, the first member is California Department of Water. Does that make sense, everybody? Who here has a section in their city that you go pay bills? It's called the Department of Water. Everybody, right? Department of Water Resources. Everybody have that? Will the Department of Water Resources be connected with weather modification? Boom, California. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let's go deeper into the matrix. What if I told you that a notice of intent ad was published in Pasadena? Where's that? Is that California? In Pasadena, California again, in the Star, January 22nd, January 29th, February 2nd, 2016. There's a nice notice of intent. You know, when they have a notice of intent to build in your area, when they have a notice of intent to do a fumigation spray, you have a certain amount of days to just leave for a day. It's called notice of intents in your area. They're just warnings. But this one came out in the Star, this Pasadena Star, January 22nd, January 29th, February 2nd, 2016. And here's an example of the newspaper, if you want it. It's not even a newspaper anymore, but the newspaper, the internet newspaper. It's called the Pasadena Star News. All about things that happen in LA County and other parts of California. You know what? That's the internet today. I'm going to go back to the photographed actual news authentic paper. The original article to show you ad number 761044. The picture of the ad. What does the notice of intent say? What does it say here? County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works, that's the water company, hereby gives a notice of intention to conduct a weather modification program that's in your newspaper. That's the ad. That's the ad of intent. Your water company is giving in, a little notice of intention. Just gonna have some weather modification program happening in your area. Hello. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. You never seen that in your local newspaper? Did you ever turn to that page? Does anybody even read the newspaper anymore? Anybody read newspapers anymore? Well, that's in the back of it. There it is. Hey, look at that. County of Los Angeles Department, Water of Public Works, where you pay your water, electricity bill. They hereby give you a notice of intention to conduct a weather modification program. Oh, boy. Boom. A 2016 newspaper authentic notice, intent of weather modification. People say, wait, Tehuti, where, when, and how are you even getting all of these things from? How was the question asked in 2023, and you have the actual newspaper article that addresses the exact project from 2016, not the internet, but the actual newspaper article? That's not on Wikipedia. When I type in that question, how do you have all of this, Tehuti? Yes, I know your current conscious Kemetic teacher is not doing all of this for you. I'll tell you one day, but for now, appreciate what you only have here at the T.O.M class. Here's the actual picture of the back of the paper. Hey, it says time and location. Weather modification equipment will be installed at the sites from Pacoima, and Glendora, and will focus increasing the precipitation in Pacoima, Tujunga, Wash, and San Gabriel River. Weather modification activities will be initiated. The next storm that meets activation criteria continue for suitable storms through April 15th, 2016. Part of this program, weather modification activities, will be conducted between October 15th and April 15th. Each of the next 4 years. The project. This is the government Department of Public Water Works. Yes, your water company. Oh, guess who's the licensee of this? Who's controlling this? Let's go back. Here it is right here. I blocked all the numbers so people won't be calling and harassing them. Hey, the licensee, this project will be operated and supervised by the North American Weather Consultants, a certified weather modification consultants. Boom, the North American Weather Modification Council. And what is that at the very top of their mission statement? What is that? Yes, a modified cloud. Speaking of modified clouds, what are these so-called spirit clouds that seem to be remotely controlled or consciously moving around? I will show you a video that may be eye-opening for some, uneasing for some. It's from Richmond, Virginia. Okay, let me come off the screen. This is from Richmond, Virginia. And people are seeing these things and people don't know what to call them, but they seem to be, they're coming from the sky and then they're coming down to the earth. And I don't remember ever seeing this as a child. I don't know if you all used to play with these in the playground. I'm not sure. But when I was a child, I don't remember ever seeing this. But now, these things are coming from the sky and they're just moving around on the streets and on the roads. Let me go ahead and play a video for you. This is from Richmond, Virginia. And you all make of it what you will.
Crazy. Yeah. Hey,
run up on it. Run up
so
on
you
it.
better, hell no.
Run up on it.
What the world?
Run up on that junk, will you?
No, I'm not running. You run up on it.
They already fuck with my car, man.
That's crazy. You see that? That's crazy. Yes, it is.
Go run up on it. That's a lightning class. Shoot up if you get your ass.
Oh man, I ain't never seen. You seen one of those before? Hold up.
Hold on, let me see.
That one is yours.
I'm
There's no cloud. It is. It just came from out the sky.
Yeah, no simple.
Huh?
So, if you listen to the content, two things happened prior to that video starting. One is the gentleman said that thing was messing with his car. That's what he actually said. He said, I'm not going to run up on that. That thing was messing with my car. So whatever it was doing to his car, they didn't catch that part on video. And then the lady said something very interesting. They said, one girl said, that's one of them. The other one is over there. And the other lady said, yeah, this one here just came from the sky. And the guy said that was messing with my car. Take that as you wish. But these are the strange things that are moving around. Apparently, coming from the sky, coming down, the brother said it's messing with his car. It moves around, it stops. It cocks itself back, it tilts itself back, so it's like this, and then it tilted back like this, and when it tilted like this, it went in that direction and started going back up to the sky. Very interesting things going on with clouds these days. Very, very interesting things going on with clouds these days. Let us continue. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. All right. Boom. We are back. What is making that apparent quote-unquote cloud come to Earth, start moving around on the street? Okay, now you may be wondering, are they using these quote-unquote clouds to cloak more than just their clandestine, malevolent GMO weather-changing agenda? Are there others that are hiding in these quote-unquote clouds? I can only share with you something that I witnessed myself with some of my students that may be in the room today, in the pod class today. I will tell you about what I saw on a rooftop in 1997 on MLK Boulevard and Ashby Street with several different witnesses. I don't know if Matt, daughter of Ray, is still in the room. She may be sleeping, but I believe she was there. We had a thing called Nisi Phi. It was like a sorority fraternity thing where we were using the college concepts of sorority to actually do step dancing to promote conscious stories. Anyways, we went to a rooftop on Ashby Street and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And that big rooftop had a big space where we could do our performings, our dancing, our stepping, the drumming and everything. And then while this was going on, we know it was a bright sunny day, very, very bright. And then this cloud came into view right in front of all of us. A cloud came into view and it just sat in one spot. And the rest of the day had not one cloud, completely sunny, completely blue sky. And the cloud just came and then it stopped in a particular area. Pretty strange, but not enough to fully distract us from anything. We're like, okay, what can we say or do about that? At any rate, here comes the government helicopters. Government helicopters now come full black, no identification, no different signs or logos or symbols or anything, just full jet black helicopters start coming into view. And when they come into view, they actually go into the cloud. They go into this cloud. And then within the cloud is extremely large, so it's much bigger than the helicopter. It goes into the cloud. Then within the cloud, there's light streaks that hit the helicopter. And you can see the helicopter in the cloud because the cloud is partly see-through. And the light beam hits the helicopter, and the helicopter disappears. And there comes another helicopter. And that one flies around, goes into the cloud, and a light beam hits that one. Not a sound in the sky. No thunder, no lightning, no explosion of the helicopter. It just hits the helicopter. Then there's this big like ball of light goes, and then nothing is there. The other helicopter comes in. You can hear the helicopter choppers. You can hear them. It's right over us because we're on the rooftop. It's right over us. We're looking at it, and we're just seeing helicopters go into this cloud, and there's some type of beam that hits them, and then it's completely silent. No more no explosion sound. Just the next one, nothing. And we're all looking at this, and I know I have an idea. I'm looking at him saying, yeah, I know what's hiding in there, and I know what government helicopters are interested in that. But the technology of the thing that's hiding inside of this cloud is far beyond human helicopter warfare technology. So the fight was completely unfair. It was one laser beam and then complete silence. That actually made no sound. There was no explosion. It was more of an annihilation evaporation, where it just disintegrated the big chopper. Silence. Silence is gone. And the cloud is just sitting there. No other cloud in the sky. So yes, there are things that actually camouflage themselves within clouds. So that's when the question was asked about spirit clouds, ship clouds. Yes, there's things and other technologies that are beyond what you can comprehend that use the clouds as an actual camouflage. And the government is not with the program. So the government we're seeing these black helicopters and they're being annihilated in front of us. And that war was very quick. It was about maybe 10 minutes. Not more than a 10-minute war. It was a very quiet war, a very one-sided, unfair battle. And then it was over. And then the cloud was eventually gone. Never rained. No other clouds came. It came, stopped, did what it did, annihilated the helicopters, and it was eventually out of there. And that's what I saw with my own eyes. And we talked about that for days and days and days because we would teach about it, but we didn't see it with our own eyes. That there's things hiding inside of the clouds, and the government has absolutely no chance. No chance. Robert Ray says, yo, I seen that. Crazy you're saying this. Yeah, I was on the roof. There was a bunch of brothers and sisters on the rooftop, and where did you see that? Because that happened, and we said, I mean, we know what it is. We know what's going on. The average person just gets scared and says pseudo mythology, the pseudo. They don't know what to say, but we saw it with our own eyes, and the silence was the strangest part of it. If it shot the helicopters and they exploded, that would be amazing, but it would be normal. But the fact that it drew no attention because the light it shot was silent, and the helicopter evaporating was silent, so it drew no crowds to come around because it was completely silent. Okay, 1 second, everybody, hold on. Okay. It was completely silent, and that was the most amazing part of it because we were thinking maybe it was another government, maybe it was maybe it was helicopters fighting, and we just couldn't see the other ones in there. Maybe it was some high technology, we just couldn't see it. But nothing that I know of on this earth has the capabilities of shooting laser to hit metal objects, and the metal object, it didn't even make that sound. There wasn't even it was just gone. It was a light that just consumed, just went hit, gone. Next helicopter hit, gone. So that is actually what I saw. Those are your cloud ships. Those are your conscious clouds. Those are something that's inside of the cloud. And now I'm going to go ahead and show you some imagery of an example of what this looks like. Ready? On the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Only here at the Tehuti podcast. So here we go, everybody. Now, what I'm going to show you, I will show you a picture of one of these strange clouds that stood out from the other clouds in the sky on October 31st, 2022. So over here is a picture of, it looks like a regular cloudy day, but if you look where I'm pointing the arrow, this cloud right here looks a little darker than the rest of the clouds. So the person that saw this, you know, sometimes you see clouds and you say, well, maybe that's the one holding the most water. You know, sometimes you'll see, look up in the sky and you'll see clouds and you'll say, well, your mother told you, and you know, the ones that are the darkest are the ones that are actually holding the water. That's where the rain's going to come from. So it'd be very interesting to actually zoom in to see, what does it actually look like? What does it look like? Is it actual water compacted in this cloud and you can zoom in and see water? What does it actually look like? So the cloud was zoomed in on. No, it looked very strange, so it was zoomed in on. And when it was zoomed in on, the lighting was adjusted to see if it was a lighting issue. And then this happened. The cloud got extremely dark. Now, there's no way that it could be holding that much water. That's extremely dense. So that cloud, when you change the lighting on it, something else was happening within the cloud, and it wasn't water being held, but the lighting changed to let you see that that cloud is much different from the other clouds. And it is really dark now when you change the lighting. Now, when the quote-unquote cloud was zoomed in on, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? This is what was seen inside the clouds. So now when you look at this image and it's zoomed in on, these look like inside of a computer or some type of construction, 90-degree lines, vertical lines, pyramid-shaped structures. This is inside of the cloud now zoomed in on, thinking that maybe water or something's making it dark. When you zoom in on it, it looks like a city or some type of structured area with different colored pyramid-shaped objects and building looking like 90-degree objects. It looks like inside of a computer. Something strange is happening. Now, I know that this is hard to make out, so let me show you the zoomed out. We're going to widen this out, and we're going to look inside of this quote-unquote cloud. We're going to look at it through a bigger view, kind of zoomed out. And here's what happens inside of this cloud. Here we go. Beautiful cloud, right? Look at the cloud. What a nice cloudy day. This is what's happening inside of what appears to us on the outside as a cloud. But inside, we see deliberate, structured architecture taking place, 90-degree symmetry type structured architecture taking place inside of this so-called cloud that looks like a cloud to us. But what is this? What are these? What is happening? What are any of these things right here? What is this? What is this? This looks completely like the inside of it. It doesn't even look like parts of it looks like the inside of the computer, but this looks completely artificial, technologically manipulated. And that is what's seen when this is zoomed in on. Again, it starts off as this. Regular cloudy day, but cloud is a little dark. You just walk by, normal day, nothing to look at here. Everything's kind of strange and, you know, a little strange. Maybe it's going to rain, a little rainy day. Change the lighting. It's not rain because the whole thing turns completely ink black. There's no way it could be that dense with water that it's ink black. That water would have poured out of it already. And then you zoom in and you see this, and then you zoom out to get the bigger picture, and you start seeing this right here. This is the inside of the cloud. How does that look, ladies and gentlemen? Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. I hope you all appreciated that. And those, and I'll go back to the actual here. Spirit clouds, cloud ships, and GMO clouds. That is my experience. That is where I am living. That is the newspaper articles in the areas close to where I live. That is the California Water Department. That is images in the sky of expanding clouds turning into webbing in San Diego and Reno and Mount Shasta. And those are images of a cloud with a picture zoomed in on. Oops. I was doing that, sorry. Okay, there's the question right there. Sorry, it didn't show. So strange. Okay, so there's the question. Spirit clouds, cloud ships, GMO clouds. A lot of these are the area that I live in. These are pictures, live pictures. Some of them are from news broadcasts. You can see all these different things that are taking place with clouds, moving clouds, clouds that are disturbing people's cars, moving upwards, clouds that are made from chemicals, clouds that actually hold some type of technology that can destroy helicopters without a sound, and then ultimately the cloud that is looked at that you can't see with the naked eye, but actually demonstrates what it does look like when you look inside of it, and that is extremely artificial. No water can make that shape. Nothing in nature can make these shapes. But this is what's inside of some of these clouds. Boom. Hotep, I am done. There's my answer, everybody. Hope you appreciate it. Nukpu. But that is all the three clouds and all of what I know and experience and newspaper articles and the weather control program and pictures and zoom-ins and what I've seen with my own eyes of all those three type of experiences. Boom, that's my answer. Hope you appreciate it. Nukpu. And I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the room for the brothers to jump in. And yes, very interesting. Very, very interesting. We have a new person in the room. I'm just looking at the chat now. I don't look at the chat much, but there is VRI who says, eternally grateful. So let me check in the chat to see what you all thought of the answer and the information. Once again, you can send the Tehuti pod class. Look at the diversity of questions, but the whole class for 5.5 hours has all been on agriculture. From the beautiful agriculture of Auset and the great farmers of Kemet to the manipulation of the Sator square and the agriculture turned into the Pompeii Temple of Isis, to the manipulation through Venus, all the way to Monsanto agriculture and weather manipulation in the name of enhancing our agriculture. Agriculture class. All right. Let me see what the new person says here. The new person says is V.RI, which says eternally grateful for your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you. Not sure if that's a brother or sister, but thank you. V.RI, peace and love to you. Glad you appreciated it and what it is that I do. Thank you. And Eric G says, very interesting. Thank you, SABA. Wonderful, wonderful. Creative Native says, great job, SABA. Much appreciated. VRI says, let me blow this up so I can see this. Says, I've recently been saying nook poo nook to the neighbor's cat, and it finally let me pet it for the first time in 2 years. Okay, interesting. Nook poo to the cats. Let's go. And Bella, who's still up, hanging out, says, to a SABA Tehuti. To it to you. Agricultural evolution, that is right. Take me back to the Nile. Get Monsanto and these alien clouds out of here. I want to go back to get these clouds out of here. Give me the old clouds of the Nile. What's up, my brother Primordial Thoughts?
Hey, Saba, it's crazy that you showed that because I'll be seeing that stuff every day, all the time. Maybe not those ones that was floating on the floor. I mean, on the street level, but but you do see them trails all the time.
Yes. And you're are you close to any of those areas I named? Are you in that direction?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's the open space. They love experimenting out there. And there's
Yes, sir.
farmland and a lot of experimenting out there, more than a city area where there's not much planting of seeds and farming going on. They love you all.
I'll see. Since I go to work so early in the morning, I'll see the trails, and then I want to say about break time coming, just kind of like the time like you broke down. I'll come back outside, and it's cloudy outside.
Yes,
Completely.
yes. And if you didn't see the trails first, and you may not even put it together because most people don't, but if you just looked up to all the clouds, you just say it's a cloudy day, but when you see the trails there first, you're like, no, these are the trails that turned into this.
Correct.
Into clouds. It's
Correct.
not just this term called chemtrails, it's true, but it's deceiving at the same time because it has you looking for just the trails, which it does do that. But if you just look for the trails, you miss the clouds that they turned into, and the webbing that connects them all that just makes it look like this sheet, and it's totally artificial. No
Right.
rain is going to come out of that.
Now, do you think they do that stuff to block the rays of Ra for the most part?
Yeah, they say that they're manipulating weather and stopping the they control how sunny they want to get it. They control when it rains because there's two. What I covered today is multiple programs. So one had nothing to do with actual weather control. One was just the Monsanto, the clouds that are created from the chemical sprays, and then the other one can take those clouds and natural clouds and seed them and manipulate them. Those are different companies, and then the other one may not even be a company from here. So the other one may be from somewhere else, and they need to manipulate the sun's rays because they're not us. So they need to change the environment for their liking because they're not they're not built like us. So
Yeah, I know exactly what you meant when you were saying that. It's funny when you broke down the military helicopters going into the cloud. It kind of gave me the thought of the movie Nope.
Oh, I never seen that one.
Yeah, that was an interesting movie in itself.
Yeah, and I love these experiences. I love what I had to go through to be the teacher I am, because some of these things that I teach on is what I've seen. This is not. I remember people are floating this video of me around where I talk about seeing Malachi shrink down in size, and they think they're doing something against me. I don't know why. They think it's very, very strange, but I've seen these things. So when I teach about, say, the so-called Bigfoot Yeti creature, these are the names they give it, the Sasquatch thing. I've been in confrontation with that. I've been there with that. When they talk about hags and spirit creatures that come into the bedroom and all type of different things, I faced these things. These are things that I've been amongst. So it's not something I'm looking up on Wikipedia. So thank you all for asking these questions, because a lot of these things bring back memories of a lot of the experiences that I've had with these things, especially the cloud one. That was amazing to see something explode in front of you and there's no sound, it makes you feel very strange. Imagine a car blowing up, and it's like somebody pressed mute on a phone. You're looking for the noise, and your ears aren't hearing, and you're like, that's not a person that did that. A person didn't do that. So thank you all. Hey, Scribe, what do you think, my good brother?
Yeah, that's that's those are my kind of teachings right there. I love that. All the stuff that they, are afraid to touch. And the great thing about it is you go through certain experiences to be able to teach these things literally from a first person perspective. And that just clearly can't argue no one's real life. So, yeah, great Sabatouti. That was phenomenal. Yeah, and it's very, very important. So I love that type of teaching, to be able to bring real life experience into something that, you just have to argue my life. I mean, who's gonna do that? So Tua for that. Great Sabatouti.
Nini Ugg, thank you very much. That's exactly what when people tell me about these, when people talk about the phenomenons and call them pseudo and all that stuff, they can't tell me that, because a part of my raising was around magicians, so I can't. If you've seen some of the things that I've seen, and some of them you see them and you're amazed and you're wondering what part of this is real, what's an illusion, what's going on, and the bottom line is you just don't know. So your security level makes you want to create the answer. Oh, I know what he did. That was a magic trick. Yeah. Okay, don't close your mouth and just do it. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear what anybody did. Close your mouth, and if you know how to drive a car, don't get in the car and start talking to me. Press your foot on the pedal and drive it. No, I know how to drive a car, and you're in the car just arguing. No, can you drive? You can't drive a car. So I've seen these things. I've done these things, and I love it. That's the world that we are not. If we were the only beings here, that's a horrible life. That's a horrible state of existence. And it doesn't make sense evolutionary wise, but it's a whole nother class. But I'm gonna step away for just a moment and come back and do the donations. Y'all can build for a moment. I'll be right back, everybody. Support the Tutti Pod class. If you saw anything, you saw of value, please support what it is that I do, because this is it. This is what I do, and it's, when I say this, I don't mean the pod class. I want everybody to understand that when I say this is what I do, I'm not talking about the pod class. I'm talking about what I do is help and advance people, and the pod class is the best way for most to see it. If the pod class shuts down, I help and advance people that are not on the internet coming to class. So I've helped and advanced people that you all watch on television. You all watch people on television that are my that I have advanced, and they're on your favorite television shows. And this is what I've been doing for decades, and now I've found a niche to do it in a way that I can relax and teach multiple people at once. When there was no internet, I was literally going from house to house, to door, one at a time, 10 at a time, 50 at a time. This is by you all supporting what it is that I'm doing here, is creating an environment for me to reach thousands of people at a time. I never had this kind of experience because I'm not from the internet world. So I'm from the world of for me to go to my class, like this pod class, I had to drive from one country to another country. I don't know if I ever told anybody that, but the classes that I would go to a class that was maybe about a 3-hour, 2-hour class like this, 2-hour, 3-hour class, I had to drive to another country to sit in the class. And when class was over, I had to drive back to another country. That's what raised me up. There was no internet. Where you click on the Tehuti podcast and you click and now you see everybody and you're just there. We had to drive to another country to get a class. We had to drive from one state to another state when we were in that country to get another class. And while we're driving, we're in a beat up car, overheated, and the engine blows up. So we're on the road now hitchhiking to get to class. There's no double A. What's it called? Triple A, whatever now. There's no double triple A. There's no calling. The car is exploded and we don't have $2,000 to buy an engine. We know the engine is gone. So we're hitchhiking on the highway to get to the other place to get to the class. But we don't know how we're getting back because we're just going to leave the car there abandoned. That's what I had to do to get to class. So this is like baby life. All right, I'll be back. Peace.
I'm motivated. I remember, that's very interesting. I didn't know. And I didn't hear you teach about the Yeti neither, the Bigfoot. I'm interested in that too. I'm definitely looking forward to showing my goddess this Nefer class. But I remember listening to SABA talk about the brother Delbert Blair. And when I think it was on Killer Priest when he said it, when he mentioned that brother's name, and I started listening to him, and that was some of the things that he was talking about. It was very interesting, and it's definitely something going on. I truly I agree with you, Sabe. It would definitely not be a great thing if it was just us. If it was just us and the Tamahus, all this isfet going on. So, and I somebody sent me a video. One of my coworkers, I didn't even watch the video yet. People send me stuff and stop me and to talk to me, and it was about. I think it was a UFO conference or some conference that recently happened with Congress or something. Did you brothers hear about that? I didn't even get a chance to look at the video. It's something recent, like in a couple of days or in the last few weeks or something. Did you brothers hear about that? I think it was a congressional meeting or something.
No, I didn't hear anything like that, brother.
Yeah, I'm a look at it. What about you, Ani?
No, I've been in the temple. I haven't been on haven't seen none of that. I don't know any of that.
I was at work. It was it Wednesday? It was Thursday, I think. No, it was Wednesday. It was Wednesday. And one of the nurses, he shared the video with me. I didn't even get a chance to watch it, but as soon as I came in, he was like, "Hey, did you see this is a conference? It was a Congress, and they just met with. They were talking about the UFOs and something, and it's recent because he's always showing me things, different videos and stuff. But I didn't get a chance to watch it. But it's definitely something going on, and with the weather, it's no way you can't tell that there's something going on. They manipulating the weather, man. It's definitely something going on. Where's all the bumblebees at? When the last time you guys saw a bumblebee or a lightning bug? Like I was just talking to somebody about that the other day, and I was like, when I was little, we used to play with the lightning bugs in New York, not like in the country. In New York, it was bumblebees and butterflies and dandelions and lightning bugs, and we would catch them, put them in jars, and yeah, like I haven't seen a lightning bug. I've been talking to my children about it. It's almost like I'm talking about the dinosaurs, man. It's like I'm tired. I don't even know what time it is, brother. It's 4:23. I'm definitely listen. I definitely got to run this back because it's a lot going on that we don't know. And I'm definitely going to start paying attention to the clouds more, because it reminded me of what Delbert Blair said. And I hadn't heard that name until SABA mentioned it. And then when he mentioned them, then I started looking at some of his videos. And I think that's what I remember him saying, that he was somewhere and he saw something. He was looking up in the sky or something. He had met some people at a conference or something, and they told him something to look in the sky and soon or something. And a few days later, he looked up in the air and he saw something, and he went and told his goddess, and she was like, I don't know, but definitely something going on. So we definitely gotta. I'm thankful for my teacher, and I'm definitely interested in that Bigfoot or Yeti. Definitely interested in more information about that, Sab. You gotta tell us more about that. Yeah. What did he say there? The Bigfoot and the Yeti?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. Man, listen, I don't know. I'll be out there feeding the ducks, and I'll be looking for things, different animals, and I just appreciate life though, right? Because when I hear certain people talk about different things, things that would typically scare me or typically scare the average person, it don't scare me no more, because I know where my eye is. So it's like, my energy is good. So I'm not even worried about that. But you people with this sport fishing and sport hunting and just killing to be killing stuff, that's why you guys are experiencing those things and helicopters blowing up, because your energy ain't good. So I'm gonna just keep my energy and keep my frequency how it's supposed to be. And I don't have that fear. I really don't. And it's a beautiful thing. So 2 out for that, Saba. Yeah, that was you was talking about Delbert Blair, right? And he was talking about looking up in the sky. So I'm gonna do that more, because yeah, it's beautiful. So 2 out. I'm tired. 4:23, Saba. I'm like absolutely exhausted. But I'm here. I am here.
Definitely. He was the closest thing that I could relate to. He was the closest thing. Delbert Blair. Of all the people that were on the so-called conscious circle, he was definitely him and a brother named Azariah. Closest thing. And beautiful brother. Beautiful brother. Topics that people were afraid to talk on. But okay, let's go ahead and V.RI says just sent a question through PayPal. Thank you again, Saba. Okay, VRI, I will look. If you can hear me, moderator, check the PayPal, and let me see if that came in. I don't get the PayPal automatically. The moderator has to send it to. So hopefully she can send it in, and I can take a look at it and put it into the question file. But thank you for the support, V.RI. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and do these last donations and close it out. We have who's this? Jay Kirkland, my little brother Jay Kirkland. $7.72 for Henu Saba Tehuti, 2 of 4. The Netter teachings. Thank you, good brother. This brother sends me paragraphs of positive information almost every day, positive praises almost every day. Shout out to you. Thank you, my good brother. Let me take this off the screen. Yeah, Delbert Blair was great. He'd be the only brother I would actually probably speak and vibe with right now. Okay, next up on the list is, let's click and see. Ooh wee, Bijan Pharaoh is Bijan Pharaoh is becoming a top. He's up there. Bijan Pharaoh is up there officially with the big time donators, big time supporters. I remember when he had nothing to support for a long, long time, and then he just jumped into the scene. You all see that? Give this man some big noise, please. And it says, Hotep Ma'at, Henu Saba. Hotep Ma'at, Henu Saba. Thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. I got a nice one. I'm going to look at your question. I have a bird question that he sent in last week. Let me take a look at that. I love answering questions about animals. He's the one that also sent in the Komodo dragon one. Beautiful, beautiful. And now the monsters continue. The monster donators jumping into the monster donation section for July. Rigo Alvarado, $100. Peace and love. It's a question. Could you break down the paranormal phenomenon of shadow people? I once saw a shadow appear from the feet up and walk under a street light and disappear. Oh my. Do you all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Oh, let's go. Where are you, Lucy? Oh my goodness. Oh, Rigo. Wow. Oh my goodness. From 28 Rigo.
Only here, Saba, where you can get questions like that.
Oh my goodness. Oh man. Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, Rigo. Thank you for your support. And hey, Atef, did you donate again? Or the men of the class?
Yes. I gotta save my seat.
Oh, this is men of the class. Okay. Let me go ahead and save that. So Atef sent $20 for men of the class. I'm gonna save that here so that I don't accidentally put in the podcast. Wonderful, Atef, wonderful. That's for Men of Monday. And Eric G, that's it. Podcast donation is Eric G, give him some noise. He sent extra for the Sator Square Part 2. Part 2. Sator Eric. Wonderful. Thank you. You all are definitely getting a part 2. Hey, Black Yellow Card jumps on. If you're listening to me, brother, contact me tomorrow, and I'll set something up for Sunday mid-afternoon. I was supposed to talk to you a long time ago. We'll set something up. All right. Black Yellow Card says, thanks for the knowledge. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. $35 from Black Alucard. $35 from Black. It's actually Black's Alucard. Now that I read it. Black's Alucard. Thanks for the knowledge. Thank you, good brother. You're a tremendous supporter. Here comes Emmanuel Rodriguez again. He put a little nice message here. I like this. NUKPUNUKPU. Who are you, my good brother? Who are you in this chat? You're a camouflage member here. Who are you? You're watching. NUKPUNUKPU sent $7.72 for Who Needs Google When We Got SABA. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Who needs Google when we got SABA? Man. Thank you, good brother. 28. You know what, everybody? I'm going to come to the screen real quick. You know what, Primordial and Scribe and Tef and everybody? I've tried to Google some of these questions you all send. Oh, here's fire from Shen. Where does fire come from? $100 and a brilliant super chat. Give this man his flowers. Oh, thank you, Hybrid Cypher. Getting a lot of fire coming in and bombs. What did I miss? Okay, but shout out to you all. I've tried to Google some of these questions you all send me, and I compare what Wikipedia says to the answer I'm gonna give, and I'm like, oh my goodness, there's no answer for any of these questions. Take any of your questions and put it in, and there's every time you click on something, it's just people talking. It's like a blog or something, and just people like just typing. It's no. I'm like, wow, you can't decipher the truth from just somebody making things up because there's no resource. It's really crazy. I love the Kemetic. Every time you type in something about Egypt, it says something about Egypt and never gives you a papyrus ever. I never see it. It says, yes, and the ancient goddess such and such was known to do this and that, and known to do this and that, and the Egyptians. And I'm scrolling through looking for the papyrus reference. Like, where did the ancients say this? And it doesn't say it. And that is EgyptTour.com or something. Egypt, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm here to change all of that, everybody. I'm here to change it all. And yes, thank you for appreciating me over Google.
Yes, and I've also noticed sometimes when they're referring to ancient Egypt, they're actually talking about the Greek side of it.
Yes.
And also, if you look at my background, Saba, my son's mother was just in Kemet, and she sent me this picture. And you see it got the Arabic over there. No metal netta.
Let me blow it up.
Arabic.
Let me see.
It's Arabic and English. That's what I noticed on a lot of the pictures. I was like, oh, they're trying to blend their culture with our culture. I noticed that with a lot of the pictures that she sent. I was like, what is, like, now I know what I'm looking at when I'm looking at some of the things, and I was like, oh, the Matrix is very deep.
Yeah, it's very deep. It's very unfortunately the lighter skinned people on the planet unfortunately created racism, and it's very unfortunate because if it wasn't for racism, none of this would most of this wouldn't really happen. It's gonna be soon partially illegal to say the Egyptians were black. There's actually if you say the Egyptians are black, Egyptian Arabs are coming for you. Even right now, Beyonce's dressed up as an Egyptian and they're coming for her. It's just really, it's all racism. It's really sad. If they just understood that the original people had a certain look, and then there was mixing of people that had a bunch of different looks, and nobody in Kemet cared about it. If they just understood that, but because they adapted a false culture called Arab, they want to now separate their look from the original, say, Wesley Snipe look, and then diminish that. And it's really sad what's happening, because I see people in so-called Egypt saying, "I'm Egyptian, we're not black," and the brother is darker than Scribe and has hair like Richard Pryor. And I'm like, this is crazy. These brothers got big afros, and they're, "Don't say we're black. We're not you." And I'm like, the Tamu just got everybody confused. And now look, you got Arabic and English, only the two invaders' languages. Those are the people that invaded Kemet. This is the British that ruled over Kemet, and these are the Arabs that the British took over from. So it's sad, but that's beautiful. Whose mother? Your daughter's mother? Who?
No, my son's mother. My son, his mother. She went over there a week before I went to Texas. She was over there, and she sent me a bunch of pictures. I have a lot to tell you guys. I have a lot. It's so much magic going on. I can't even say it all at one time, because it is just, it's like never ending. And I'm just like, it's almost like I'm on I don't know. It's like I'm on a roller coaster. I'm just riding, because it's just beautiful. And Yeah. So I have like, it's a lot of pictures she sent me. I just sent Scribe a couple pictures that she sent, but that was the first thing that I noticed was like all of this Arabic. I'm like, it was almost no metal now. Only on the actual stone and papyrus, but like the descriptions is like completely blended. And even listening to her talk, because she sent me some videos and I'm listening to the tour guides, and I'm like, that's not true. Like that's not even right. Like that's
yeah.
So too often.
Nini paid conspiracy. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Eric G, $7 for Tua Saba. Tua to you, good brother. Eric G is a consistent support.
Uh-oh.
Did I freeze or that's Saba?
No, Saba fell off.
You see? You see?
Saba hit that ninja vanish.
No, he said something, man.
Okay, man. Okay. Crazy. Who's here? Did anybody get knocked off? Just me?
Yeah, just you, Saba.
Okay, I'm back. Eric G is a consistent supporter. Thank you, good brother. Okay, we got 8 Thieves sent. Here's a new person. 8 Thieves sent. Is that showing up on the screen, or did it knock out my screen share?
Not yet.
Okay, let me. 8 Thieves sent. What is this? $4.90. 8 Thieves. Shout out to 8. I haven't heard that name before. A lot of new people coming in. Shout out to 8 Thieves. What an interesting name. Shout out to you, good brother or sister. I'm not sure, but shout out to 8 Thieves. Okay, $4.90. And we're moving forward to, who's this? 8 Thieves for $2. $2 and 8 Thieves with the long one. Wait a minute, hold on. 8 Thieves, $2.45. Thank you, Tehuti. I have sent a second donation to not only show you praise. Let me see if I can put this up. Hold on. 8 Thieves. How am I going to do this? How am I going to fit all this? 8 Thieves squeezing. No, that doesn't squeeze. So maybe I can. Okay. How are we going to squeeze this in? 8 Thieves.
8 Thieves is VRI.
Oh,
he
okay.
Said he made that. He said he made that when he was in school. It was a clothing brand.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to see how I can fit all of this in. Let me see. I'll just type in $2.45. I'll type it. Okay, here we go. So I'll go like this. 8 Thieves, and I'll type. I'll save it as 31. $2.45. Okay. All right, is that up on the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Tehuti. I've sent a second donation to not only shower you in praise for your contribution to my evolution, but also to ask for your interpretation, replacement, correspondences used in practices such as lesser banishing rituals of the pentagram and hexagram using Kemetic structure and not a Eurocentric one. This would be of great help as I wish to continue the path but not engulfed in their ways much. Thank you once more, Tehuti. You are real. Oh, it says at the bottom, VRI. So VRI, I'm not sure what VRI, you can send me an email. I don't know. So first of all, thank you for showering me with praise. Thank you for thanking me for the contribution. I don't know if you want to set up some one-on-ones with me for lesser banishing rituals of the pentagram and hexagram. Contact me. Should I put my email up there? Contact me, and we'll see what it is you're asking about, because that's definitely a one-on-one. But I'm not doing any. I'm not taking any one-on-ones anymore for under $150 because it's just too much of my it's too much of my time. The money is actually not even worth it because it's time consuming. But I don't know if I'll be taking one-on-ones anymore. After I got a couple more, I got some prepaid from XA. He has about $400 in for one-on-ones, and after that, I'm not sure. So contact me, and we'll see what we can do, because this is definitely like a one-on-one session. You're asking me about banishing rituals and such. Shout out to you. Peace to VRI. Okay, did I put it on here? Did I put it on here? Yes. Shout out to VRI. Peace to you. I can't see the screen if he's typing, but shout out to VRI. Okay, next up is oh, one more. Oh, Annie Patalo is the last one. Okay. We got Annie Patal as the, hopefully not the last, but this is the last that I see. So maybe we refresh the page. Is that on the screen yet, brothers?
Yes.
$27.72. Tua for class. Henu. $27.72 for an appreciation. Thank you. Wonderful. And I believe that's everybody. Let me check. This is still pending. Sherika is still pending, and it's a very large amount, but it is pending. So we'll see if or when it comes through. Okay, let me refresh the page. I think that is it, everybody. Let me refresh the page, see if there's any last minute donations, support. And I believe that is, boom, that is it, everybody. Let me come to the screen. Welcome. BS says thank you. Oh, let me get this off the screen. Yes, you're welcome, brother VRI. You're welcome. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And yeah, contact me if you want to set up a one-on-one on those things, and I'll see if I have any time for that. But my one-on-ones of the price of one-on-ones have extremely skyrocketed because it takes a lot from me to do this, and then I got my goddesses, and then I have children, and then one-on-ones, and it's just men in the class, and I got grown men to raise and all kind of things, so it's a lot. So yes, contact me. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming to another beautiful Tehuti Pod class. What a wonderful class this was. I love all of your questions. Your questions all tied into agriculture somehow. And they're beautiful. They stimulated me to really address things that I've never addressed before. And I like that. Thank you all for contributing, supporting. The donations tonight were very well, and I appreciate the support. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to get some closing statements from each of you brothers, and I'm going to close it out. We'll start with you, Scribe.
Okay, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. This was an excellent pod class. Great Saba Tua for all that you do for us, and being exactly who you are and being consistent. So Tua for that. Peace and love to all the great supporters, the ones who just consistently support the Great Saba Tehuti and the pod class, and therefore we all receive the benefit from it. And for those who support in ways outside of the pod class as well. So Tua for everyone for that. Make sure you all tune in this Sunday at the Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel. It's my week to present, and it's gonna be very it's gonna be fun. Some new tones. I'm gonna bring some new music to you all, and I'm gonna be giving some flowers. So make sure you all are there live to enjoy what it is that I'm gonna bring forth. Monday Meta-Netter class. Everyone sign up for that. Email the Great Saba for the Monday Meta-Netter class. And may you all have a powerful weekend. And I'll pass the mic to the great brother Tef Rem Kim Ma'at.
Scribe, put the Monday Marinetta class on the screen for them, please.
Yes.
Wonderful closeout, Scribe. Thank you so much. Beautiful, smooth. And let them know about the Marinetta class. Okay, everybody, this is the Marinetta class. It is Monday at 1:30. The class is pretty much first come, first serve now because it's pretty full. If I see that at least 5 more people are interested, then I will pay for an updated StreamYard, which will allow 4 more windows to enter in. And there it is, 1:30 Pacific time. Email me, and you will get the information of how to join the Marinetta class. All right, thank you, Scribe.
Yes.
Great medicine, Saba. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you for your closeout, Scribe. Appreciate that. And Tef Rem Kim Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at. Hotep Ma'at, Saba, 2 out for an excellent class as per your usual, as normal. VRI said he got a lot of content to catching up.
Yeah.
I've been at every class and I'm still catching up. VRI, so it's a journey, my brother. It's definitely not a destination. So 2 out for catching up, and I echo your sentiment. My teacher has contributed greatly to my evolution, more than any other person alive right now, besides my parents bringing me forth. So I'm definitely honored to be amongst this beautiful net of energy, and looking forward to my good brother Ani's presentation on Sunday. Come join us, teachingsofmyart.org. Come to our Sunday class and Monday Marinetta. It is that class is life changing as well. So I encourage everyone to participate. And if you can't catch it live, definitely still email him and catch the backup. I had to do that last week, and I have no problem doing it because even if I'm not there, I'm gonna be there. So teachersmyart.org. Thank you, Saba, for everything that you bring forth and show us and teach us, and definitely looking forward to Monday's class.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Atef. Great closeout, great words, beautiful. Tell your family I said peace, and you're the greatest father.
Many Saba.
Okay, and primordial thought with the 9.
Hey, to you, Saba. We appreciate all that you do. Thank you for this cool training. I can say that over the couple of years that I've been watching you, it's a lot more easier to understand your breakdowns compared to when I first started watching you, where everything was just going over my head. So I'm happy. That you are literally training our crews, and just always speak synchronicity between me and you when I do some of my affirmations, because I want to be able to understand everything that you say, because if your effort is put forth, your consciousness is focused, and you're putting forth that energy, I want to be able to understand it all. So to you, Saba, I appreciate you. Also, Eric G and Heka Kepara, man, check your emails. I sent y'all emails today, man. We got to link up with Saba. We got to get these cots. We gotta build these netter bodies, man. We gotta get together and link up with Saba. But hey, I speak may Ra grant everybody health and prosperity. May everybody be always firm and established on the foundations of my art. And I just speak peace and love to everybody. Hotep, appreciate you, Saba.
Appreciate you, my good brother. Peace and love, and great words, and thank you for being so what's the word? I'm tired. The persevering, and you take the first step. So thank you for contacting Heka Kepara, Eric G, and yes, you're the motivational step man. So you motivate them. Let them know, because it's not a game, and maybe I'll do that. I'm thinking about it, and maybe I'll do that. So I would love to, if I have time, to train all the brothers here in the pod class. I've been training my students for years, and it's a very fun, beautiful thing to watch my students' minds and bodies change in front of me. It's wonderful. So I hope you're one of them, and here Kepra and Eric G also. Thank you for your closeout, my good brother.
We trying to be on a podcast like this, Saba. Broad shoulders and all. We trying to look swole on here.
Oh my God, a whole podcast of strong netters just on the screen. That would be great. That would be really, really great. Looking like the ancient Sugagi. That'd be great.
I'll meet you on the mat, like Saba told that brother. Don't say nothing else to me until we meet on the mat.
Young man. He likes to say comments like that. It's a polite, aggressive, but he calls them young man.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would love to I'd love to spar with all the debaters. I'd love to sharpen up my skills with them and have fun with them. No arguing about the Bible, no more Jesus. Let's get in the gym, let's get in the mat, and let's see how we are without talking. See how we do with no weapons, and we have to defend these women and children. Let's see how good of a defending man you are. Let's set up that debate. So yes, sir. Okay. What does Robert Ray say? Upesh Rez Ma'at. Thank you, my good brother. VRI say we coming. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna put the affirmation on the screen, and Tef, you're gonna close up with the affirmation, and I'll go big screen and close out. Here we go. Let's get to rest before Carmela asks me for 5 nighttime rituals. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let me move this from the bottom of the screen. Where is it? Okay. Oh, that's not right. Wait, where's the
It's there.
It's there?
Yes.
It's okay. I was talking about the bottom thing is gone now, right? The little thing scrolling at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
just
Okay, go.
affirmation.
Okay, good. Go ahead, my good brother.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. An and S. Nintet Auset and Ma'at. Min Hapapet and Ma'at. Her and Hukui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. What a beautiful vibration here. Let me give a shout out to Hybrid Cypher, great energy. Robert Reyes, great energy. Rigo, great supporter. V.RI, great, coming in with great energy as a newcomer coming in. Higa Kepra. Higa Kepra, my great brother. He reminds me of an uncle. He reminds me of like a happy version of Philip Banks. He's like a jolly uncle. He's just a happy. You need to come to the screen more, Higa Kepra. You're like you have a real happiness about you when you come on. Come to the screen, man. See that face. You're like a happy, conscious uncle. Shout out to you. Shout out to who's this? Eric G. Eric G. That would be dope. Yes, Eric G. Contact Primordial. And we got the wonderful. Where is she? Let me blow this up so I can read this. The wonderful Bella, who said, "Oh, I can't see. What is this? What is Oh, there it is. May you have a weekend as wonderful as you are, Anki Ma'at." Oh, that's the Okay, shout out to you. That's the sisters talking amongst themselves. Okay, shout out to you all, Bella, Anki and Ma'at. Who else is here? It's the same people. It's so many same people's. Okay, shout out to everybody. Everybody here. Shannon. There's somebody else. Shannon, Anki Ma'at, Angela Gates. Who says class dismissed? Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen and close out everyone.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love, Annie. Peace and love, Atef. Peace and love, Primordial 9. Peace and love. Okay, let me close out big screen. Here we go. Big screen and solo layout. There we go. Peace and love, everybody. Once again, another beautiful Tehuti pod class. Another excellent one. This has been really, really enjoyable to teach you all. Thank you all for this. And thank you all for the great support, for the respect of your SABA, and laying out the questions that can generate such a beautiful pod class. Thank you for the people who definitely remotivated me to do a part 2 of the Sator Square. That one's going to be very interesting. That's going to get into straight Kemetic science there. Shout out to the extra supporters. Shout out to the beautiful people. Everybody support the Tehuti pod class. For the new people that are in the room, if you haven't purchased the books yet, that is the PDF book by Tehuti I wrote years ago, Melanin Dark Consciousness. That is Stepping Out of the Matrix. If you all want to know how to obtain those books, you can email. Well, that's the PayPal. You can email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com or go to teachingsofma'at.org and order them. All right, everybody. Peace and love. And see you, hand pink waving. I don't know what that is. But peace and love, everybody. What a beautiful pod class. I will see you all next Friday. I'll be popping into the Sunday class, teachingsofma'at.org. I'll be popping in there. I'm always watching in the background anyways. Peace from Charlotte, who represents the Neath energy. Shout out to Sata. Sata, say peace to them. There's Sata, the Kemetic Cobra, who represents the first word on the planet for out-of-body experience. And the Sata snake is the 2-lined snake on the head, the cobra, and the Per-M Haru, the actual specific species of cobra. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for coming. Sata, can you say peace?